Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to start a new series, What If Deku Met MHA's Strongest Student Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Someone screamed, "Help! They stole my bag," and everyone nearby turned to listen. The young lady who screamed was kneeling beside a man of the same age who was on the ground with a bruise under his eye. If one had to guess, a punch to the cheek must have knocked him to the ground. She, catch y'all later, chumps. A small man with an impish appearance chuckled behind a tall figure. He concluded, "And thanks for the dough," as he and his enormous companion continued their escape. The only things the onlookers could do were sigh and shake their heads at the two villains. Everyone could see that the two were just a couple of criminals seeking a quick cash grab. Regretfully, incidents like this were frequent. A civilian turned to his neighbors and asked, "Are there any heroes around?" One of the men assisting the young man on the ground responded, "No, I think most of the heroes are handling a hostage situation further away from here." Another witness sighed and turned to face the young woman, asking, taking advantage of the chaos, "Huh? Sorry, miss, you might have to go to the police for this one." The woman merely gave a glum nod, concentrating more on supporting her boyfriend as he attempted to stop her bag from being stolen. He turned his head toward her when she finally managed to get him to stand up. He apologized, lowering his gaze and avoiding her stare. "Sorry, I couldn't stop them from taking your bag," he said. She scolded him, pinching his side. "Idiot," she said. She placed her hand beneath his chin and raised his head until his eyes met hers, saying, "There wasn't much in there, just my phone and a few yen." She whispered, "But I'd rather lose my bag than you, my hero," and then gave him a gentle peck on the lips, making his face flush. The fact that the incident didn't have a significant impact on the couple pleased those in the vicinity. Because a hero was usually present to save the day, it wasn't very common for the villains to escape. Standing on the other side of the road, a man told his colleague, "At least no one got hurt too badly." "Yeah, but sadly those villains got lucky and got away with it," the coworker added. He received a nod of agreement as he stated, "If there had been heroes nearby, the escape wouldn't have gone as smoothly." The man made his coworker grunt in agreement when he said, "If only more heroes patrolled this area, this wouldn't be an issue." "That's true. Though now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure UA is holding its entrance exam today. So having more heroes around will come sooner rather than later." "Oh, that's right." The man, a lifelong hero school supporter, smiled. He poked his thumb in the direction the robbers had fled, saying, "Hopefully, the new students, after they graduate, stop guys like these from causing more trouble." He dismissed it, looking more radiant, and pushed his friend back to the office. "Well, the police will probably find them. Let's not worry about it," he said. "Come on, we gotta head back to work." This was the same strategy used by the other civilians. They allowed the incident to fade from their thoughts and went about their lives as usual. A mindset that is accepted as normal in the modern world. Standing on the roof of a building across from the scene of the incident, however, was unknown to the civilians. Standing on a roof was a figure dressed in a pure white robe that resembled a Catholic priest's cassock. The only distinction was that the figure's head was mostly covered by a hood in this outfit. From above, the figure observed, mentally noting the woman whose belongings had been taken, prior to it heading in the direction of the criminal's escape route. For a few seconds, it seemed to be waiting for something to happen. The figure made its move and vanished from view instantly, like a ghost that leaves nothing in its wake, as soon as whatever it was waiting for arrived. The cunning thief demanded, "Quick, get in the alley," and gestured toward the approaching narrow path. Without question, his male companion stepped into the alleyway and ran all the way to the end. Like a bear raiding a beehive for honey, the imp leapt from his horse and rapaciously opened the pilfered bag, looking for valuables. "Who?" the enormous creature moaned, imitating the hum of an ancient didgeridoo. "Of course, you idiot, that's why we did it now," sneered the imp-like man. The creature moaned again, as if he were asking a question, "Who?" Imp yelled, "Of course, I planned it out, brute," and tossed the pointless objects, such as lipstick and photos, onto the ground. "Who else do you think could plan this all out, you?" The recently revealed brute glanced around, trying to find anyone else in the alleyway, then returned his attention to his partner and gestured at himself. "Who?" Brute said, his face displaying a puzzled look. Imp clenched his teeth and nearly slapped the larger figure before he composed himself. Imp's tone brightened as he eventually located and opened a pink purse, saying, "No, you moron. Bah, that doesn't matter. We got what we came for. Jackpot." he exclaimed, taking out a smartphone and some yen. This can keep us good for a few days while we lay low from the cops. Brute leaned over the smaller male and groaned, "Who?" Imp rolled his eyes and climbed back up his partner to his former position, saying, "Yay, yay, we'll split it evenly, all right. 70 to me, 30 to you." "Who?" exclaimed Brute with a broad smile akin to a child receiving a new toy. Imp gave his partner a light tap on the head. Brute followed instructions and began walking toward the alleyway entrance. "Come on, let's head back to the safe house," his voice said. But before Brute could move, the two robbers were prevented from leaving by a masked figure that landed in front of them. It was the same person who had been observing them early that day as they committed their crime. "Hey, who the hell are you?" screamed Imp, frustrated that he couldn't get home because of this obstacle. "Get out of here." The masked figure remained silent and did not move in any way in the direction of the robbers. Imp would have thought the man was a statue if he hadn't made the smallest sound of breathing. Imp gave a tongue clink. "All right, if you're not going to move, we'll force you to." He gave his partner a head clap akin to a jockey's on a horse. "Brute, crush him." But to Imp's surprise, Brute took a shaky step backward rather than lunging at the white-clad figure. Imp noticed that Brute had a terrified look on his face as he looked down. Unusually for the big male, his eyes were wide and filled with a mix of fear and uncertainty. Imp was about to chastise his partner for changing his mind, but he decided to give the enigmatic figure more attention. His gaze swiftly moved up and down the robe, looking for recognizable characteristics that would help him identify the man and determine whether he was a hero. Imp felt somewhat familiar with the simple white gown, which reminded him that something was missing from his memory. He finally fixed his eyes on the figure's face, intending to study the features of the face of the person opposite him. But all he could see was a mask instead. "Hold on, mask." When it clinked, it was like a switch. Looking more closely, Imp noticed that the figure was wearing a simple mask that obscured the eyes, nose, and mouth. There appeared to be no eye sockets for the figure to peer through, so it didn't even appear that there was a way for it to see. It was a very basic mask. It lacked any distinctive artwork or designs. It was just a simple white mask with no mouth patterns or eye holes. That was why it made Imp uneasy. Imp bites his lip to keep his composure while trying to ignore the goosebumps that are starting to appear on his skin. "We're in serious trouble if we stay here, but I'm not sure what a church member is doing here." He clenched his fists in thought before focusing on his partner, who appeared to be still trembling. "I need to calm Brute down. If not, we have no chance." Imp took a breath and paused. He shouted, "Hey, Brute, it's all good," in an attempt to get his partner to concentrate. "There's only one of them, and he doesn't look too tough, so we can still make it." His oversized partner miraculously found the courage to stop shaking as a result of this. As if attempting to awaken from a daze, Brute shook his head. His piercing glare was fixed on his opponent as his eyes grew sharper. Smoke began to pour from Brute's head, and his body began to turn red. His already enormous size grew even larger as his figure expanded. When Brute's quirk was activated, Imp let out a little sigh of relief. Brute had a simple strength enhancer quirk that made him bigger and stronger, indicated by the color shift and the steam emanating from his head. Imp was aware that he couldn't get away on his own and that he wouldn't be able to avoid any heroes who might be searching for him even if he managed to do so. Brute filled the role of the brawn in the duo's operation. Imp called out to his partner, "All right, Brute, let's end this quickly and go home," which prompted him to run at the motionless figure. Before he could punch the masked man to drive him into the ground, Brute sprang forward and swiftly closed the distance between them. But the figure leapt back, easily dodging the fist that slammed into the floor, leaving a number of cracks in its wake. The figure tipped its head and landed a few feet back. After doing this for a few seconds, it produced a tiny dagger by reaching into one of its sleeves. Imp scuffed out a laugh. His partner roared back, "What's a thing that small gonna do? Brute, let's crush this idiot." After changing into a stance, the figure suddenly and incredibly quickly charged at the two. The speed of the figure took Brute by surprise for a moment, but he swiftly raised both hands and slammed them down to intercept his opponent. But his fists only made contact with the ground once more, causing debris to be kicked up and his vision to narrow. Squinting his eyes to keep dust out, Brute looked around for his opponent. However, the big man was forced to kneel down before he could do so due to a sharp pain on the back of his knee. Imp screamed, beating on his head, "Behind us, y'all idiot." He heard it. Brute twitched in irritation at his partner, but he swung his arm widely behind him, dismissing the thought instantly. Before striking Brute's cheek with a devastating blow, The masked figure swiftly dodged the attempt and moved closer, confronting its opponent. Brute snapped his head sideways, lost his balance, and fell to the ground as the blow rattled his brownish teeth. Imp was taken aback by the events. This guy was not only incredibly quick, but he also laid Brute with ease. Imp would have been crushed by his massive partner if he hadn't been fortunate enough to leap off before the punch made contact. Imp took care to remain a few meters away from the masked figure, close to the wall. Imp looked over at Brute, who was still unconscious and didn't appear to be getting up anytime soon. Sad. With a frown on his face, he cursed. Before he died, he could have at least taken care of this freak. Brute should have been able to withstand more than one blow before being knocked out, even though he couldn't compete against all might or endeavor. When he looked at the masked figure, he saw that it was still staring at Brute's lifeless body. This is my opportunity. Imp turned on his heels and started running toward the entrance of the alleyway after giving it some thought. After only a quarter of the way, he felt something pierce the back of his leg and screamed. Whimpering, he fell to the ground and looked down to see the precise knife the masked figure was using embedded deep in his calf. As he frantically attempted to remove the knife from his calf, tears began to well up in his eyes. But as more blood started to surface and pool beneath him, the situation only got worse. When he finally looked up, the masked figure was standing above him, silently observing him. Imp took a swallow. "Please don't kill me," he pleaded, his eyes pure terror. The typical response from a hero would be, "I'm sorry. Please just let me go. I won't do it again." He would feel foolish pleading for his life. But this man wasn't a hero, and it was clear from the circulating rumors why. The figure merely gazed at him, seemingly trying to get past him. He was slowly approached by the masked man, whose hand was menacingly getting closer. Imp winced and shut his eyes, bracing himself for the worst. Abruptly, a huge fist struck the figure's side, sending them flying into the wall and leaving a permanent mark. Wondering what had happened, Imp opened his eyes to discover that his big partner had partially recovered. Brute seemed to be doing fairly well. If you didn't include the enormous swelling on his right cheek, that is. His teeth appeared chipped, particularly the incisors and molars, and his right eye was totally bloodshot. "Who?" groaned Brute, his gaze fixed solely on the masked person getting up. Imp couldn't help but exhale in relief, not because his partner was okay, but rather because he would survive this ordeal. "Nice work, Brute," he exclaimed, standing up. "Now kill that freak, and let's get out of here." Brute's eyes narrowed as the masked figure slowly raised itself, barely registering what Imp had said. With an ear-splitting roar, Brute charged directly at his opponent. When the figure saw Brute, it appeared to have regained consciousness and quickly stepped aside. Before his opponent retaliated, Brute's fist narrowly missed the figure's head. Brute's chin was the target of the first blow. The second punch, however, doubled him over and forced the last of the choked air out of his large belly, so Brute realized too late that it was a feint. It was an incredible chance. Brute still experienced the pain of the initial blow, which he wasn't accustomed to, in addition to the wind being knocked out of him, which he always detested. He did, after all, have a berserker-like quirk that made him stronger and dulled the torments his body endured. A blow to the face or even the kidney would normally cause him some discomfort, but the gut shouldn't have caused more than that. Luckily, he was accustomed to everything. Brute, who had fought his way through the alleys of Japan, knew how to handle even being out of breath. He straightened up and looked directly into his opponent's plain mask, his eyes bulging with anger. The figure appeared to be unaffected by the previous punch as it stood tall. However, Brute was aware that he had him where he desired. Every time Brute moaned, he stumbled forward a step. At last, he swung. Hoo-ah, on the third. Brute knew as soon as the punch was thrown that it felt too slow. The agile figure just ducked beneath it. However, another body shot, this time to the ribs, sent new waves of pain through Brute's torso before he could even register the dodge. It was much closer than he would have liked, but he didn't fall. Brute made sure of it. Brute pushed the figure away as he attempted another shot. He got a second wind after witnessing his opponent scoot back thus far. After covering the distance between them, he pulled his arm back in preparation for 3 forceful blows. But this was not supposed to be. Bomb! Brute was forced to the ground when a giant foot fell on him. Imp's eyes followed the enormous leg upwards, and he gulped as he watched. He noticed a woman leaning over the main road with it attached to her. The young woman was wearing a skin-tight, purple, and pale tan bodysuit with orange stripes. In addition, she had long, thick, creamy blonde hair that hung down to her waist and a voluptuous figure. Imp recognized her right away. Mount Lady, the Quirk Gigantification's owner, was the rookie hero who made her debut a few months ago. Imp wincing as the knife sank deep into his leg, he scrambled to his feet, thinking quickly. But before he could move, he sensed something encircle his waist and then completely enclose his upper body, immobilizing him. A voice from behind him said, "Surrender now, villains, and come quietly." When Imp turned around, he saw that Kamui Woods had set him up with his quirk, Arbor. The vanquished brute appeared to be unconscious as Mount Lady raised her foot off him. Then, with a smug stride, she resized herself to her normal size and walked into the alley. She looked down at the enormous villain and remarked, "Easy way to start the day off, if I say so myself." She made fun of the other hero by saying, "And you said we had to be careful." Kamui's eyes narrowed. "I already told you that you always need to tackle every villain with all seriousness." She rolled her eyes and then leapt back in surprise, saying, Yeah, whatever." She pointed to the masked figure, who had leapt away before being crushed by her foot, and yelled, "Wait! Why's a member of the Church of Masks here?" As soon as Kamui verified his partner's assertion, he promptly severed the wood spurting from his arm. Capturing a church member would be beneficial for society as a whole, not just for fame. Quick, catch him before he gets away. The recently identified church member hurried for the door as if realizing it was in danger. This was promptly stopped, though, when Mount Lady reacted quickly enough to block the path. She said without shame, "Sorry, hun, but catching you would raise my rank a ton." As he prepared his quirk to defeat the masked figure, Kamui moved behind it. "Don't make any sudden moves and just come with us quietly." After giving Kamui a quick look, the masked figure cocked its head and fixed its gaze on something just above Mount Lady. The hero shivered and partially covered herself, thinking it was staring at her. She ignored Kamui's "ouch" and said, "Don't stare at me like that. I'm not into creeps that wear masks." She was about to continue when the figure suddenly came hurtling toward her. She squealed before attempting to stomp on the masked figure using her quirk. But when her patrol partner's voice called out, she paused. Kamui sprinted after the man in the mask and yelled, "Don't enlarge. We're in an alleyway, so your movements will be restricted." Mount Lady prepared to stop the charging figure after berating herself for the rookie error. She reacted to the masked man's punch by crossing her arms to block it. However, it proved to be a feint, as the figure took hold of her arm instead, drawing her in their direction and putting their knee in her intestine. After having all the air taken out of her, Mount Lady spat out some saliva and fell to the ground, clutching her stomach. The figure decided to continue their escape rather than attack the hero. But she had given her partner enough time to use his special ability to wrap wood around the figure's leg and drag them to the ground. In response, the church member swiftly produced a knife from its robe that resembled the one that had become lodged in Imp's leg. In order to get around them, the masked figure began to hack at the wood, struggling more and more as it spread. Kamui decided it would be best to secure the man by totally stopping all movement after realizing he wouldn't come easily. He employed one of his hero maneuvers to accomplish this. "Great lacquered shell," Kamui exclaimed, employing his special ability to enlarge and encase the man in the mask in a prison that resembled a ball and prevented him from escaping further. The shell had several layers of wood wrapped around it in a pattern resembling that of a giant egg. Kamui quickly rushed to his patrol partner after securing the figure. "Hey Mount Lady, you alright?" With a wince, Mount Lady took Kamui's extended hand and hauled herself upright. She sighed, standing erect and taking deep breaths to regain her breath. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just didn't expect the hit," she said. As she kicked the wooden prison that housed its captive, she grumbled, "To be honest, I didn't think you would attack me. I thought the Church of Masks doesn't attack heroes." "Yay, I'm a bit surprised too since they normally try to avoid hero confrontations," Kamui continued, thoughtfully scratching his chin. "From what I've heard, they run off whenever a hero arrives." Still bitter about what had happened, Mount Lady said, "So they're a bunch of cowards, huh?" Kamui laughed and walked around the wooden ball, looking for flaws, saying, "Well, I guess you could put it like that. Though, to be truthful, I didn't think these guys were real. I thought they were just made-up rumors." Mount Lady nodded, appreciating his perspective. She actually didn't think the group's rumors were true, believing them to be the work of a few internet trolls. With her eyes brightening at the prospect of reward, Mount Lady exclaimed, "So what are we gonna do with him? Honestly, I'm still reeling that we were able to catch a member of the church. I mean, even some top heroes like Endeavor haven't been able to catch one of these guys." A contentious vigilante group known as the Church of Masks first surfaced in the Okayama district more than a year ago. At first, it was believed to be one person attempting to play the role of a hero without a license. People asserted that there were multiple sightings, though, as more and more were reported. Some reported seeing a small woman, while others reported seeing a large man. They each wore a simple white mask and a Catholic robe. Church of Masks is how the group got its name. To the civilians, at least, the group was harmless, carrying out heroic tasks. The government's lack of recognition was the only distinction. For months, the Japanese government had been attempting to capture the vigilantes, even enlisting the aid of heroes. But every time they were about to capture one, the masked figures managed to evade their view, resulting in numerous fruitless pursuits. Until today, that is. Mount Lady leaned against the prison and said, "Hey, how much do you reckon we'd get paid for turning this guy in?" Checking on Imp and his partner, Kamui lectured her, "The reward we get is knowing we put an end to this man's vigilantism." Mount Lady gave an eye roll. She muttered, "Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Boy Scout," and pulled out her phone to call the police. Despite her silent outrage at the comment, Kamui decided to ignore her. He used his quirk to secure the two robbers, preventing any attempt at escape, after ensuring they were not fatally wounded. The hero then went back to check on his patrol partner to see if she had called the police. He stood facing her and asked, "You called them yet?" Mount Lady said, "Yeah, they're on the way," and put her phone in one of her covert pouches. She knocked on the wooden prison and asked, "So, what should we do with this guy?" Kamui paused for a moment. "Truthfully, I'm not sure. We could wait for reinforcements to apprehend this guy or try to get some answers now while we wait." The thought apparently made Mount Lady jump. "Yeah, if we get this guy to talk, we could get more bonus points with the media." Kamui proposed, "Not what I was thinking of. Let's just settle on waiting for the authorities to get here," as he approached the fallen robbers to administer first aid. She was silent for a few minutes as she looked through her phone before a message appeared. Mount Lady read the notification on her phone and said, "The police say they'll be here in 5 minutes." "Okay," Kamui said, turning to leave. "They usually don't take too long. There must be something else going on that's keeping them busy." Kamui pulled his phone out of his pocket. When he opened it, he discovered multiple messages from another hero. His laugh was weak. "Death Arms is a bit mad that we left him at the cafe with the bill," he said. "Well, it's his fault that he was in the toilet when we saw what was happening." Mount Lady rolled her eyes. "He's a pro hero and shouldn't be making such a fuss." Kamui winced and said, "That's a bit harsh, don't you think?" She mocked the anxious man by saying, "Look, you can make it up with your boyfriend later, all right." Kamui got a tick on his forehead. His teeth were sharp as he yelled, "You know I don't swing that." Mount Lady merely shrugged. Her eyes never leaving her phone, she answered, "Says the guy that's got a bunch of fans but never goes on any dates." Kamui could feel his teeth clenching. This brat had too much nerve at times. Following her debut a few months ago, they had collaborated on numerous operations. Unlike him, she was usually able to get under his skin with her sardonic and easygoing demeanor. The Arbor user paused just before answering the girl's accusation. When Mount Lady looked up from her phone, she saw her partner circling the wooden prison, as she had anticipated his retort. Leaning toward the jail that resembled a ball, he pressed his ear to the wood as though he were listening. Mount Lady followed him after raising an eyebrow and putting her phone away. She said, "What are you doing?" And Kamui silenced her with a single finger lift. Another few seconds went by before Mount Lady became agitated. "What are you listening to?" After a while of silence, Kamui narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Do you hear that?" Despite her inner suspicion that Kamui was playing a practical joke on her, Mount Lady chose to entertain him. She tried to hear what her patrol partner had heard by pressing her ear against the wooden creation. She listened for any odd noises coming from within, but she didn't hear any. She sighed in frustration and moved away from the ball. "If you're trying to mess with me because of that joke about you and Death Arms, you're being childish." Kamui repeated, "But can you hear anything?" while remaining in the same pose. "No, I didn't hear anything," she yelled, her voice ringing with frustration. "Exactly." At that, Mount Lady paused, taking in what he had just said. She paused to consider what she had heard, and she was telling the truth. Nothing was heard by Mount Lady. Leaning back onto the prison, she focused entirely on her sense of hearing. She anticipated hearing the inmate's customary thudding against the prison walls or the sobs or cries of the inmate expressing resignation or apologies. But none of that was there. Hell, there was only silence, not even the sound of breathing. Kamui began frantically removing the wooden planks that surrounded the ball as though he could hear her affirmation. In a sudden display of strength that seemed odd given her build, Mount Lady quickly followed suit, pulling off as many as she could. The pair proceeded to tear off planks until the final one fell, revealing the interior of the now empty shell. "Damn!" swore Kamui, his fists clenched in rage. "How the hell did he get out?" Kamui replied, "He must have a teleportation quirk or something," before reversing course and running to the alleyway's entrance. "He might be close by if there's a distance limit to his teleportation. We gotta search the area." Mount Lady observed her companion use his peculiarity to cling to a building and vanish from view. She looked at the wooden ball that had once housed them, now empty. Before turning away and bolting out of the alleyway, she shrugged and muttered, "I guess they're as elusive as people say there are." With a smile, Mount Lady concluded, her pupils forming yen symbols. "Oh well, more rewards for me when I catch one." But until she was out of sight, the hero failed to notice the eyes that followed her every step. The alleyway was quiet. The only sound coming from the city was that of traffic. This continued for a few seconds until a hand sprang up out of the shadow of the wooden ball. The hand grasped the earth and started to raise itself until its owner appeared out of the darkness. The masked figure from the Church of Masks was the one who managed to pull off this feat. Before turning and heading in the direction of the unconscious imp, the figure looked around for any potential threats. The churchgoer picked up the purse that had been abandoned on the floor and picked it up along with the other things that had been strewn all over the place. Before turning to face the two robbers, it carefully put each one back into the purse. The figure recovered the stolen smartphone from Imp's loose grasp, along with the yen that had belonged to the purse's previous owner. It proceeded to the center of the alleyway, a few meters ahead, on the wooden cocoon that Kamui had constructed after ensuring it had everything. It placed the purse down so that anyone coming through the alleyway could see it easily. It was only a matter of seconds before it became aware of the sirens that were getting closer. The figure moved to the back wall, where there was little light from the sun before gradually fading into the shadows and disappearing from view. It stepped onto the largest shadow, leaving no indication that the Church of Masks ever existed. As numerous teenagers from various schools gathered for a significant event, anxiety and excitement permeated the atmosphere. The UA entrance exam, the last barrier to admission to Japan's top hero academy, was held today. For months, some even years, many had been getting ready for this moment. Everyone wanted to join and become a professional hero, just like All Might, the top hero. Numerous applicants could be recognized in a variety of ways. Some were represented by the size of their bodies, which made them appear larger than others. A smaller group of people had smaller bodies that suggested they were too young to be present. Right now, everyone appeared to be moving into the enormous structure. But many were outside, chatting with friends or simply trying to get themselves in the right frame of mind before going inside. A boy slouching over his phone on one of the distant seats was an illustration of the latter. It appeared as though he was being kept apart from everyone else. It seemed as though people were attempting to avoid him. This was due to the fact that he was a foreigner or that they failed to notice him. The boy looked tall, with broad shoulders and a somewhat slender build. Beyond his darker complexion and black buzzcut, he didn't seem to have many distinguishing features. But what was most unusual about him were his eyes, which, in contrast to others, had a cerulean iris that seemed to glow in a pitch-black sclera. It would seem as though they were looking straight through you, perhaps even into your soul, whenever his eyes seemed to meet another. As he waited for the crowd to disperse, the boy played games on his phone. Every now and then, his gaze would flick up to survey his surroundings before rapidly returning to the gadget. After doing this for a few minutes, he noticed a notification. "Good luck today," Narumi said. "I'm sure you'll succeed. I'm going to watch 3. "Oh yeah," the boy recalled from earlier in the day, "she did say she was here. She claimed to be a judge, right?" He gave a brief, "Thanks," in response before he opened the next message that appeared. "Good luck, Eli. You should have no trouble at all. Additionally, even though it shouldn't be a top priority, please make an effort to make some friends. You shouldn't be alone, in my opinion. Anyway, have fun." This was the 4th time it had been said, and the newly identified Eli sighed slightly at the reminder. Observing the now reduced number of applicants still outside, he rolled his shoulders and leaned back, cracking his back. "Better head in," Eli thought as he got up and began to make his way to the building's doors. "I hope there aren't too many people there." He pictured a big man who smelled like vomit. "I don't want to be forced to sit next to someone unlikable," he thought. He shuddered at the idea, then pushed it away as he walked past the statues of different heroes. "Get out the way, extra!" The sudden shout made Eli wince, and he quickly stepped aside to allow the person to pass. The shouting boy was a teenage boy of average height, with a fair complexion and a lean, muscular build. He had choppy bangs and short, spiky ash-blonde hair that hung over his eyebrows. Additionally, he possessed eyes that were bright red and sharp. Eli watched as the impolite blonde walked past him and vanished into the building. Extra? Eli asked, unsure of the blonde's meaning. What the devil does that mean? Before shrugging, he asked. It appears that many characters will be present today. It's best to avoid him. Are you okay? He was drawn to an event behind him by the worried voice of a young girl. It seems that a boy a few paces behind him was the target of the question rather than him. He saw a teenager with curly green hair who appeared on the verge of falling on his face. That is, if it weren't for a girl carrying his bag. To Eli's surprise, she released her grip rather than pulling him to his feet. The boy began to flail in the air as if he were going to fall, but he managed to avoid hitting the ground. A floating quirk? Eli asked himself as he watched the smiling girl assist the thrashing boy in lowering himself so that his gravity returned. It has to be touch-based. Sorry for using my quirk without asking, she apologized, but if you fell, it would be bad luck, right? The boy could only gaze at her vaguely, so whatever response he might have had seemed to have died off. Without waiting for a response, she continued, Are you nervous? She interrupted the adolescent boy, who appeared to be having difficulty responding, saying, Let's do our best. Good luck. The girl smiled brightly at Eli as she passed him. Eli lowered his head and looked away a little shyly in response. If this turned her off, it didn't show because she continued to smile broadly and went inside. Eli looked at the boy the girl had helped one last time and saw him smiling foolishly while gazing off into space. Eli merely observed for a few seconds before shaking his head and chuckling softly. It appears that Prince Charming is inexperienced with women. He turned to go inside and said, Well, since I'm in the same boat, I shouldn't criticize. I should concentrate on the test. Those two won't let me hear the end of it if I fail. Eli paused at the entrance and gazed up at the large UA logo, allowing himself time to process the impending event. He said to himself, Well, wish me luck, as he started down the path that would determine his future. Did I not have to open my goddamn mouth? As he sat in a huge theater with people seated all around him, Eli swore to himself. After finishing the written exam, they were all currently awaiting the start of the next section of the entrance exam. Eli attempted to sit close to the end but was regrettably forced to sit in the center, with numerous examinees occupying every available space. Eli was forced to have his arm in an awkward position because one of the examinees, who was seated on his left, had unfortunately taken up the entire armrest. Fortunately, the man across from him was considerate enough to give Eli some room. Eli sighed in exhaustion. He glanced at the blond boy next to him and noticed that he was laughing loudly with his friends. If I had a higher charisma, I would ask the guy to gimme some room, but whatever, it's not worth my time to inquire. Shush, look, it's starting. The lights instantly went out as soon as he heard the whisper, leaving everyone in the dark. Confusion reverberated throughout the lecture hall until the stage was illuminated by a brilliant glow from one of the nearby spotlights. The stage was soon completely illuminated by numerous additional lights, which displayed a tall man posing flamboyantly atop a small platform. A large UA was shown on a huge screen behind him at the far end of the hall. Emblem. Eli immediately recognized the man as Present Mike, a pro hero who hosted his Guardian's preferred radio station. The man had the appearance of a rocker because he was dressed in an upturned black jacket, leather pants, and matching boots. Additionally, a pair of orange sunglasses and a waterfall of spiky blonde hair that rose in a manner that reminded Eli of a bird concealed his ears. His bright smile was topped off with a mustache and black fingerless gloves. Present Mike yelled excitedly, "Welcome to my live show today for all you listeners tuning in," as a large speaker was fastened around his neck to enhance his speech. He roared into the microphone, "Let's get that blood pumping," before pointing out to the stunned audience. "Everybody say, hey." All of the examinees were too stunned to answer, so his only response was silence. The loud hero just shook his head in defeat, apparently unconcerned by this. "Then I'll quickly give the rundown on the practical exam," he said with another beaming smile, pointing out to the audience. What a refined response. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." Once more, his only response was silence. The pro hero, however, appeared totally unfazed and started explaining the exam. As the hero began to explain, a screen behind him showed 7 blocks numbered A through G. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this, they said. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Okay. Now that the audience had once again decided to remain silent, Eli was beginning to feel bad. He made the decision to spend some time reading the pamphlet he had received earlier, which stated that he would be located in Battle Center F. Present Mike continued, looking around the audience. There are 3 different types of faux villains stationed in each battle center. 3 blacked out but recognizable silhouettes appeared on the screen above him, numbered 1 through 3, circling a tiny city model. You earn points for each of them based on their difficulty level. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the faux villains. There's fighting, of course, Eli said, rolling his eyes indifferently. Ultimately, that seems to be the essence of being a hero, isn't it? Eli listened to the pro-hero's explanation, occasionally focusing on specifics but mostly ignoring them. But when he saw a Super Mario silhouette stomping on the previously displayed fake villains and running around, he instantly sat up. To his guardian's dismay, he had recently developed a passion for gaming and was currently playing every classic video game. Present Mike pointed a finger and waved as though reprimanding a child, warning the audience, of course, targeting other examinees and other unheroic behavior is prohibited from the crowd. A sharp, direct voice interrupted, "May I ask a question?" Eli looked over at the examinee, who was standing close to the middle of the hall. When paired with his suit, the boy's sleek black hair and rectangular half-rimmed glasses gave him a very serious appearance. Eli looked at the sheet of paper as he yelled, "On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes." As he spoke, his hands made almost robotic movements that emphasized what he was saying. Then he glared at another section of the audience behind him. "In addition, you over there with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately." Before a few snickers erupted in the crowd, Eli heard a little, "Sorry," and couldn't help but frown. This even made the blonde next to him laugh, and he and his friends laughed mockingly. From Eli's other side came a quiet, gentle voice that said, "That was pretty rude." He could have asked more politely. This was Eli's first opportunity to examine the man beside him in greater detail. Even the tallest and most muscular examinees could not match the boy's size for his age. The majority of his face was hidden by his forward-swept, pale gray hair. Additionally, he had a mask that appeared to cover his entire body, from the base of his neck to just below his eyes. His 6 arms, connected by a web of skin, were his most distinctive feature, though. Eli nodded subtly in response to the remark, but he drew back when the bigger man saw and looked at him. After seemingly staring at Eli for a while, the boy nodded back and turned back to the stage. Eli let out a little sigh of relief, picturing the worst-case scenario and being relieved it didn't come to pass. Present Mike calmly opened with, okay, examinee 7111, drawing everyone's focus back to himself. "Thanks for the great message. But the 4th faux villain variety gets you 0 points. He's more of an obstacle. Have you all played Super Mario Bros.?" Eli nodded his head in response to the question, thinking, "You goddamn right, I have. Beat it several times." As Present Mike was explaining, a 4th outline appeared on the screen. However, this one was enormous. Mario ran away in the other direction as soon as it got to his model position. "It's like a thwomp," the pro hero went on. "At each venue, there's only one. Something that's sole purpose is to rampage around in close quarters." The examinee with the glasses said, "So, it is something that should be avoided," and then bowed. He said, "Thank you very much, I am sorry for the disturbance." And he sat down, removing the spotlight. Eli arched an eyebrow at the new information. That was not very logical. The goal of the earlier fake villains was to calculate the total number of points earned in order to gauge an examinee's fighting prowess. But it was to force the examinee to flee, for this villain? I take it that this was meant to be a hero's exam. What was the purpose of assessing an examinee's capacity for retreat or disengagement, then? Was it to identify the examinees who would not follow instructions or to eliminate the stubborn ones? Hold on. Eli muttered to himself. He didn't explicitly say we had to avoid the 4th villain, did he? As he considered the meaning of the statement. Regretfully, he was unaware that the boy in the mask next to him had heard him and glanced at him. Present Mike exclaimed with the biggest smile he had yet to display, "Finally, I'll give you listeners a present. Our school motto. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes," Napoleon Bonaparte once remarked. "Go beyond. Plus ultra." The words flashed across the screen behind him in dazzlingly vivid colors. With a carnivalesque smile, the pro hero concluded, "Now, everyone, good luck suffering. Itsuka Kendo wouldn't typically describe herself as someone who experiences anxiety frequently. The majority of people, on the other hand, would describe her as a lively individual who was highly optimistic. Today, however, was completely different. Anxiety struck her as she stood in front of the enormous steel gates, and months of intense study and training had not prepared her for it. The sounds of the pretend villains reverberated past the barriers, and she could already feel her heart threatening to burst from her chest. Kendo tried to distract herself while she stretched her muscles in an attempt to control her emotions. As she lowered herself into a deep thigh stretch on the ground, she spent some time scouting her opponents. She had learned from her teacher at the dojo to be aware of her surroundings and, if possible, to always go into a fight with a plan. Her teal eyes looked around, taking in the more prominent members of the crowd. She saw various things, including a boy with a head like an insect's with mandibles, a girl with thorny vines for hair, and a girl with earplugs jutting from her earlobes. She paused on a foreigner with a dark complexion as her gaze wandered among the many examinees. He was dressed simply in purple pants with a single black stripe down the side and a black singlet. Additionally, his left arm was completely covered in bandages that ran from his fingertips to his shoulder. He was standing in the farthest corner, out of sight, leaning back against the wall with his hands in his pockets. He remained motionless, his eyes shut as though he were asleep. The fact that a foreigner was taking the entrance exam startled Kendo. It wasn't because of racism, but rather because, generally speaking, foreigners would only be taken into consideration if they transferred from another prestigious institution. Since Japan didn't exactly have the best record when it came to dealing with other countries, it was also rather uncommon to see foreigners living here. Some places still didn't particularly welcome foreigners, even though racism had undoubtedly decreased globally since the introduction of quirks. As someone who was genuinely curious about other cultures and aspired to travel when she grew older, Kendo herself did not fit into this category. She therefore had a list of places she wanted to see, including Europe, but she was also very interested in visiting Africa and America. As though sensing a pair of alien eyes on him, the foreigner opened his eyes and swiveled his head toward Kendo. Kendo couldn't help but feel a little enthralled and uneasy by the way his eyes looked when they met hers. The boy's pupils appeared to be emphasized and brightened by the black sclera surrounding them, which gave them a regal yet menacing glow. Kendo's enchantment was broken when the boy turned his head away before she could look any closer. Kendo silently scolded herself for what had just transpired and shook her head. That was strange. The teenager felt awkward about what had happened and thought, I didn't mean to stare for that long. In order to apologize, she made another attempt to get his attention. But he closed his eyes, refusing to look again, and reverted to his previous state. Kendo wondered if she should approach him and have a conversation with him, thinking, maybe he's not the social type. But before she could execute that strategy, Present Mike's voice could be heard over the speaker. Okay, start. The enormous gate, which had been closed, had suddenly opened, revealing the fictitious city. Confused as to whether the exam had begun at all, none of the examinees moved. After hearing the words, well, what are you waiting for? Real life doesn't have a start button. All of the candidates turned around and hurried into the city. One of the first to emerge, Kendo had already gone through the gate, followed by a few others. To her astonishment, the foreigner was not present when she took one final glance at him. She quickly brushed the boy's disappearance from her mind and turned her attention to the more pressing task. As she ran through the city, she told herself, come on, Kendo, don't focus on others. Focus on your own performance. All I have to do is make sure I hit as many of these things as I can. The moment she had this thought, a green and black robot that resembled a tortoise leapt in front of her and threw its fist at her. Kendo followed her instincts and lowered herself low enough for the punch to go through her. She could feel the wind blowing past her and knew that being struck by one of these things would undoubtedly hurt. Before using her quirk and spreading her hands to propel the robot's body into a wall, she swiftly positioned herself in an appropriate position. The force of her actions was sufficient to shatter the robot's outer shell completely, rendering it immobile. Standing above the shattered robot, she watched it for any unexpected movements. Eyeing the number sprayed on the side of the machine, she thought to herself, these things are much easier to take down than I thought. That was a two-pointer, wasn't it? Before turning and running deeper into the city. If things continue this way, I might actually pass, she said in a whisper, her confidence restored. Eli sliced off the limbs of a spider like fake villain, causing it to fall on its side as he slid past it. Eli was able to disable it by stabbing it through the head as a result. He paused to examine the hissing corpse of the robot and noticed that the number 3 was etched on its metallic midsection. As other examinees hurried around trying to score more points, Eli mentally added up, That puts me up to 18 points. Only a few minutes had passed since the exam began, and it was evident that certain test takers were having more difficulty than others. According to appearances, it came down to the examinees' struggles with the robots and their peculiarities. Naturally, the examinees had the most trouble with the three-pointer because it appeared to be stronger and faster than the others, which led some children to form teams against them. This level isn't too difficult, huh? Eli thought to himself. I don't think I even need anathema for this, as he held the sword in his hand. The blade of the black sword was dotted with various shades of blue. The weapon featured a dark red jewel embedded in the center of an elaborate crossguard that was spread out like a leaf. It would be an understatement to say that the sword was exquisite, as every single detail appeared to have been meticulously crafted. The most striking aspect of it, though, was what caused the other examinees to look twice. It was hard to tell if the endless black, smoke-like substance that appeared to materialize out of the blade was made of gas or smoke or was a physical being. Eli glanced around. Before heading in the direction where he could hear the most fighting, he told himself, there's probably over 6 minutes remaining. That's more than enough time to get some more points. He heard metal clanking behind him as he ran, and when he turned, he saw a short green robot approaching him with a dangerously gleaming red eye. A robot with a similar physique smashed through a building in front of Eli at the same time, intending to ambush him with a pincer-like movement. Eli was unfazed by this and accelerated to get ahead of the robot that was attempting to surprise him. Then he turned and sliced through it like butter with anathema, then threw the sword at the approaching robot. Anathema stuck itself into a nearby wall and pierced right through the robot's metal hide before it could react. Eli rushed to the blade and quickly withdrew it without pausing to celebrate. He was about to venture deeper into the confusion when he heard a little shout nearby. He looked over and saw a young man with big tufts of untidy, indigo-colored hair. At the moment, he was up against two bots. A 1 was painted on one of them, and a 3 was painted on the middle of the larger robot. Things weren't going well for him, judging by the cuts and bruises and the way the boy was holding his shoulder. Eli will acknowledge that he didn't initially intend to assist his fellow examinee. His initial goal was to determine whether the machines would genuinely attempt to harm an examinee, even if they were gravely wounded and unable to protect themselves. But when Eli noticed the three-pointer preparing its shots, he sprang into action. Before the robot realized what had happened, he sprinted towards the three-pointer, vanished from his position, and slashed the head off of it. The one-pointer shifted its focus from the injured examinee to Eli and charged at him. Eli used his prior momentum to spin like a helicopter in a circle, tearing off pieces of metal until the little robot toppled over and stopped moving. Eli halted his movement and looked at the purple-haired examinee after confirming that the robots were not rising again. He started to inquire about the examinee's well-being but halted when he noticed the adolescent giving him a fierce look. Between his eyes and the black smoky sword Eli was holding, the boy's eyes appeared to be blazing with hatred. He appeared to be clenching his teeth as though he wanted to speak urgently but was holding himself back. Eli had no idea how he ended up on this man's shit list, but he had no intention of staying to find out. Ignoring the glare the examinee was giving him, he turned away and began to run to a location he was certain hadn't been cleared yet. Eli muttered, "Wonder what bothered him so much," as he turned the corner and saw more phony villains. Oh well, hopefully, I don't run into him anytime soon. A one-pointer robot had attempted to ambush Eli, but Eli dodged its swing and then cleaved through its midsection in retaliation. The surrounding fake villains became aware of this and began charging aggressively at the dark-skinned examinee. Eli stated, there should only be a few more minutes left for the exam, as he prepared by assuming his fighting stance. He concluded, I might be able to pass this level with a reasonable score. Then, with a dexterity that is unusual for regular examinees, he crashed into the villains and tore through them. Different silhouettes watched and analyzed the exam in a dark room not far from Eli's location. The TV screens that displayed several perspectives of the different test locations were the only source of light coming from them. One of the observers, who was shaped like a mouse, remarked, the examinees clearly have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. An examinee with arms that resembled wings was displayed on one screen. Earlier in the day, Eli had been seated next to the same boy in the auditorium. Some use information gathering. The boy with the rigid glasses from earlier was depicted in the next one. While others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers. Another depicted a blonde examinee using his stomach to blast another robot. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage. On one screen, a blonde with a snarky smile was destroying robots one after another. And a pure power and combat ability. One of the voluptuous-shaped silhouettes appeared to be gazing only at a picture of Eli running around. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. This year's group looks promising, remarked a spectator, who was dressed like a cowboy. One of the other observers reached for a big red button and said, "Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over." They hit the button and said, "The real test has yet to come. Let's see how they react." Eli had been looking for and eliminating robots for the past few minutes. To his dismay, he had eliminated a few more robots, but the majority had been one-pointers. Eli honestly couldn't remember how many points he had received. At 34 points, he lost himself after annihilating a sizable contingent of robots. He questioned whether that was sufficient. He apparently didn't have the most points in this arena, as he learned from the scores of other applicants. That distinction goes to a girl with hair covered in thorny vines. But he was close, based on what he could tell. Since this was only one of 7 arenas, he could still fail, of course. In other words, even if he had the highest score here, there was a chance that others in other arenas might be outperforming him. All of them might receive scores that are below average. One of the examinees pointed a finger in a particular direction and exclaimed, "Oh shit, what's that thing?" Turning around, the group of examinees in the vicinity saw the largest robot yet seen. The enormous fake villain easily dwarfed the nearby buildings because it was at least a few stories high. Eli considered the robot's size and thought, so that's the 0-pointer. Looks like the boss of this level, for sure. Many applicants were terrified or aware that the robot was worthless points as soon as it was in plain sight. In an attempt to escape the giant as soon as possible, they turned tail and fled. They did not include Eli. Present mic blasted, less than 2 minutes left, over speakers positioned all over the city. Eli remained still as the enormous robot pounded closer and closer, its every step producing a resounding thud. He disregarded the strange glances he was receiving from evading examinees, who probably thought he was stunned by the size and possible destruction of the robot. "It's larger than I anticipated." He noted the robot's enormous size as it began to charge down the street, pursuing prospective students from UA, probably intended to mimic users of giant-type quirk. With a massive blocky head and enormous robotic arms built to tear apart buildings, the machine was taller than the most noticeable structure in the made-up city. In the center of its square face was a single glowing eye that darted about, gathering data on everything in its vicinity. "I should be at a high enough level, even though it might be strong. It's just a bot, after all," Eli thought, his eyes growing more intense and sharp. He experienced a craving in his stomach that he hadn't had in a while. "So, should I take it down?" A hunger that demanded that it be fed. He gripped anathema tightly as he licked the corner of his lip. A voice cried out, "Help, someone help," and then vanished almost as the behemoth's footsteps did. "Please, I need help." Eli noticed 2 examinees on the side of a building. One was the ginger-haired girl who had been staring at him prior to the exam, and the other was a fairly tall boy with big, thick lips. Eli initially questioned why, in contrast to many other applicants, they weren't fleeing from the 0-pointer. But as soon as he noticed that the thick-lipped boy's lower half was trapped beneath a pile of debris, he had his answer. The girl was trying to remove her fellow examinee completely, but she was holding up a pillar that had fallen on him. Once more, she cried out, "Please, I need help," as she began to lose her hold and collapsed to her knees. Eli looked at the robot for a few moments, unsure of whether he should go assist or just deal with the enormous robot. He paused, then exhaled deeply before making his way to the girl in need of help. It was a near miss. As he ran, he took deep breaths to regain his composure. "I nearly lost myself. I haven't felt that way in a very long time. I don't think that would have been worth the trouble." When her cries for assistance had been answered, Kendo had never been happier. She was taken aback, though, that the foreigner from earlier was the one who had come to offer assistance. Before beginning to push downward, Eli silently inserted his dark sword between the debris and the boy's leg. At last, he possessed sufficient strength to raise the debris holding the boy in place, creating the opportunity for the boy to break free. Nevertheless, it was not that simple. The big teenager appeared to have no reaction to his newfound independence. He simply sat there, mumbling to himself as though he had just woken up from a nap, and stared off into space. "I don't wanna. Goo. To school. Today." Kendo yelled, "Hey, get out of there," as the strain began to wear him down. She shouted, "We have to move. The 0-pointer has almost reached us." And she was right. They were just a few giant steps away from the enormous machine. The boy did not respond, however, It must be his quirk, the African said, deeper than she had anticipated but almost too soft for Kendo to hear. If there was blood or a bruise on his head, then it would probably be a concussion. Kendo tightened her jaw. It wouldn't be that simple, of course. She was exerting every ounce of her strength to prevent the fallen pillar. Additionally, it appeared that the person assisting was struggling to drag the examinee away and muster enough strength to give the big boy room. Come on, think, Kendo. As she was thinking that, the Pilar's weight abruptly dropped, nearly sending her reeling backward. A medium-height girl with green, thorny vines for hair, one set wrapped around her forehead multiple times, caught her attention as she turned around. Might I be of assistance? The girl said, her hands in the position of prayer. Without waiting for a response, her hair spread out and encircled the debris, removing the shattered pieces of the structure that held the reticent candidate in place. Without saying a word, Kendo and Eli swiftly dragged the bigger boy away and raised him up by putting an arm around their shoulder. Then, with each step kicking up dust and hammering on the ground, they felt the enormous robot almost on top of them. In an attempt to clear enough ground away from the destructive nature of the enormous obstacle, the group of UA candidates fled as quickly as they could. The giant fake villain was nipping at their heels, and they had no idea how long they had been running. But at last, Present Mike's voice boomed through the speakers, making what seemed like minutes seem like only a few seconds. Time's up. When the enormous zero-pointer just froze in place and shut off, Kendo felt a wave of relief. The older boy was still acting very strangely, talking to himself and having trouble standing, so she and the foreigner put him down. By announcing through the speaker, "All right, boys and girls, that concludes today's festivities. Please stand by for our staff if you're injured and need medical attention. If not, you can head on out of here." Present Mike allayed everyone's fears. Saying, "Oh, that was close." Kendo fell to her knees. The physical and psychological effects of the exam were just beginning to set in. She admitted that she didn't really accumulate many points, about 25, and was a little concerned about whether she had earned enough. Despite her disappointment, she knew she had given it her all. While destroying robots may not have earned her many points, at least she ensured that no one was harmed. That was the point of being a hero, after all. She looked at the boy who had arrived to assist, but he had already departed, probably leaving as soon as the announcement was over. He could have at least said something before leaving, Kendo muttered, her voice a little irritated. The Vine girl, who appeared beside her holding 2 water bottles, answered in a quiet voice. He seemed to be in a hurry. She offered her a bottle and remarked, he might have an event he can't afford to miss. "Ah, thank you." Kendo grinned and relented. "Oh well, you might be right. Oh, by the way, thanks for coming in when you did. We were in a tough spot there." As an unusual light began to shine on her, the girl said, "You're welcome. The book says to not only look after your own interests but also the interests of others." "What's the source of that light?" Kendo dismissed the idea with a shake of her head. "I'm Kendo Itsuka, by the way. Nice to meet you." She extended her hand to the other girl. She smiled, took Kendo's hand, and shook it, saying, "I'm Shiozaki Ibara." "Likewise." "Wah!" Astonished exclamation echoed through the atmosphere. A high school girl exclaimed, "It tastes so good," as she gushed about the flavor of the chocolate piece. Her friend, who was standing beside her, grinned and said, "I know, right? The way it just melts in your mouth is crazy. I told you this place was great. Here, try this one. It's totally the best one," she exclaimed as she snatched up a tiny pink chocolate flower that was adorned with crystals of various colors. She shoved it into her pal's grasp. The girl nearly recoiled at the burst of flavor that hit her tongue as she bit down on the chocolate flower. After enjoying it for a while, she turned to face her friend, who was wearing a confident expression as though she was anticipating an inevitable event. The girl simply shrugged her shoulders. As if slapped, her friend flinched at the remark. "It was good. But not as good as the first, though." "What? Are you insane? How is Carmela better than this?" She pointed to the red rose she had previously consumed and replied, "I don't know. It just doesn't hit as much as the red rose." Inquiring as to whether she had lost her mind, her friend arched an eyebrow. As she opened her mouth to reply, the woman behind the counter intervened. The young lady had bright turquoise eyes and was of average height. People questioned whether or not her shoulder-length white hair was natural because it was flecked with a few distinct traces of a crimson color. She completed her ensemble with a pair of rectangular, red-framed glasses, which only served to heighten her intelligence. She attracted the attention of the two girls by saying, every customer has different tastes. For example, one might feel connected to a certain type of chocolate, while others might prefer something different. She concluded with a radiant smile, here at Charity's Delight, we know this, which is why we have such a large range of sweets, so everyone can find their favorite. The woman's speech and her smile, which seemed to glow with joy, enthralled the two girls. The girls looked at one another, and then one of them sighed. She grumbled, of course, I know that, but she always has the worst taste, before putting her hand to her mouth to block out her friend's voice and leaning towards the counter. In a voice her friend could easily hear, she whispered, especially in terms of fashion. The woman behind the counter covered her mouth in a little giggle. The friend merely rolled his eyes in response, then turned to face the counter. She reached for her purse and inquired, how much for a bag of red roses? The woman behind the counter gave a headshake. Since you are a new customer, I'll do you a favor and today, let you have a bag for free. Wah, really? Both girls exclaimed, incredulously. Of course, she said, grinning. That is only if you promise to come again. The girl grinned back as the woman behind the counter pulled out a small bag and started stuffing it full of the tiny red chocolates. Oh, we're definitely coming back, she said. The two high school students left the store with smiles on their faces and bags of candy in their hands after a brief handover. As she shut the front door behind them and changed the sign from open to closed, marking the end of another workday, they waved goodbye to the woman. To get rid of all the nicks on her body, the woman rolled her shoulders. She then proceeded to each table, neatly and systematically stacking the chairs on top. As she watched passers-by pass the store, some pausing to gaze at the sweets on display, she reflected, to think I've been here for over a year now. Her job at the store was intended to be more of a side gig when she first started, so she wouldn't have to rely on her father's wealth. It was meant to sustain her until she was able to secure a position as a school teacher. She did, however, find herself growing increasingly attached to the store and its patrons over time. She was aware of her father's disapproval, who told her to concentrate on her work as a schoolteacher. But this was one of the few things she didn't follow his instructions on. Her thoughts were cut short when a gruff, gravelly voice reverberated throughout the store. Before a different voice in a similar tone continued, it said in broken Japanese, Fuyumi good. No worry about clean up. Fuyumi, go. Hog and Grog deal with clean. When the now famous Fuyumi turned around, she saw two massive figures that resembled mutants. The first thing that struck me was that they both had rocky exteriors, with skin that was rough and jagged, like the surface of a craggy mountain. They were slouched so low that their long arms nearly touched the floor, as if they were carrying something on their backs. They had no hair on their bodies or heads, and their faces were as hard and rock-like as their skin. They looked intimidating all around. Given their size and structure, they were more than capable of injuring someone if they so desired. They are like those rock trolls that her brother, Natsuo, battled in his video games, if Fuyumi may put it that way. With a smile, Fuyumi said, I can't do that, Grog. You guys are always cleaning up, and went on with her work. Grog shook his head, his face streaked with red. No, Fuyumi, go home, rest. He lowered his voice and grunted. In an attempt to soothe someone, she said softly, Grog, I've still got a few minutes until the end of my shift. No, Grog said, nearly shouting. He started to say, you res, but was cut off when a rough hand struck the back of his head. Gazing at his brother, Hog reprimanded, don't yell at Fuyumi. He had a blue streak across his face, unlike his twin. Don't be mean. Prior to Fuyumi intervening, Grog appeared prepared to retaliate with a fist. She chastised the brothers in a gentle yet firm manner, saying, boys, please don't fight. If you want me to go then, that's fine, but there's no start fighting amongst each other. Grog, if you wanted to clean, you should have just asked nicely, okay? Grog lowered his head and gave a shy nod. Okay. Good, she said with a nod. She smiled and walked to the staff room, saying, then I'll leave you, boys, to it. And thanks for taking over. I owe you two a meal. Before they began cleaning up, she heard the two respond with a sour tone. The twins could be quite obstinate in obtaining what they wanted, so she learned early on to avoid having too many arguments with them. It, strangely enough, included cleaning the shop. Had she never come here, she probably would have avoided this strange pair. However, they were a charming couple in spite of their intimidating appearance. As she walked through the staff room, Fuyumi waved and grinned at the few employees who were still there and wrapping up their tasks. She then proceeded to the locker room and paused at the compartment where her name was displayed. She heard someone come in, so she opened her locker and grabbed what she needed. She looked over and saw that it was one of the younger employees, who had only been there for a month or so. When the young boy saw the manager, he smiled and exclaimed, "Oh, hello, Todoroki-san." Fuyumi smiled in response. "Hello to you too, Yamaguchi-san. How have you been? The twins aren't working you too hard, are they?" The boy gave a little wince. "Haha, not really, though, they can get a bit angry when you don't do things exactly as they tell you." Fuyumi was aware of the boy's topic. Pog and Grog were in charge of storage at Charity's Delight, and they took their responsibilities very seriously, despite their unimpressive looks and small vocabulary. To the boss's chagrin, they are so serious that they have scared off a number of new hires. Don't let them get you. While they might act tough, they're a bunch of softies. Yeah, well, I just wish they'd stop calling me Greenhorn all the time. Fuyumi covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed softly. The boy merely moaned when she said, "Yeah, they're probably not gonna stop until someone new applies." After a few minutes of small talk, Fuyumi decided it was time to leave after checking the time. "Well, Yamaguchi-san, my shift has officially finished, so I'll just report to the boss if he's here." Yamaguchi pointed to the storage and said, "Oh yeah, he arrived not long ago. He's at the back with Komi." After thanking him, Fuyumi went to the storage area and saw a man with dark skin assisting a young person with Down syndrome with stocking the shelves. She observed the man respectfully and gently gave the younger worker instructions as they worked together. The young boy appeared to be having a great time with the older man, and she couldn't help but smile. The man was well-groomed, tall, and muscular. His sleek, dark blue dreadlocks with a yellow headband were his most distinctive feature. He was not Japanese, as evidenced by his dark complexion, golden yellow eyes, and clean-shaven beard. The young person noticed Fuyumi first. He waved and grinned at her, and she waved back. The man pretended to be surprised and worried as he turned to face her. "Quick, Komi, hide the sparklers. That lady looks like a load of trouble." Fuyumi shook her head and Komi laughed, both happy to be part of the joke. She responded, much to Komi's delight, "Please stop teaching him your silly antics. I don't want him to pick up any bad habits." Komi now felt like a true insider. "Got a minute, boss?" "Yeah," the boss said, giving Komi a shoulder pat. The compliment made Komi smile. "Buddy, you can head on home now. You did great work today, as always," he said. The boss asked, "If your brother's not coming, do you need anyone to walk you home?" "Maybe the twins." Komi simply shook his head and left, waving to both of his superiors. Fumui grinned as the boss reached his full height, matching her father's. "He really seems to be enjoying himself compared to before," she said. The supervisor said, "Yeah, he just needed some time to settle in and for someone to give him a chance," while continuing to observe Komi's exit. "It's difficult to prove your usefulness when everyone looks down on you, for something out of your control." Fumui merely hummed in response. She could only imagine how difficult it must have been for Komi to deal with both having Down syndrome and being eccentric. In the modern world, it would be difficult to have just one of those conditions, let alone both. Yes, he was not favored by Fuyumi. Well, luckily, he has you and everyone in the store to help him. The manager merely grinned to himself. After a brief period of silence, one of the twins' loud voices could be heard coming from the storefront. "Mini boss is back." The boss picked up the box he and Komi were working on and put it on one of the shelves, saying, "Looks like Eli's back." Fuyumi's gaze expanded. "Oh, didn't he have the UA entrance exam today?" "Yeah, he wasn't interested in trying out for the hero course, but we convinced him otherwise." With worried eyes, she questioned, "Are you sure it's a good idea to be pressuring him to become a hero? Wouldn't it be better for him to choose the hero path by himself instead of pushing him?" The man sighed and said, "The problem with that is that Eli's the type of guy who would rather stay in his own bubble and never interact with anyone or seek out a goal. He'd rather stay home and close himself from the world than go out and make connections like he's supposed to at his age." "Well, couldn't he still do that in the general studies course?" "That was the plan, but Narumi convinced me otherwise, saying that most of the general studies class is filled with kids who don't make the cut for the hero course. Most of them sulking at their failure to get in and, Despite best efforts, they tend to take it out on other students in class. In order to get to another area of the storage, the boss picked up another box. So she suggested the hero course. Not only will he be surrounded by promising kids, but he might also get influenced by them and get some ambition. Fuyumi's eyebrow went up. How do you manage to convince him to take the exam? The man took a moment to respond. As the person they were discussing walked through the doorway, Fuyumi couldn't help but laugh. Said I'd buy him a new game if he got in. Yo, Eli said nonchalantly in his deep yet gentle voice. Saying, hello, Eli-san, Fuyumi. How was the exam? Eli barely raised his shoulders in a shrug. It was all right, I guess. Nothing special. Was it hard? Nah, Eli said with a headshake. Just a written exam and a physical one, where we had to beat some robots. The boss of the store asked, returning to them, did you make any friends? Eli said, nope. With a P. The man raised an eyebrow and asked, did you try? Not really. He shrugged and gave an honest response. The man sighed once more. You know I told you that you should try to make friends, right? I don't want you to be by yourself at school. Sorry, can you promise me that? Eli gave a frustrated snort. Geez, Adrian, what's got you so pushy all of a sudden? A tick spurt appeared on the forehead of the now identified Adrian. It's because if I don't say something, you'd just sit around not do it. Silently observing the conversation, Fuyumi couldn't contain her laughter. She observed that this was a common occurrence in the twosomes' relationship. Adrian would try to encourage Eli to interact with people and be more outspoken. When instructed to do something he didn't want to do, Eli would act in a different way. The two would frequently argue, one-sidedly, which some would view as unhealthy. But Fuyumi could see that the two loved each other after spending so much time with them. Their arguments resembled those of a brother and brother rather than a guardian in their ward. Anyway, shouldn't Todoroki-san be heading home? Eli interrupted Fuyumi as she was thinking about something else. Most of the staff are heading out, and the twins are starting to get grouchy. The boy was correct, Adrian realized as he looked at the wall clock. Oh, it's that time already, he thought as he looked at the girl. Ignoring Eli's irate whimper, Adrian said, Todoroki, I'm sorry to have kept you here. You can go home. Eli and I can finish up here. Fuyumi said, thanks, boss, with a smile. Though I came to remind you that I'm not coming in tomorrow, as I'm spending the day with my mother. Yes, I remember, Adrian said, giving a nod. You told me this a few days ago. No need to worry, I'm sure the shop can manage a day without my number 2 here to lead. Fuyumi couldn't help but sigh in relief. Not because she was afraid he would break his word, but because she knew he wasn't that kind of guy. However, she simply needed to make sure that everything was okay because she hadn't seen her mother in almost 2 months. As she disappeared from the doorway, she waved to the two and said, great, thanks, boss. I'll see you next week. They waved back. Eli glanced at his phone and hummed, it's been a while since I've seen Todoroki take a break. You normally force her to work every day. Adrian pursed his lips and said, always with jabs, ain't ya? As he checked to make sure he had everything, he said, and you know that's not true. If she wanted to leave, I'd let her. However, she is a diligent worker and very reliable, so it would definitely be a major loss if she left. That's true. After all, she was your first employee, so having her leave would suck. For a few moments, Aldrin remained silent as he considered what had just been said. When he called her a valuable member, he wasn't merely being kind. Other than Eli, she was the only one who actually cared about his store. Since it was a small business and wasn't making much money at first, a lot of people came to apply for jobs but left because the pay was low. However, Fuyumi had remained throughout the conflict, even coming in during downtime to assist in restoring the facility to operational condition. She became a valued employee of the store as a result, and she also unintentionally won the African man's favor, something that very few people have done. When a tiny chime sounded from the watch he wore, a birthday present from his girlfriend, Aldrin blinked. Aldrin looked at the time and said, oh, we better head off. It'll be dark if we stay any longer. Can you put this last box away? I'll just go check that everything's prepared for tomorrow, and the twins are suited for tonight. As Aldrin left the room to complete his task, Eli gave him a nod. Eli put his phone back in his pocket and let out the little yawn that had been building. He heard an audible crack from his knee as he bent down to retrieve the package Adrian had told him to put away. Ow, he said with a wince, straightening up and kicking out his legs. As he bent and pulled his foot to his buttocks in a quad stretch, he thought, I guess it's been a while since I've moved around so much. Al said he won't need me for the store, so I'm lucky to have a few days off. Tonight, I might be able to 100% one of my games. In anticipation, he thought as he picked up the box and moved it to its designated location. Eli's favorite pastime and passion was gaming, and he was what you would call a hardcore gamer. Aldrin's girlfriend, who had purchased the newest console and a few well-known games for it, introduced him. What began as a hobby became something Adrian did virtually all of his time on, much to his horror and amusement. The sense of achievement he got from finishing a quest or an interesting story made him adore it. Naturally, there were times when he was so enraged by certain parts that he nearly broke his controller, but when he succeeded, it only made him feel better. The sense of escape that video games provided was another factor in his enjoyment of gaming. Where, after a long day of trying to blend in at middle school, he could put on the shoes of a fictional character and forget about all his problems. Action-adventure games were his favorite because he would lose himself in the game's world and forget about the outside world. It provided a sense of comfort, allowing him to return home, kick his shoes, and play a good game. It was one of his greatest pleasures. And he would never stop, even if people referred to it as a childish pastime. Aldrin called out, "Hey, Eli," throughout the shop. "I'm at the front. Let's get going." Eli slung his bag over his shoulder and hurried to where it was. Before shutting off the light and leaving, he took one final glance around, checking for anything that might be amiss. He felt a tiny smile appear on his normally expressionless face and thought, maybe I should sink my teeth into Metal Gear tonight. Japan gradually calmed down as night fell, with many returning home to sleep and spend time with their loved ones. Like many other prefectures, Okayama was also becoming quieter as lights in various homes gradually became more visible, signifying that people were lounging at home. Furthermore, streetlights were positioned throughout the streets to provide illumination for the few people who were still traveling home or to other locations. As the darkness gradually began to catch up with them, Eli and Adrian were among the few who fell into the former category as they made their way home. Wait, really? Bigger than a building? Yep, Eli replied, referring to the enormous robot that scored 0 points on the test. Smashed through everything in its path. Damn, UA must have a bunch of cash lying around to get all that stuff, Adrian said. Tell me about it. Adrian turned his head slightly and asked, were you able to take it out? Nah, Eli shook his head in response. Didn't need to. Also, if I had so, it would have caused some unnecessary attention. Adrian hummed, looking up at the sky. Good choice, he said. The last thing we need right now is to draw too much attention. We don't know who's watching. Eli nodded, but his attention was on his phone, where he was currently killing time with a mobile game. After a few minutes of strolling in peaceful silence, they noticed their home a few blocks away. Adrian exclaimed, "Home sweet home," as he took in the African's house. Still takes me a while to get used to that. The house was about the same size as those around it, not particularly large but more than adequate for habitation. It was a 2-story apartment building with a sturdy foundation provided by the brown bricks outside. The house was undoubtedly unfashionable. In fact, it was almost unadorned, but it appeared to blend in with the neighborhood. Adrian called out to Eli, "Oh, look who's here to greet us," and he nodded toward the top of the building. A figure wearing a hooded, plain mask and a pure white robe stood on the slanted roof. This person was the same member of the Church of Masks who had gotten into a fight with Kamui and Mount Lady earlier in the day. In a rather dramatic fashion, the figure jumped off the building and landed in front of the 2 Africans after standing there and observing them. Head low in what appeared to be genuine reverence, it landed and knelt down before the 2, like a bow. The clothed man remained in this position for a moment before the person stood up and leapt back onto the roof, cleanly vanishing from view. As always, those guys take their jobs very seriously, Adrian said after laughing. While he removed keys from his pocket, he questioned, but weren't they only supposed to keep watch around the nearby area? Not become a known group of vigilantes? Eli replied, you were the one who suggested they should keep an eye out for any danger, and he followed the older man inside the house. After removing his shoes and placing the keys on the hook, Adrian laughed and said, you also said they should start acting like a neighborhood watch, and do something when someone was in trouble, instead of ignoring it. Yay, but I wasn't expecting things to escalate and for them to be considered an infamous vigilante group. Well, since it was your idea, you're responsible for it. The ward and guardian walked through the house. In contrast to the outside, the interior was tastefully furnished, with a variety of artwork and furnishings that added a cozy glow to the space. The house felt cozy and homey even though it didn't have anything particularly fancy. Declaring, "I don't really feel like cooking tonight," Adrian entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. "Wanna just eat yesterday's leftovers, or do you want to order in?" Eli set his wallet and phone on the kitchen table and paused to consider his options. The sukiyaki, it was quite nice. Adrian nodded, took out the dish, and put it on the stove to reheat. "Sukiyaki it is." He walked over to the table and said, "Okay, that should take a few minutes to heat up. Did you want to have a shower while we wait?" Eli replied, shrugging, "Might as well," and headed for the stairs. "I do feel a bit dirty, especially after pulling buildings off people," he said in a sort of bitter tone. Adrian laughed. He instantly reached into his pocket and took out a phone after feeling a brief buzz there. "If so, then you deserve one," he said. He read the notification that appeared, then yelled loudly enough for Eli to hear. "Narumi says that she'll be busy for the next week, so she won't come around, but she says you did really well today." Before the sound of running water indicated that the teenager had begun his shower, he heard Eli reply with a tiny, "Okay." After checking the sukiyaki one last time, Adrian set a timer and went into the living room. He went to one of the cabinets just outside the kitchen and got himself a bottle of water. He turned on the news and flopped back into the couch that was positioned in front of the TV. "And that's the weather for the remainder of the week. Back to you, Miyagi-san." A male newscaster with two horns sticking out from either side of his forehead said, "Thank you, Ikona-san." He then turned to face the camera. In other news, the #1 hero, All Might, has been seen throughout Japan. After making his return from overseas, many thought that he'd struggle fitting back into business, especially with Endeavor nipping at his heels. However, as always, the #1 hero continues to prove doubters wrong, stopping villains and saving the day as we all know he does. Suzumeda Kaori is at Might Tower in the Roppongi district of Minato. How's the #1 hero adjusting Suzumeda-san? As the screen shifted to a reporter speaking in front of an opulent skyscraper-style building, Adrian couldn't help but laugh. He heard the reporter praise All Might's accomplishments in a tone as respectful as one would use when referring to a god. Adrian had heard about the hero above heroes and how All Might was the lighthouse of justice and hope ever since he first set foot in Japan. For his part, he had nothing against the hero. He did, however, think it odd that everyone believed the man was essentially unbeatable. While there are undoubtedly some individuals capable of wreaking real havoc, the majority of the typical Japanese villains simply weren't as impressive as those from their home countries. The idea made Adrian stop. Home. He had not given his origins much thought in a long time. When he and Elijah arrived in Japan, he erased all recollections of home. He never turned his head and kept all of his attention on the here and now. Still, a tiny part of him missed his native country. Even though the majority of the memories are not particularly positive, it was his birthplace and his upbringing. Adrian pushed the television off his mind and sank deeper into the couch. He inhaled deeply, then sighed as he surveyed his house. He muttered to himself, "To think it's been over a year since we left that place. There also hasn't been any activity since we arrived." Adrian recalled that during their first 3 months here, they made sure no one recognized them or their peculiarities and double-checked to see if anyone was following them. Fortunately, no one seemed eager to pry into their affairs during this stressful time. In the end, this gave him and Eli the chance to start over and give life another go. Before he stopped, he brought the drink he had left on the table closer to his lips. Adrian noticed 2 objects hanging alone against a wall close to the stairs. Before raising his drink in salute and making a quiet announcement to himself, his eyes took on a solemn expression. And may many silent years lie ahead. Many applicants were anxiously awaiting the results of the hero exam, which ended a week ago. The majority of participants experienced anxiety, excitement, or a combination of the two. But Elijah didn't appear overly anxious about the test. It was more that he was simply not too bothered by it than that he was sure he had passed. Others, growing increasingly agitated, paced their rooms, wondering if they could have done better on the test. Eli was enjoying himself immensely while playing The Witcherman, a rather antiquated console game. After playing it for the past week, he had essentially forgotten about the test and was spending his days lounging in front of his console in a way that one could describe as lazy. That is, until he was looking at a little envelope that had arrived earlier in the morning. Apart from the UA symbol engraved on the seal, the letter was pretty standard. For a few more seconds, Eli kept his eyes on the envelope, soaking it all in. Eli didn't feel anxious, in contrast to the majority of other applicants. Not because he didn't want to pass, but he wasn't making many sacrifices to enroll in the hero course and didn't have much riding on it in the first place. Ultimately, he only took the test because Adrian and Nomori persuaded him to. Eli decided to tear open the UA just to get it over with. Envelope and looked curiously as a tiny disc dropped out onto the floor. After staring at it for a few seconds, the gadget activated and a holographic image of All Might wearing a suit with yellow stripes came to life. All Might yelled, "Never fear, for I am here," with a confidence that, despite the projection's obviousness, came. Eli winced and turned down the volume a bit in irritation at the volume of his voice. His smile was bright as he declared, "Maybe you're shocked at my presence here, but don't be. I'll be a new teacher at UA from now on." Eli was taken aback by the news, as were many others. He had heard that the top hero was not one to stay put for very long. This is probably why Narumi was so insistent about joining the hero course and how it would be a chance of a lifetime, Eli thought to himself. However, he didn't linger long as the hero went on. "Now, enough about me. This is about you, young Lokadi. I am thrilled to share about how you performed. Firstly, you did well in the exam's written portion, only dropping marks in hero history. Though that is understandable given that you do not originate from Japan. However, the most crucial part was your practical results." As All Might went on with his message, Eli leaned forward a little, listening more intently. With a brilliant smile on his face, All Might exclaimed, "You might have noticed there was a hidden element to the practical exam. You see, we weren't just looking to see who could take the most villains out and earn the most points. Although that was a factor in who passed and who failed, we also kept track of each examinee's rescue points. Yes, there was a secret element to the tests." All Might roared, clenching his fist dramatically. "A hero course that rejects those who do the right thing is no hero course at all. Another fundamental way for UA to evaluate its potential students is to identify which ones, even in a competitive environment, go out of their way to help others. After all, we strive to be heroes to help those in need. It's encouraging to see that they are intelligent enough to not only concentrate on fighting. Therefore, let me give you your congratulations, as you passed wonderfully," All Might exclaimed with joy as a small screen displayed the rankings of the top 10 pupils. 1. Katsuki Bakugo total 77 VP 77 RP 02. Eijiro Kirishima total 74 VP 39 RP 35. 3. Total 73 Ochako Uraraka VP 28 RP 45 4. Total 68 Ibara Shiozaki VP 36 RP 32. 5. VP 25 RP 40 total 65 Itsuka Kendo 6. VP 52 RP 9 total 61 Tenya Iida. 7/8. Midoriya Izuku VP 0 RP 60 total -60 and 7/8. VP 34, RP 26, Elijah Lokadi, total -60. 9. Tetsu total 59 VP 49 RP 1010. Tokiyami Fumikage VP 47 RP 10 total 57. Eli's gaze moved to the spot where his name was linked to that of another pupil. 8th A. He shrugged and thought, well, technically tied for 7th, but still, that's not bad. As the screen went black, All Might yelled, Lokadi Elijah. Welcome to the Hero Academia. You worked hard to get here. Now be prepared to work just as hard, plus ultra. After a few more seconds of staring at the wall, Eli got up and started to move in the direction of the door. He sighed as he thought, I guess I'm in the hero course. He wasn't particularly interested in being a hero, but he was glad he survived. To be honest, Eli had nothing against heroes, but he was aware that it wasn't his style. He was a foreigner and an introvert, which was not the ideal combination for a hero. But since there was nothing else Eli was doing, Adrian advised him to try, stating that he might eventually become interested in hero work. Eli wasn't sure, but he figured he might as well try it after everything Adrian and the others had done. He opened the door, focusing more on his thoughts than the scene before him, and failed to notice that there was a person standing there. Eli was pulled forward before he could react, colliding with a voluptuous figure before the person put their arms around the dark-skinned boy. Eli was startled and jumped like a cat when a voice exclaimed, Congratulations, with delight. However, the boy was still tightly restrained by the voice's arms. Eli, who already recognized the person holding him, made a valiant attempt to break free. After struggling for a moment more, he heard someone giggle, which caused him to stop moving and tilt his head slightly upward toward his captor. Eli narrowed his eyes and demanded, Let go, Kayama. You already know how I feel about hugs. After finding amusement in Elijah's statement, Nomori let out another giggle. With a smile and a hint of seduction in her voice, she said, Yeah, I know, but that just gives me all more reason to give you more. The R-rated hero. Midnight, whose real name was Kayama Nomori, frequently visited the Lokita home. She was a tall, voluptuous woman with sky-blue eyes that were angled downward in the middle and framed by a long set of eyelashes. Her dark purple hair was thick and spiky, with layers of different lengths, the longest of which fell below her waist. Her chin-length bangs were divided into 3 parts. One that ran diagonally down to the left between her eyes, and 2 that swept to the sides. She also has red painted nails and a tiny beauty mark beneath her left eye. It was well known that her hero costume resembled a traditional dominatrix. She wore black knee boots, black thigh-high stockings, and a black breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which accentuated her breasts, body, and legs while also enhancing her beauty. She completed her ensemble with a utility belt around her hips, handcuffs on each wrist, and a tiny red mask that outlined her eyes. However, she wore red glasses and tied her long hair in a bun today, which disguised her appearance but did nothing to lessen her beauty. She also wore tight jeans and a purple shirt with a neckline that ended at the top of her cleavage, drawing many people's attention to the backs of professional heroes. Eli began to try again to break free from the death grip the woman had placed him in and asked, "I thought you would still be at work?" With a shrug, Narumi replied, "Well, there wasn't much for me to do. So Principal Nedzu let me off early." She rubbed her cheek against her victim's head and giggled, saying, "Plus, I wanted to see my cute little Eli-kun." Unaware of how long the sadistic hero could hold him there, Eli writhed against her grip. Because Eli was never the touchy-feely type, he disliked the overly loving behaviors Narumi frequently inflicted on him. Nevertheless, he suspected she was aware of it and deliberately did it anyhow. "Come on, Kayama-chan, give him a break," Adrian's deep voice said, laughing behind the two of them. "He still hasn't told us the news on whether he's actually passed or not," he said, smiling as he leaned against the wall. With a cute pout, Nomori said, "But I already know he's passed," insistence on holding the little boy. But Eli had enough time to get away from her because of the distraction. He snarled, "Unhand me," and ducked under her arms before sprinting after Adrian, who was laughing. "Get that crazy woman away from me." Narumi giggled a little and then pouted. "Eli-kun, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say my congratulations in person, since I wasn't allowed to be on the projection." Adrian said, "I thought you usually do it," with an eyebrow raise. She shrugged slightly, then smiled and raised her arms once more. "Well, since All Might is now a teacher at UA, they decided that it was best to have him do all the messages this year. That's why I came to give my congrats now. You best leave him alone. Otherwise, you'll be able to get within 10 meters of him." Narumi pouted once more before approaching the oldest Lokati and putting her arms around his waist. Eli flinched behind Adrian, eliciting a deep-throated chuckle from the man. "You're just jealous that you aren't the only one I give hugs to," she laughed. "Well, what can I say? I'm a very greedy guy," he laughed. As her boyfriend drew her closer and flushed her body against his, the 18-plus-only hero laughed and said, "Such a naughty boy." He leaned his head closer to hers and whispered, "Only for you," before planting a gentle yet passionate lip lock between them. The romantic display made Eli gag. "At least wait till I'm out of sight, you frecking wackos." After laughing against each other's lips, the kissing couple withdrew to catch their breath. "Sorry, Eli-kun," Narumi smiled and apologized. Adrian laughed and remarked, "But you should be used to it since we've been doing this for the past few months." Eli sneered, "No one can get used to that," and shook his head. "Ah, just wait until you get a girlfriend, no." "Ah, come on, Eli-kun." The young heroine grinned. "You are quite a looker, so I'm sure there will be plenty of girls chasing after you." "Yeah, sure," Adrian chuckled quietly to himself. He was aware that Eli was not yet particularly interested in romance or anything else. This is not to imply that Eli swung the other way or didn't like the other sex. It had more to do with his inability to connect with others in any way. That was the case even prior to traveling to Japan. Narumi's assessment of Eli's good looks was also accurate. But he wasn't the kind of guy that would make women gasp. In addition to his shy and introverted personality, girls tended to ignore him. Eli didn't mind. Adrian grabbed their attention with a clap and said, "Well, since you passed, how about we go out to celebrate?" Narumi exclaimed. "Yeah." Eli shrugged. "Sure. Then let's head out." Narumi proposed. "Oh, should we go to the sushi wawa?" As she grabbed Eli's hand and hooked her arm through Adrian's, dragging him along. "Or should we go to that new restaurant near the beach?" Then Adrian said, "Oh, sushi wawa sounds nice. We haven't been there in a while." Eli didn't try to free his hands from Narumi's hold as he was dragged through the house. The mere mention of food made his stomach growl, and he had to admit he was pretty hungry. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty as his mind returned to the acceptance letter from UA. Out of all the candidates, did he truly deserve to be chosen? He wasn't trying to be a hero, after all, and he was only there because Adrian and Kayama persuaded him to go. He had the option of enrolling in the general education course. Other than not engaging in any hero-related activities, nothing would have changed. Should he just accept the general education and pass the hero course? Eli's gaze shifted to Kayama, who continued to hold his hand while conversing with Adrian and giggling over one of his remarks. He was permitted to take the test after the rated R heroine pulled a few strings. Late middle school arrivals typically lacked the credit necessary to apply to a prestigious high school like UA. It felt like he would be doing Kayama a disservice by turning down the application now that he had passed. With a smile that seemed to melt his anxieties away like a cool summer breeze, Kayama turned to face the teenager, as though to reassure him that everything would be fine in response to his thoughts. Elijah was compelled to exhale deeply. I suppose I could try this hero course. The wait until the semester began came to an abrupt end. Finally, it was the first day of the renowned UA Hero School, which gave birth to amazing heroes like All Might, the symbol of peace. Lokati Elijah was in the living room at the moment, having just finished adjusting his uniform and getting ready. He wore the standard uniform, which included a white dress shirt and dress pants, a light gray blazer with dark turquoise trimmings, and a red tie that hung loosely around his neck and wasn't properly fastened. He wore a pair of black high-cut sneakers with light purple trimmings down the sides, rather than the simple brown shoes the school recommended. Adrian was standing beside him, looking sleepy. To see Eli off, he had gotten up early. Adrian yawned and asked, "Have you eaten?" Mornings never appealed to him. Eli put on his shoes and picked up his backpack before responding, "Yeah, I had some cereal. But, annoyingly, UA is pretty far off, so I have to catch the early train." "Well, I did suggest we could rent a small apartment nearby, so you don't have to travel that far." You did, but then you retracted that proposal when you realized I would be spending that time alone by playing games." The older man laughed when the teenager answered. With a smile, Adrian lifted his hand and tousled the teenager's short buzz-cut hair, saying, "Well, good luck, Eli. Don't forget to make some friends too, okay?" Adrian asked. Eli was silent for a moment, then nodded. Adrian said, "I know it's not easy for you," while continuing to hold Eli's head. "But trust me, once you make some real friends, they'll be there for you for years to come." A quiet, "I'll try," Eli said. Adrian grinned and gave Eli's hair one last ruffle before stepping back and idly waving him away. "Attaboy," Adrian said. "Somalira." Eli also held up a hand, then answered in the same language. "Somalira." Adrian's lips formed a sorrowful smile as he watched Eli leave and shut the door. In an attempt to get a few more minutes of sleep, he began to return to the bedroom, but before Adrian could ascend the stairs, he noticed the two objects he recognized sitting on the wall. They were silently gloriously hung across the living room like portraits. Adrian gazed at the two items for a while, allowing his mind to fill with memories of things he hadn't considered in what seemed like ages. Adrian said quietly, his eyes unmoving, "He's not the same kid we found all those years ago, and to be honest, I don't know if I can say that he has changed much." Adrian's eye began to water, but he forced himself to hold back the tears. "Both of you were better at handling him than I was. So why did you two have to go and kick the bucket?" Eli murmured, "There's a lot of people." As he wandered around the expansive UA construction, he glanced around at the many students, some of whom had peculiar features derived from their eccentricities. Eli had been attempting to locate his assigned class, Class 1A, but it seemed that the majority of the crowd was moving in that direction. Eli let out a frustrated sigh as he swerved through the throng, taking care not to bump into anyone who might cause him trouble or touch someone in an unpleasant way. Still, he was performing admirably, moving swiftly and avoiding obstacles with great awareness and agility. But this came to an abrupt end when a student bumped into his side, sending him and a small blonde girl crashing to the ground. The student who started this incident either ignored it or was unaware of it, continuing on their way. Eli gave the students back a frustrated glare before getting back up to observe the blonde girl still in shock over what had happened. Eli decided to be sympathetic and extended his hand to help her. The girl snatched it up and dragged herself to her feet. When she arrived, she brushed herself off and smiled brightly but a little nervously. "Thank you very much for helping me up, and I'm sorry for bumping into you like that." Eli arched an eyebrow because the girl's words were in flawless English, not because she was expressing regret. She stopped blushing a little and said, "Ah, in a Japanese accent Eli couldn't identify. I mean, sorry for bump you. Eli gazed for several moments. The girl was clearly still learning Japanese because she was not yet fluent in the language. Maybe she's also a foreigner. He replied that he had decided to assist her. In flawless English, they said, "Don't apologize. I was the one who bumped into you." Before a radiant smile appeared on her face, the girl was startled, obviously taken aback by the use of English. Then she bounded excitedly in Eli's direction, approaching him close enough for him to smell the subtle lavender scent of her shampoo. Eli nearly missed it as she said, "You speak English? Oh, thank God. I thought no one would be able to," she said, approaching to the point where Eli had to look almost down to his feet due to their different heights. "I was so nervous that I wouldn't be able to talk with anyone, but you're practically fluent." Eli quickly grew uneasy with the close quarters and stepped back, putting some space between them. The girl took a step back and laughed shyly as she realized what had happened. Sorry about that. I tend to get excited easily nowadays when I hear someone speak English." After a few moments, Eli nodded. "It's okay. Sometimes hearing your own language is a nice change." The shyness faded from the girl's face, and she became happier. She raised her hand for a customary Western handshake after gently clearing her throat. "My name is Pony Tsunotori. I am from America." With a nod of comprehension, Eli thought, "That explains the accent." Eli could see the girl's face more clearly now that she was a few paces away. Pony was a short girl with a round face and a short horse muzzle. Thick, wavy blonde hair that hung down her forehead with a few shorter bangs and ran halfway down her back framed her face. Her eyes, which were round and large and Prussian blue in color, exuded innocence. But her quirk probably contributed to her most striking features. Her head had two tall, lyre-shaped, pale tan horns that reached Eli's height in the air. Additionally, her calves were noticeably round, resembling a horse's calves in shape. Her short tail protruded from the end of her tailbone, and her feet had brown hooves. When Eli realized he had foolishly left Pony's hand hanging in midair, he shook himself out of his reverie. Before she could withdraw her hand, Eli grabbed it in a firm but gentle grip before quickly releasing it and giving a slight nod. "Elijah," he answered quickly. Happy to receive a favorable response, Pony grinned. "So, are you a first year as well?" "Yeah." "Cool, I'm part of the hero course. I'm in class 1B. What about you?" said Pony with a joyful smile. "1A, was his somewhat direct response. Pony carried on the conversation without seeming to be put off by the succinct responses. Eli nodded in agreement. "That's awesome. That means you're part of the hero course too, right?" Referring to her English, she said, "Niece, that could mean that some of our classes might allow us to work together. It would be nice to have someone else to talk to." With a sheepish smile, Pony said, "Oh, that reminds me. Do you know where the homerooms are? I'm still not perfect with the rooms yet." Eli took a piece of paper out of his pocket and folded it out rather than responding. The paper, which was stamped by the UA, showed the location of every room in the school. After a few moments of staring at it, he gestured down one of the corridors. He folded the paper and returned it to his pocket, saying, "1A and 1B are both a few rooms down." Pony said, more to herself than to Eli, "Oh, that's the UA map, right? Yeah, that was in the acceptance letter, with the results." She then giggled sheepishly. "Yeah, I think I forgot that at home. But do you want to walk together? We still have plenty of time before class starts." With a quick glance at one of the wall-mounted clocks, Eli realized that homeroom was about 10 minutes away. He didn't care about time and didn't always want to be on time. In order to make a good impression, Adrian and Kayama had persuaded him to arrive early. He said, "Yay. Let's go," and began to move down the hallway. Pony hurried after him, taking short, rapid steps to stay up with him. In an attempt to continue the conversion, Pony said, "So where do you come from? If you don't mind me asking." Before responding, he glanced at her. "South Africa." With a mixture of surprise and astonishment, the hoofed teenager exclaimed, "Oh, wow, really? You do have a bit of an accent, though honestly, I wouldn't place it as a South African one." Eli raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you familiar with different accents?" "Well, my dad is a flight attendant, so he tends to pick up the accents of those countries he visits. He loves South Africa, so he often talks about it with me. It's a place that I would like to at least visit." That's nice." As the conversation went on, Ponydu spoke for the most part while Eli occasionally responded with a few words. Soon, the two pupils were standing in front of a red 1B painted on a hilariously large sliding wooden door. Huh. That's a large door, Pony said, her big eyes widening even more in awe of the scene. Looking at the big door, Eli wondered, for accessibility, perhaps? It might be to account for varieties of quirks. Oh, that makes sense, she said, turning around to confront the taller pupil. Anyway, thanks for walking me here. I would have been late if it wasn't for you, she grinned. Eli shrugged and said, it's fine. My class was in the same direction anyway. Her smile brightened as she said, yeah, but you didn't have to, so thanks for that. With a glimmer of optimism in her eyes, she said, maybe once things have settled, we can catch up at lunchtime. It's tough making friends when you're not born from here. Eli was pretty certain she would make friends. She would attract people with her vivacious and upbeat personality, even if she was from overseas. Eli saw that a lot of boys were ogling her as they passed by, which further confirmed that she was pretty adorable. Eli, however, nodded in agreement, choosing not to be impolite to the girl. Sure, we can do that. What appeared to be a breath of air that Pony had been holding was let out. She waved, then opened the big door and stepped inside, saying, cool, then I'll see y'all later, Elijah. Eli turned and walked down the hall, not spending much time standing there. But before long, he found himself facing another wooden door, this one bearing the 1A painted in red. Eli did not linger to admire the doorway as much as he had in the old classroom. Instead, he took a step forward and opened the door to reveal various students conversing. The students were all chatting or keeping to themselves, and none of them paid attention to the dark-skinned one. Some of the seats were already filled, as indicated by someone sitting at their desk or setting something on top of it, such as a phone. Eli started walking toward the back of the room where he could see a seat. As he was doing this, he saw a few students glance at him, probably in astonishment that a foreigner was a classmate. Eli did his best to ignore them. He had grown accustomed to the looks and was no longer bothered by them. He noticed a vacant seat diagonally next to another student and in front of another near the back. A girl with long black hair pulled back in a spiky ponytail was seated behind the empty seat. A boy with red and white hair and a noticeable burn mark on the left side of his face was the other student. Eli couldn't quite place it, but the boy reminded him of someone, and he wasn't sure why. Eli put his belongings down and sat down after noticing that the desk was empty of foreign objects and that no one was approaching it. He sat down and found himself looking around the classroom, taking in everything. He chose to watch for a few minutes because he could see all of his classmates from where he sat based on their exam scores and the fact that each of them had a unique personality. These students were reportedly thought to be worthy of being heroes. A birdman, some floating clothing, a pink girl with antennae, and a guy with a tail. Hold on, floating clothing? Eli's face took in the strange scene with the greatest expression of surprise. The attire was the typical female uniform worn by a lot of other girls. Almost magically, the uniform appeared to float in midair. On closer inspection, though, the clothing moved like a human. Is that a person? Surely it must have been a quirk. However, how would the physics of that operate? Were all the organs also invisible? What about the meals she consumes? Did her parents also lack visibility? Was she even aware of her appearance at the time? Was she born invisible? He needed answers to this important information. But he was startled out of his reverie when he heard a soft cough and a gentle touch on his shoulder. The same girl with the spiky ponytail was smiling courteously at him when Eli turned to look at her. Like someone about to conduct business, the girl nodded respectfully as she introduced herself. Hello, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. Nice to meet you, she said. Eli was compelled to look at the girl's appearance. Yaoyorozu appeared to be quite tall and had a very mature body for her age. A big strand of her long black hair hung from the right side of her face, and it was secured in a single, spiky ponytail. She also had cat-like onyx eyes that appeared to be pointing slightly inward. From the way she sat, it appeared that she exuded professionalism and self-assurance, as though she held herself in a noble manner and had complete faith in herself. When she greeted him, Eli slowly nodded his head in her direction. Lokadi Elijah, he said, a little quietly, nice to meet you. Yaoyorozu grinned. You speak Japanese very well. May I ask how long you've been in Japan? Just over a year. She said, that's impressive, and raised an eyebrow in awe. I know many who still struggle with speaking the language, even after spending years here. You barely have an accent. It gets easier to pick up after you're exposed to it long enough. Yaoyorozu gave a nod of approval. I agree. I was able to learn and speak Spanish when my parents took me to our villa in Spain for the summer. It makes it easier to also understand the culture when you truly immerse yourself in it, she said nonchalantly, as though someone owned a vacation home abroad. Eli gave her a look, but she didn't see it. Oh, a wealthy girl? So, did you take the entrance exam? Yeah, was Eli's rather direct response. Did you? With a smile, Yaoyorozu pushed her chest out and straightened her back. I was accepted through the recommendations. Wow, that's impressive, Eli remarked, a little taken aback. He recalled Kayama telling him about students following through on recommendations, but he questioned, that means you were acknowledged by a pro hero, right? According to Kayama, the UA High recommendation exam was composed of an interview, a practical test, and a written test. Additionally, only exceptionally gifted middle school students with stellar references were eligible to take the exam. Yes, indeed, declared Yaoyorozu. A close family friend was the one who recommended me and was able to help me get prepared for UA. Wow. You must be very talented then, Eli said without reservation. But it was difficult to tell because of his deep voice and rather neutral face. Anyone else might have been turned off by his tone, but the girl's face lit up at the compliment. Sadly, though, she was unable to reply because Eli and she were distracted by two students sitting a few seats ahead of them. Eli was certain that he had seen both of the teenagers before because they appeared to be familiar. One was sitting idly with his feet on the table and had blonde spiky hair. The other, who was wearing glasses, appeared to be glaring at the blonde with outrage. What's happening? Ah, the blonde snarled, undoubtedly glaring at the student with the glasses. From his position, Eli was unable to see the blonde's face, but an image had already started to take shape in his head. You don't think it is disrespectful to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made this desk? The tall teenager chided. Not one bit. What junior high did you go to, you side character? He taunted, perhaps sporting a smug grin in the process. Eli was shocked that an argument had already broken out at the beginning of the school year. Elijah's expectations for the remainder of the year had essentially been set by this. Unfortunately, the bar was not very high based on what he saw. Eli's eyes widened in realization just as he was about to ignore the conversation. Hold on, isn't that the previous blonde? Eli was certain that this was the same man who had passed him at the entrance to the campus for the test, even though he was unable to see his face. He must be fairly skilled because, despite his haughtiness, he was accepted into the hero course and recognized by UA. The glasses-wearing teen had a shocked expression on his face, but he composed himself to answer politely. I attended Sumi Private Academy. My name is Iida Tenya. Without even trying to introduce himself, he taunted, Sumi? So you're a fucking elite, eh? He had no intention of giving it to anyone, judging by the highly disrespectful way he glared at everyone in the classroom. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. I guess I know who I'm trying to avoid. Iida, who had just been given a new name, exclaimed in shock. See, crushing. That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? The blonde snorted and arrogantly turned his head away, probably bored by Iida's conversation. But the hostile gaze appeared to be focused on something else. Iida looked after his classmate, curious to see what the extremely impolite student was looking at. Iida whispered, you are, and a lot of students looked at a teenage boy. Panic was then brought on by the same young man's abrupt outburst. He also has a familiar appearance. The boy in question appeared to be attempting to gather himself before greeting them, but he missed the opportunity when Iida marched toward him after leaving. Iida said, Good morning, I am from Sumi Private Academy. I heard. The nervous boy said, smiling politely but uncomfortably. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Iida. Iida stood silently, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He surprised a few students by declaring, Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I misjudged you earlier. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. Eli summarized Iida's discussion of the exam's rescue points. Many people weren't going around assisting other examinees because President Mike never brought them up. Many of the other students appeared astonished to learn more about the test based on their looks. If he had to guess, a few students had passed the test using only the points from being a fake villain. Eli's thoughts were interrupted by a sleepy voice that said, Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. To see who was speaking, Eli craned his neck. When he noticed what appeared to be a human caterpillar lying in front of the doorway, his eyes widened a little. Eli rubbed his eyes to make sure they weren't playing tricks on him after blinking. Upon closer examination, Eli realized that the human caterpillar was actually a man wearing a yellow sleeping bag, which was still an odd sight. What the devil? This is the hero course, the man said dully and without enthusiasm. He wriggled in his sleeping bag and quickly drained a packet of juice before bringing it to his lips. Then he got up and started to unzip his sleeping bag. He droningly said, It took 8 seconds before you were quiet, emerging from the bag like a cocoon. Time is limited. You children are not rational enough. But now that he could see him clearly, Eli saw a tall, thin man with shoulder-length black hair, a scruffy beard, and a huge gray scarf around his neck. He appeared to have barely slept, with a pale face and half-lidded black eyes. His worn-out, world-weary look was further enhanced by his tattered black attire. Eli scowled and guessed, "I guess he's the teacher." The man walked into the classroom and inspected every single student. His eyes seemed to hover on him for a moment before moving on, but Eli did not bat an eye. He said, "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota," with only a faint twitch of his eyes to indicate emotion. "Nice to meet you." "I called it." From his sleeping bag, Aizawa produced a blue shirt with white stripes and a red trim, which he then displayed to the class. "It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field." Eli signed in frustration because it was his first day and he already had a test. He was already aware that attending this school would be extremely difficult. Aizawa led the class to a large athletics field after everyone had changed, which started out by outlining the day's schedule and was situated between the main school building and an equally enormous gymnasium. The collective exclamation from Class 1A upon learning of the revelation was, "A quirk assessment test?" Many of the students were confused by their teacher's statement. The girl, whose cheeks were always flushed, asked, "What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Aizawa turned to the girl and said sternly, "You don't have time for such leisurely events if you're going to become a hero." Unrestricted school traditions are UA's selling point, and teachers conduct their classes in this manner as well. "I take it that your children have been doing these since junior high?" "The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks," he said, pulling out a device that looked like a smartphone and displayed a variety of physical exercises. Softball throwing, the standing long jump, the 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side stepping, upper body training, seated toe touch, physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. He waited for a moment, but all he received was silence. It's not logical. The Ministry of Education is, in fact, putting things off. Eli was standing at the very back, and he turned to face the violent teen from earlier who was in front. "You completed the practical exam at the top, right, Bakugo?" "Yay," Bakugo said, grinning proudly. "What was your best softball throwing performance in junior high?" Aizawa went on. 67 meters. "Then, use your quirk to try it. As long as you stay inside the circle, you can do anything you want," Aizawa said. "Be quick. Put your all into it." "Okay." Bakugo picked up a softball, walked into a circle drawn with chalk, and spun his arm in a circle a couple of times before letting it rip. "Die." He let out an explosion as he threw the ball, screaming as he did so. "Perish." Then he lifted the device to show the total length. "Know your own maximum first," Aizawa complained loudly, looking at his device as it beeped. "That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero." 705.2 meters, a total of 705 meters? Really? It looks like fun. As much as we like, we can make use of our peculiarities. Like the hero course, of course. All I want to do is sit down. This seems like a lot of fun. The student's enthusiasm was abruptly cut short by Aizawa's grim murmur. "You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you maintain that attitude throughout?" No student responded to the teacher's question, and the class fell silent. Then, with a threatening smile, Aizawa said, "All right. The person who scores the lowest on all 8 tests will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled as punishment." Aizawa wasn't serious, was he? Even to the heartless Eli, it seemed unfair to expel someone on the first day of school after they had worked so hard to get accepted. Eli raised a questioning eyebrow where he stood, and the rest of the class gasped in unison. Eli creased his eyebrows. Eli looked around, watching each student and analyzing how they responded to the teacher's words. While some of his classmates recovered from the shock and adopted a determined expression, others, particularly Midoriya, appeared visibly upset by the news. Aizawa increased his bang in a manner that appeared to frighten the students even more. "We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students," he added. "Welcome to UA's hero course." A brunette girl student expressed her annoyance to the instructor, saying, "You can't do this. It's only the first day, but we've been working really hard to get here. It's unfair to expel one of us on the first day." "Oh, you believe natural catastrophes to be? You believe that natural disasters will simply wait until you're ready?" The girl said, and was silenced. "Will they become less intense to your level of ability? What about bad guys who have dangerous and erratic peculiarities? Simply because you aren't up to their level, will they stop causing trouble or hold back from you? There are many unjust incidents that put lives in danger in this world. As a hero, it will be your responsibility to combat the injustice. This implies that you will need to constantly challenge yourself to discover methods to enhance your skills and ensure that you remain one step ahead of the bad guys. You will face many challenges during your 3 years at UA, and it will be your responsibility to overcome them. That's exceeding expectations and adding a dash of style. Now show me that you belong here, the instructor said, gesturing to the pupils. These were harsh words, Eli had to admit, but they were full of important facts. Threats will surely call for strong heroes with powerful quirks and advanced experience. Eli couldn't suppress a glimmer of interest. Perhaps, after all, this whole thing will be interesting. Enough talking now. Another waste of time. With a menacing smile, Aizawa declared, "Let the games begin." Eli had to admit, watching the 50-meter dash was pretty exciting. He had not seen so many different quirks in a long time. In elementary and junior high school, it was illegal for students to use quirks, so he had never had the opportunity to witness such a wide variety of quirks when he arrived in Japan. He had always had a mild interest in quirks. Iida Tenya and Asui Suyu, a girl who resembled a frog and had a wide mouth that dipped slightly in the middle, were the first two to start the test. Near the end of the track, a tiny robot echoed, "On your mark, get set." Bang, they started when the barrel of a fake gun boomed. Even though the frog girl wasn't as quick as Iida, she still had a quick pace and was able to clear the 50-meter dash in 3 jumps. Iida had run from his starting place with incredible speed. Considering that this was a 50-meter dash, these results were extremely impressive, especially when compared to those of regular citizens. Iida's score was 3.04 seconds, while the frog girl's was 5.58 seconds. Eli analyzed, super speed and mutation. Melee DPS and supporter, huh? Ojiro Mashirao and Uraraka Ochako, you two are up next. Ojiro, a tall boy with short blonde hair and a long tail with a bushy yellow tip, and Uraraka, the brunette from earlier, stepped up to the starting line. "I'll lighten my shoes to slightly decrease my weight," Ojiro said. "And my clothes too." The computer made a sound from the starting pistol, and both contestants went off. Unfortunately, Uraraka's quirk, even when sprinting with all she had, did not give her much of an advantage when it came to speed. Ojiro managed to jump forwards using his tail, giving him 5.49 seconds, while Uraraka got 7.15 seconds. Even so, as she brought her fingers together to deactivate her quirk, the young girl appeared satisfied with the performance. Better than last year, at least. Managing crowds and melee DPS Aoyama Yuga, a flamboyant blonde teenager with cerulean blue eyes, and Ashido Mina, a girl with pink skin, were the next to take the test. The pick-colored girl chose to strike a running pose, but Aoyama chose to turn his back to the track and smirk confidently instead. "Well done, mise en me, but I'm afraid you're lacking in style. On your mark, runners." Bang, using a very inventive strategy, the blonde's quirk sent a beam of sparkling energy in the opposite direction, propelling him to the finish line. Aoyama appeared to be going along without any problems and was on the verge of setting a record time, but his laser beam started to sputter out after a second, until it eventually vanished, causing him to fall in an unimpressive and somewhat tragic manner. Meanwhile, Ashido was skating on the track. As a result, Ashido was able to produce a corrosive fluid from her body, which she seemed to use beneath her feet to boost her speed and reduce friction while running. As she crossed the finish line, Ashido grinned broadly. 4.71 seconds, Aoyama, meanwhile, got back up on his feet and launched another little burst of energy to make up the little distance that remained. 5.51 seconds, both ranged DPS, huh? You see, firing my beam for more than a second hurts my tummy, the flamboyant blonde said proudly as he turned to face his classmates, his jumpsuit covered in dirt and dust. The student's arrogant attitude made all of the other students feel irritated. A lot of students thought, what a tool. In order to assess each student's growth potential, what they could and could not do, and how much room they had to grow as heroes, Aizawa kept track of how each student handled the sprint, continuously assessing their skills and how they applied their quirks. Kirishima Eijiro, Lokadi Elijah. In the line of running, Eli heard his name and quietly prepared himself at the starting line. He heard some whispers among the student groups, probably pointing out that he is a foreigner, but he chose to ignore them and focus on the sprint. Next to him was Kirishima, a medium-height, muscular young man with bright red hair that was spiked. Eli gave him a quick checkup and felt that this guy screamed manliness. He had apparently put on a good amount of muscle, and his physique appeared to be fairly impressive for his age. The two of them took their starting positions and waited to start. "You're right on target." Aizawa showed them their times, with Eli receiving 6.73 seconds and Kirishima receiving 6.94 seconds. Both students jumped up and ran as soon as the pistol fired. Eli expected the boy next to him to activate his quirk as he started his run, but that didn't seem to be the case. Kirishima appeared to be running his hardest, but he was a little slower than Eli, and by the end of the sprint, he was unable to catch up. Kirishima smiled as she approached Eli while panting and said, "Wow, nice race, Lokadi." Eli nodded slightly, but his eyes were fixed on the next group of students taking the test, not even looking at the other teenager. "Thanks, you too," he said. "Many thanks. But when we spar, I'll get my retribution." The student with the red hair smiled and challenged. Eli simply replied, "Okay," in a somewhat soft and indifferent voice, and he didn't get the competitive comeback he was hoping for. "So, I haven't seen you use your quirk yet," Kirishima said, trying to continue the conversation despite appearing a little put off by the response. "Has it performed poorly on any of the tests?" "Yay, something like that," Eli said sharply in response. "My peculiarity remains the same. It's designed more for taking hits than for speed, so if you ever feel like throwing down, I'm always up for a fight," the redhead exclaimed as he threw a punch, slapping his fist outward. With the same tone, Eli declined once more, saying, "No thanks." Kirishima seemed completely at a loss as to how to deal with this guy. He honestly couldn't tell if he was being rude, distracted, or in his own world. Kirishima considered trying to carry on the conversation, but after hearing the same brusque and uninterested tone, he decided against it. "Well, Lokadi, I'll speak with you later." Nice to meet ya," he said, smiling slightly but awkwardly at the boy before turning to Mina. When she saw him, she smiled broadly and expressively. "Hey. Well done." Unlike Lokadi, she praised while grinning as usual and exuding positivity. "Hey, I apologize for not showing up sooner. I was conversing with Lokadi." "The foreigner, indeed. How does he seem?" Kirishima said. He's pretty quiet," with some hesitation. "Oh, that's most likely due to his limited knowledge of Japanese. Most likely, he is still learning." The red-haired teenager wasn't sure about that, and although it didn't seem like Lokadi didn't understand what he was saying based on the way he answered his questions, if you can call it that, it did seem from his posture and tone that he wasn't interested in what Kirishima had to say, which was a little hurtful to hear. It felt stiff and awkward when he tried to engage and talk with the foreigner, like when you're trying to talk to someone who doesn't like you but doesn't know why. Kirishima liked to think of himself as a pretty friendly guy who could make friends and get along with anyone. Maybe not to the same level as Mina, but enough to be able to make friends with most people. "I don't think so." It felt like the guy just didn't want to talk. Kirishima spoke softly. Mina waved her hand. "Nah, you're probably just overthinking things," she said, adding that he's probably just anxious about fitting in. "I promise that he will open up in a day or two." Even though Mina told him otherwise, a small part of Kirishima couldn't help but feel that the guy wasn't there to make friends, but it was different from how the Bakugo guy or Todoroki avoided everyone. The boy was about to respond, but he decided against it because Mina was always better at these things than he was, so he did as she said. The dark-skinned teenager's eyes seemed to hold a sense of boredom and disinterest, like he didn't want to be there. Before he could think more about it, Kirishima heard Aizawa-sensei announce the end of the first test and for everyone to move to the second. "Leave, Kirishima, please," Mina said as she dragged the teenager with the red hair to the next section of the exam. Kirishima laughed uncontrollably and let himself be pulled to the next test. Yeah, I'm coming." Each of the next 7 activities was an adventure in and of itself, giving Eli the chance to watch each of his classmates and to see how they could use their individual peculiarities in each circumstance. Although he did his best to make it work, his quirk really wasn't suited for these kinds of tests, which were designed to show how you could use your quirk to your advantage to achieve something higher and to show the teacher how each student applied the quirks. However, his quirk was purely combat-focused and did virtually nothing for him physically, which is why the majority of his results were rather mediocre. It took a little while before Eli remembered him as the man who sat next to him at the entrance exam ceremony, but Shoji, a man with 6 arms connected by a web of skin, was the one who performed the best on the grip strength test, scoring slightly lower than the anxious Midoriya with a reading of 53.8 kilograms. The standing long jump presented people like Aoyama and the rude blonde with the perfect opportunity to shine, as their quirks gave them the freedom to briefly float above and over the sandpit. Eli, on the other hand, beat the few pupils whose peculiarities weren't useful in this test since he had to jump normally and landed close to the end of the sandpit. The sidestepping test was probably the most unusual activity, however, it was easy enough to succeed in. Eli once again did okay compared to the other students, as there was really only one student who seemed to excel on this test. This is a short teenage boy with 4 large purple and black balls for hair. The boy used what Eli had to guess was his quirk, to create 2 big bouncy balls that bounced him back and forth quickly between the lines, getting an impressive score. Uraraka, who was actually positive for this trial, was the next to stand up for the test, and the students were waiting in suspense to see what she would do to throw the ball. At last, she cranked her arm back with the ball in her palm, and as she swung it forwards, the ball created a light purple aura and began to float into the air. The last test was the ball throw, which the rude blonde from earlier had demonstrated earlier. Many of the students did not understand what she did. All of the students were in disbelief when the teacher showed them the finished product. Eternity? How's that even possible? The other students said, expressing their astonishment. It appears that Uraraka can make anything float by touching it, and there didn't seem to be a time limit on how long they could be floating in the air, which is a very impressive quirk that even Eli did not anticipate being that impressive. Calling out, "Lokadi, you're up," Aizawa glanced absently at his checkboard. Ignoring the whispers of his classmates, who were chatting among themselves as he prepared his throw, Eli nodded, walked into the chalk-drawn ring, and took the spare baseball that was prepared, which made sense in case the equipment used to measure their limits broke. "Oh, that's the foreigner, hasn't he accomplished much? I have yet to witness him employing his peculiarity. Maybe his quirk doesn't have much going for it." No one noticed their teacher narrowing his eyes at the dark-skinned teenager as the students conversed among themselves, but Aizawa watched Kayama's so-called golden boy during the tests, and if he was being honest, he was a little let down because Kayama had been talking non-stop in the staff room about how her boy toy's kid brother would go to UA and how he would be a great candidate in the hero course, and he had admitted that the child had potential, particularly in combat. But these tests were designed to see what students could do with their quirks and how far they would develop them. In contrast to the other students, the child's quirk didn't seem to have many uses. Based on what Aizawa could gather, the child's ability to make a black sword helped him perform well on the entrance exam, but outside of combat, there didn't seem to be any potential. The child wasn't performing particularly poorly, not enough to be dropped, but he wasn't exceptional either. Though he believed the entrance exam was irrational, Aizawa shrugged inwardly, because if it were, he would have dropped Kayama's brat, iPhone Jack girl, invisible girl, and the green-haired boy who can't control his quirk. "All right, brat, hurry and don't keep us waiting," Aizawa yelled. With the ball still in his hand, Eli stood in the ring that had been drawn in chalk. Before he knelt down, he thought, this test seems suitable. Both the students and their teacher were perplexed by Eli's actions. Aizawa squinted at the boy and started to reprimand him, but he quickly stopped himself when he noticed something odd going on beneath the teenager. From beneath him, on the ground where Eli was kneeling, a strange black smoke rose, appeared to twist and turn in on itself, bending and fading according to Eli's will, and seemed to frighten a few students who watched, each feeling a wave of unease. "Whoa! What on earth is happening? Why is there so much black smoke, and from where is it coming?" With wide eyes, Midoriya responded, "I think it's coming from his shadow," and his suspicion was confirmed. As though his body and instincts were warning him to be cautious of what was happening, even Aizawa narrowed his eyes in curiosity as he experienced an odd chill. Right from Eli's shadow, the black smoke poured out interminably, fading into the air when it was too far away, and, to be honest, it gave off a spooky vibe, as if a monstrous creature were about to appear in a horror film. After holding his arm into his shadow and focusing on visualizing what he needed, Eli clenched his hand tightly, but instead of curling into a fist, his fingers wrapped around something tangible. He pulled upwards and stood up, pulling whatever he grabbed onto him. When he was fully upright again, what he had pulled out was completely visible. In his hand, Eli held a pure black angular composite bow, similar to those discovered in ancient Egyptian ruins. It was very plain, lacking any distinguishable features, but it seemed to emit the same endless black smoke in small amounts, just like the sword he had used on the entrance exam. Not only did the bow emerge from the shadow, but it was accompanied by a black streak-like arrow that was tightly gripped by the dark-skinned boy. Eli ignored his teacher's raised eyebrow of curiosity and his classmates' shocked expressions, but he did observe that a boy with a bird's head and Yaoyorozu seemed more surprised than anyone else. However, he didn't think much of it, as he got into a good position to fire. With the ball in his left hand, he lobbed it forwards in a high arc. He gripped the bowstring with his right hand, the shaft of the bow with his left hand, and watched the ball slowly reach its peak. He quickly raised the bow and pulled the string back with the arrow in place. Once the ball reached the optimal height, Eli let his right fingers flicker back, releasing the shot. The black arrow soared out of the chalk-drawn circle and pierced directly into the airborne ball. Eli's shot produced enough force for the arrow to lodge itself deeply in the ball, but not enough to pierce through it directly. Instead, the arrow carried the ball through the air, soaring farther than most people anticipated and landing just short of the 300-meter mark. After a few seconds, Aizawa turned his device to face the students so they could see it. 289.6 meters. Eli sighed, allowing his body to revert to its typical relaxed, slouched position, and the bow and arrow in the distance gradually faded away, their black smoke vanishing into thin air. He turned and left the circle, walking past his teacher, who appeared somewhat impressed by his accomplishment. The dark teen moved back into the crowd, ignoring the eyes roaming over him to applaud his effort. He positioned himself once again at the back of the group, keeping his distance away from anyone else. However, he did note how a few of his classmates, specifically Tokiyami, a boy with a bird head, and Yaoyorozu, appeared to watch him for a second longer. The latter, looking at him in a mix of curiosity and slight competitiveness. Eli shut his eyes tiredly and ignored them. They had been taking these tests for hours now, and to be honest, he was getting tired of the whole thing. He would be very irritated if every school day was going to be like this. When Aizawa looked up from his device, he called, "Yaoyorozu Momo, you're up," and the girl nodded before heading toward the circle with the same strange expression on her face. Even though he was exhausted, Eli couldn't help but focus more on the girl's throw. Yaoyorozu, in Eli's opinion, had the most amazing quirk in the class. From what he could see, she was able to create anything from her body. The only restriction seemed to be that she couldn't make any living things, but despite this restriction, the girl easily passed all the tests and produced whatever she needed to succeed. Explains her recommendation-based learning style. Bang! As Eli gazed at Yaoyorozu's creation, the sound of an explosion pushed him from his thoughts. It was a cannon. She fired the baseball after loading it into the cannon. This was a far more successful strategy than his. Once more, Eli was impressed by the versatility of her quirk and looked at the teacher, who looked at the number on the screen before displaying the outcome. 802.6 meters. Excellent effort, not quite matching Bakugo's score, but very close. Since both students employed explosiveness to achieve their objectives, it was neither shocking nor surprising that the loud blonde's explosion had spread farther than his classmates. As she made her way back, receiving pats on the back for her score, the girl appeared fairly proud of her performance. She turned her head slightly and looked directly at Eli, a brief expression of triumph appearing on her face before it vanished as soon as she turned around. Eli's eyebrow went up. Eli wondered puzzledly, was she competing with me? They hadn't spoken since the classroom earlier, their quirks weren't exactly the same, and there wasn't really any reason to. It wasn't like they were close on the leaderboard, and she had aced every test while he had done mediocrely. Eli realized, ooh, it's probably because she thinks our quirks are alike, and silently clicked his fingers. She could make almost anything she wanted with her quirk, and when she saw him make a bow and arrow, she must have summarized that their quirks were similar. Eli could see why Yaoyorozu thought that, since he hadn't displayed his quirk much during the tests, only during the ball throw, which showed that it was more of the creative variety, and she probably hadn't come across someone with a quirk similar to hers, despite the fact that hers was more varied, and she had attempted to compete with him. Eli couldn't help but sigh in a weary way. Adrian will be thrilled to learn that on his first day here, he already has a rival of some sort, with the girl who first spoke to him in class, no less. Eli decided to ignore these ideas and instead focused on Midoriya, who was standing in the chalk circle, holding the ball, and wearing a confused expression. Why is he acting this way? It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this. Iida voiced out, unknowingly answering Eli's thoughts. Oh, of course not, Bakugo thought, drawing some attention as he pointed the finger at his nervous classmate. You know, he's a quirkless little fry. Quirkless? Eli arched an eyebrow. Iida appeared shocked by this and gazed at the statement in astonishment. Quirkless? Do you not know his performance on the entrance exam? Oh, Bakugo answered, looking perplexed. He didn't have a quirk, so why was the freckled boy worried? How did he pass the entrance exam? Kayama had told him that quirkless people could take the test, but it would be difficult for anyone without a quirk to pass. Did that mean the green-haired boy was strong enough to pass the exam without a quirk? Eli couldn't come up with a reason before the boy pulled his arm back to throw. When the freckled boy threw his arm forward, Eli experienced a strange sensation that made his body shiver instinctively, but it vanished as soon as Midoriya's throw sent the ball tumbling weakly to the ground a few meters away. What was that? Eli let his body relax, but he continued to stare at the freckled boy. Just before the boy threw the ball, a sudden feeling of power came, and Eli's instincts went into overdrive. It seemed to appear for a brief moment before vanishing, like a flash of lightning, and for a brief moment, Eli felt as though someone else was standing where Midoriya was. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to consider this further when he heard Aizawa's dry voice call out. That entrance exam was definitely not rational enough, if a kid like you was accepted. He muttered, the bandages flying over his body as if possessed, as he walked towards Midoriya. I erased your quirk. You removed my peculiarity. The young teen widened his eyes and drew himself back before widening his eyes on something in the teacher's attire, like he had come to a realization. Those goggles. You are someone I know. You're Eraserhead, the superhero who can erase people's eccentricities just by looking at them. Eraser? I've never met him. I've heard of him, he's an underground hero. Quirks are nullified, huh? If you injure yourself each time you use your power, you will never be a hero. You cannot rely on others to save you if you are knocked out. As long as you can't control it, you'll end up putting yourself and others at risk each time you take to the field, Aizawa said, glaring at Midoriya, a green-haired teenager who was released from his restraints with a troubled and dejected expression. As he said, I've returned your useless quirk, Aizawa's eyes blinked and the floating bandages gradually returned to normal. Take your final turn quickly. As they all watched the boy lumber back to the circle, the silence was oppressive, to put it mildly, and Eli couldn't help but look at the teenager with some sympathy because, unlike himself, Midoriya seemed to genuinely want to be here, and there was no question that the boy had a great deal of ambition, and if he passed the entrance exam, then he must have some potential, right? Eli had missed it previously, but now he focused more intently and mainly on the boy as he watched Midoriya clench the ball tightly in his hand before looking forward, stepping back even more than he had with his first throw, lifting his arm, and beginning his motion with a determined look. Eli's instincts kicked in again, but he disregarded them as the boy threw the ball. Whoosh! Following the ball's release, the students watched as it soared through the air, gaining a lot of speed and distance, and similar sonic booms and wind pressure created during Bakugo's first throw left all onlookers in a state of stupor. The hero unconsciously smiled, but his gaze had to return to Midoriya as the ball fell far off the horizon and the teacher's device read the distance. 705.3 meters. Mr. Aizawa. Despite the obvious agony he must have been experiencing, Midoriya turned to face Aizawa and clenched his fist while grinning somewhat triumphantly. I'm still standing, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa's once dead eyes had now widened with anticipation, and his lips formed a broad smile. Based on his expression, it seems that he had miscalculated Midoriya's abilities, his potential, and his capacity for adaptation. This kid. As the boy conquered the challenge, Eli couldn't help but whistle in admiration. It seems that the teacher wanted Midoriya to demonstrate his value, which he did brilliantly. Not too bad, he ran more than 700 meters? A hero-like record at last. He has a swollen finger. Fortunately, Eli was nearby when Iida screamed, so he could hear the following whispers. This also occurred during the entrance exam. He has a peculiarity. However, Bakugo's reaction was different from everyone else's. Instead of applauding, he charged at the green-haired teenager, his eyes full of rage. You bastard! Bakugo yelled at Midoriya, who was too stunned to react, but Aizawa's cloth abruptly restrained him before he could reach him. Bakugo made a valiant attempt to escape the bonds, but they held him in place. What the devil? Is this a strength? I can hardly move, but it's only a scarf. I designed this scarf as a capture weapon, so it's not your typical scarf. Breaking free from this is difficult because it is woven together using carbon fiber and a unique metal alloy. Get down now. Bakugo, you're treading very carefully. Similar to the numerous times earlier today, the irate teenager was forced to comply with his teacher's request. Aizawa put the scarf back on his side and put an end to his idiosyncrasy. As Bakugo made his way back to the crowd, Eli observed his clenched fists and eyes fixed on the ground with a look of surprise, rage, and betrayal? What's wrong with him, I wonder? The teacher dismissed Bakugo with a wave of his hand, saying, Okay, whoever's up next, go on ahead. The rest of the day went by fairly quickly, with nothing interesting after the ball throw. Finally, with all the activities completed, Aizawa gathered the class in front of the gymnasium and stood before them in that bored demeanor he embodied so well. quite a few students looked tense and jumpy as they waited, anxiety wafting off them. Aizawa started off by idly displaying his smartphone-like device and said, "Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results," adding that the sum was just the grades you received for each test. "I'll show you the results at the same time because verbal explanations are a waste of time." When he pressed a button on the gadget, a holographic screen appeared in front of him, causing some of the students to gasp in surprise. The following were listed in order of precedence: Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, Iida Tenya, Tokiyami Fumikage, Shoji Mezzo, Ojiro Mashiro, Kirishima Eijiro, Ashido Mina, Uraraka Ochako, Sato Rikido, Asui Suyu, Aoyama Yuga, Shiro Hanta, Lokita Elijah, Kaminari Denki, Jiro Kyoka, Hagakure Toru, Mineta Minoru, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako, Bakugo Momo, Bakugo Katsuki, Bakugo Katsuki, Bakugo Katsuki, Bakugo Katsuki, Jiro Kyoka, and Kaminari Denki. 15th. Huh? Eli asked, locating himself on the leaderboard. "I guess that's okay." He then proceeded to the top of the table and noticed a name that looked familiar. Todoroki, he thought, recognizing the name of the manager of Charity's Delight. He looked back and saw the same two-haired colored boy who sat next to Yaoyorozu at the back of the class. He could see the resemblance now that he had a better view. Todoroki-san did say that her little brother was joining the hero course this year. Didn't think I would be in his class, though. Then he looked at each student, observing how they were taking the results. Some were pleased with their performance, especially those who performed well. Others were relieved that they weren't last. However, the same couldn't be said for Midoriya Izuku, who finished last. Eli couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the boy, who had clearly worked hard to get into the school, and now that he had failed, his dream was not over. Midoriya had a terrified expression on his face as he fell to his knees in defeat, his hair covering his eyes. Evidently, the boy had a quirk that seemed to break the bones in his limbs after using it, according to information he overheard from his classmates. I lied, in fact. The teacher's mouth curled into a cunning smile as Midoriya's heart stopped and his eyes began to blink quickly in shock at what he had just heard. Nobody's going home. That was just a rational deception to make sure nobody held back during the tests. When the teacher emphasized the danger of being expelled from this school immediately, many students let out sharp gasps of disbelief, feeling as though they had just been duped. However, Yaoyorozu seemed to have seen through the bluff long ago, so this revelation had almost no impact on him. That was obviously a lie. If you had just given it some thought, it ought to have been clear. Did you guys truly fail to solve that problem on your own? I suppose I ought to have informed you earlier. Yay, you should have. Some of the other students narrowed their eyes at this girl's statement, but the rest of the class decided to believe her and began discussing how they had been duped. Well, all but one. What a bunch of bullshit. There was no way that Aizawa wasn't ready to expel Midoriya right then and there, Eli said inwardly, his eyes furrowed in apparent disbelief. The expression on Aizawa's face before and after Midoriya's ball throw was absolutely clear of that. If the green-haired boy hadn't produced a satisfactory result, Eli was sure that the boy would have expelled him without question. That concludes our time here. Aizawa approached Midoriya and gave the boy a pass, explaining, "Have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. When you get back, look over the handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom. There will be a ton of even more difficult tests tomorrow. That goes for the rest of you too," he said, casting a sidelong glance at the other pupils. "Get ready." Eli simply moaned, while everyone else waited until Aizawa was out of sight before chatting among themselves and returning to class. Erg. Really, more tests? I ought to have failed. With nothing noteworthy happening following Aizawa's test, the school day ended early, and many students were leaving the building and heading home, including Eli, who was walking by himself on the sidewalk outside, playing a video game on his phone to kill time. A few students from various classes were standing outside in small groups, discussing their day and other details. Eli pushed past these groups, which might have obstructed his path, and listened to the different subjects of the conversations among the students. Whoa, I can't believe we are actually at UA. At the orientation, Present Mike, Midnight, and 13 looked amazing. Did you notice that the students in the hero course weren't present at orientation? They must be too good for everyone else. Eli was among the first of his class to leave, leaving a few minutes after Bakugo and the bicolored-haired Todoroki, but he hardly listened to anything that was said, noting that many of the students weren't from 1A. As soon as school ended, Many of his classmates began to socialize, properly introduce themselves, or exchange phone numbers, and even Yaoyorozu, who sat behind him, was drawn into the girls' group and began talking about whatever high school girls talked about. The majority of his classmates didn't seem to notice him leaving, but he saw the man with the bird's head, Tokiyami, was it? And gave him a respectful nod before continuing his conversation with a tall, big-lipped male. He decided that there was no reason to sit awkwardly by himself, so he just left. He might as well go home and play some games instead of waiting for something to happen. Though they had ended early, it had been a long day, and Eli just wanted to sit down, unwind, and play video games. He could have probably struck up a conversation with someone in his class, but he just wanted to go home honestly. A joyful voice called out as he was ready to leave the UA campus. "Hey, you too," but not at him specifically. Eli looked over his shoulder and saw that the person who had called out was none other than Uraraka, the girl who had scored infinity on the ball throw test. She had a big smile on her face and was running toward two boys nearby. Eli took a moment to realize that both of the boys, the green-haired Midoriya and the glasses-wearing Iida, were also members of 1A. "If you're all going to the station, I'll come with you." "Oh, you're the Infinity Girl," Iida said as she walked up to them, seeming to be unaware that Eli was standing nearby, listening to their conversation. "Ochako Uraraka is the name. And your names?" Uraraka turned to look at Midoriya after the young girl turned to face the tall, bespectacled teenager. "And your name is Midoriya, Deku?" Midoriya stiffened in shock. "Deku? Yay, that's what that guy Bakugo called you during the fitness test." As he attempted to explain the situation to the girl, the green-haired boy felt a faint stain appear on his cheeks. "My name is actually Izuku. Kachan calls me Deku to make fun of me." "Oh." Uraraka closed her eyes in shame and put her hand behind her head. "I apologize. I was unaware of that." After opening her eyes, the adolescent girl made the decision to share her thoughts on the name. Deku is actually a pretty cool name, in my opinion. In addition to sounding like a fantastic hero name, it's also kind of adorable. Midoriya's face turned a deeper shade of red as emotion flooded his heart. "All right, Deku." Eli, who was still a few meters ahead of them, watched the three of them for a few more seconds, feeling a twinge of loneliness that he believed was increasingly common these days when he did so. Even before coming to Japan, he had never been good at making friends. People had always thought he was different, either because of his dark skin as a foreigner or simply because of his personality. He wasn't the kind to go out and make friends, which was more Adrian's strength. However, his guardian was not only attractive, but also very charismatic, able to strike up a conversation with almost anyone. This was why anyone who came into contact with the two was always Adrian and not him. Not that Eli wasn't interested in forming friendships, but let's just say that not everyone is worthy of such a blessing. He decided he had loitered for too long, so he turned away from the three of them and left through the gates, walking toward the station when his phone vibrated, signaling that he had a message, which he unlocked to discover it was from Kayama. "Kayama, hey Eli-kun. I hope you had a great first day. I apologize for not telling you about Oizawa's test. I assumed he would do it after orientation, but that guy always yells about how irrational it is. Anyway, you passed, so don't worry. I'll be busy this week, so I probably won't see you until my class with 1A. Maybe then, you can tell me about your first week. See you soon, Eli-kun." Eli closed the message and put his phone in his pocket, thinking, so there were consequences for failing that test. When he looked up, he saw dark clouds gathering over the city, darkening the landscape and signaling the possibility of rain. Ironically, the weather brought back memories of home, where the rain was nearly constant and only a few rays of sunshine broke through the clouds, a sight he had grown accustomed to and that a tiny part of him missed. "Come on, Eli, no more thinking about the past. You vowed to no longer do that," he told himself, clearing his mind. "All you can do is think about today." Eli stretched backwards, removing any kinks that might still be there. In contrast to what many students had anticipated, the following day at UA, despite the school's enormous prestige as the best school for heroes, they spent a large portion of their day in standard classes that focused on math and English, just like any other school. The classes were so ordinary that even Eli was a little taken aback. However, even though this was the hero course, he did find it understandable because they couldn't just ignore these important classes and material. Present Mike, the English teacher, gestured to the board and asked the class, "Now, which of these 4 sentences contains a mistake?" Even though the teacher was very animated and boisterous, he was unable to stop the majority of the students from drooping their eyes from boredom. Mike, the presenter, tried to rouse the class after noticing their worn-out looks. Hey, you guys, come on now. Try and shake yourselves up. Grammar rules. Some students, like Eli, made an effort to pay attention in class, but many others hardly paid at all. Eli couldn't help but doze off because he was so bored, even though present Mike wasn't a bad teacher. He had learned the language from Adrian and was already fluent in it, as he had shown with Pony earlier. Present Mike chose to choose a student at random from the class after realizing that nobody had responded to his question. He glanced at every pupil before settling on Eli. He pointed to the student with the dark skin and said, "Lokati, man. Which one do you think is the bad apple in this bunch?" In a dramatic manner. The teenager, who jumped a little at the unexpected attention, caught the attention of several other students. Eli glanced quickly across the board before focusing on the third sentence, which was obviously incorrect. He responded, sitting up a little to give the impression that he had been listening. "The third one," he said. "The pronoun is wrong. It should be first person." Present Mike said with a bright smile, "Booyah! You got it," before correcting the error on the board. Eli went back to dozing off after realizing that no one was looking at him. This class wasn't exactly easy because he was already fluent in English. And based on what he had observed, he wasn't alone in feeling this way because Yaoyorozu and Iida seemed to know a lot about this topic and could readily answer any questions. This was how the rest of the class went, with everyone in the room feeling extremely bored. The same could be said for the classes that Ectoplasm and Cementos taught, literature and mathematics, respectively. The English lesson was one of the more traditional classes. Eli did, however, find those units interesting. Mathematics always appealed to him, and he found the literature to be fairly interesting. Eventually, literature ended quietly. The students were then given homework by Cementos, who informed them that it was due at the end of the week. The pupils were then free to unwind while they awaited the start of their history class in the fourth period. Hero training would follow this class, which would be the last one before lunch. As a result, while they waited for All Might to teach the class, the students became agitated and restless. As the day wore on, even the more reserved students, like Tokiyami, Shoji, and Todoroki, seemed increasingly agitated as they awaited the hero unit to begin. While the class waited for their teacher to arrive, Eli was quietly playing on his phone. While standing in groups at other desks or remaining seated, his classmates conversed with one another. Eli would have rather remained seated. Other than using the restroom, he had no reason to get up. He had intended to keep playing on his phone when Yaoyorozu's voice interrupted him from behind. She smiled and said, "So Lokati-san, how are you finding fitting into UA?" Eli twisted his head and upper body to face her after looking up from his phone. "All right," she replied, shrugging slightly. "None of the subjects are too complicated at the moment." "Oh yes, I saw you are more than adequate in English and mathematics." Eli shrugged once more. His words were followed by a sigh. "I don't mind numbers, so mathematics wasn't too hard. And English is pretty easy once you got the basics down," he said. "Though I have a feeling history is going to cause me a lot of issues." His classmate nodded sympathetically. "Ah yes, I can see that being a problem since you don't originate from Japan." Eli said, "Yeah, I had to learn everything in middle school. Even then, they didn't teach me much," in a ragged voice. "I just don't have a high level in that stat." Yaoyorozu gave his word choice a slight tilt of her head, but she didn't give it any thought and responded positively. After saying, "Well, I'm sure you'll begin to understand everything soon. Much of it is based on memorization," Eli could swear that Yaoyorozu's eyes were sparkling. "And if you are still struggling, I am more than happy to lend you assistance." Eli's eyebrow went up in surprise at the suggestion, and he was a little suspicious of her hasty offer of assistance, but that vanished when he saw her face. On the first day of class, she exuded a professional aura. Now, however, she was vivacious and animated, akin to a child being informed that they were going to a theme park. As Eli initially believed, her eyes were indeed sparkling and radiating a lovely radiance. With her hands clenched into fists and raised to her chest in excitement, she was probably thinking of ways to support her classmate. It was kind of cute, Eli had to admit. Yaoyorozu appeared to notice her attitude and quickly pulled herself together, coughing quietly and readjusting her posture to her typical businesslike manner. "Ahem, I mean, of course, if you require any assistance." Eli nodded to her, unable to contain his laughter. He replied, "Sure, if I need help, I'll come to you." "Thanks," and the girl with the spiky hair grinned in relief and happiness. The class seemed to hear a familiar voice say, "By the way, about your quirk?" Yaoyorozu seemed eager to continue the conversation. "Hello, my youthful students." As the class's focus shifted to the doorway, they noticed Kayama coming in wearing her hero costume. Some of the dirtier students, like Mineta and Kaminari, seemed to like seeing the outfit, which was as scandalous and revealing as you might expect. With a strut to the front, the heroine said, "Now, class, settle down," as the students fell silent. She flicked her hair back and introduced herself as Kayama Nomori. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." "Is she allowed to wear that? That's pretty R-rated." "Who cares? It's sexy." Before she struck her desk with her whip, the students whispered to one another. "Hey, I'm trying to make my debut as your history teacher here." The students swiftly turned to face the front and zipped their mouths. When the student obeyed, Kayama grinned smugly, as though she was proud of her work. "I am your history teacher for this year," she said, crossing one leg over the other as she walked in front of the class and sat on top of her desk. "Good. Now, as I was saying before I got rudely interrupted, but please call me Midnight." Many of the students started chatting among themselves once more. To the annoyance of Bakugo, who was seated in front of him, Midoriya even began muttering about everything he knew about the hero, including her quirk, costume, and debut. Elijah, however, took in the behavior of the class before turning to face Kayama. Eli simply rolled his eyes at her as she met his gaze, smirking and winking at him. While doing so, he caught a glimpse of a small boy with purplish hair across the room, staring at him with daggers. The wink was probably noticed by the boy, who appeared to be glaring at him in apparent jealousy. When the 18-plus hero chose to silence the class and refocus all attention on her, he didn't have time to consider it. When she saw Iida raise his hand robotically, high above his head, she paused. "Now, I will be teaching modern hero art history," she said. "Yes?" Iida rose swiftly, her posture unusually straight. "Midnight Sensei, what exactly does this subject entail?" Midnight purred and licked her lips sensuously, making some of the students blush. "Oh, aren't you an eager one?" she says. "This subject will focus on how heroes came to be and all the legalizations that came afterwards. You will need to know these things when you become heroes." Iida seemed content with that response, thanked the instructor, and took a seat again. But as soon as he did, a second hand appeared behind him. Uraraka worriedly inquired, do we have to worry about getting expelled if we fail a quiz?" Kayama chuckled. "Aizawa always tries to scare the first years," she said, assuring a few anxious students who were afraid of another test that could result in their expulsion. "No, you don't have to worry about any of that." With a slight teasing but stern glance at Eli, she said, "The main ones you must watch out for are the midterms and the final exams. However, tests and assignments outside of them do play a part in your grade, so I recommend that you don't slack off and play games." Eli turned away and scoffed silently. "Anyway," she sang as she got up. She looked around the classroom for any more questions, but she couldn't find any. "Are there any other questions you want to ask before we start?" she asked. She nodded and moved to the rear of her desk. "Good," she said. "Now, as I've already said, we will be going over the history of heroism in Japan and other essential things you'll need to know going forward." Kayama quickly wrote the word, "hero," in bold letters on the board after grabbing one of the markers that were on the desk and turning around. "Now then," the 18-plus hero said, grinning suggestively as she turned back to face the class. "Who can tell me about heroes?" The class proceeded rather smoothly, just as the earlier lessons had. But unlike the others, it didn't seem to drag on, and Midnight was largely responsible for that. For the duration of the class, Elijah had watched his guardian's girlfriend teach. In short, she was quite competent. Compared to the other teachers, she exuded a joyful and endearing aura that seemed to warm the academic nature of every student. She provided concise explanations and easy-to-understand explanations. Furthermore, Eli thought he wasn't alone in feeling that way because of the way the students left the classroom grinning. But there was something. The R-rated heroine's teaching style is peculiar. Eli was paying attention and taking notes as the lesson went on. Something caught his attention. There was always something next to what he wanted to write down when he looked up at what was written on the board. 2 objects, to be precise. Whether she meant to or not, Midnight was always placed beside whatever it was he was attempting to observe, or, curiously, her assets were always visible. Eli initially thought she was teasing him in an attempt to get a rise out of him, but he quickly brushed this aside when he noticed that many students, male students in particular, were blushing as they concentrated on the board. Although it would seem at first that this was just distracting the students and impeding their ability to learn, it actually appeared to have the opposite effect. With the exception of one student with purple hair, the boys in the class tried not to look at the teacher's possessions for too long, but in some way, this helped them recall exactly what Midnight was attempting to teach them. For instance, Kayama inquired about one of Japan's first heroes from a boy with blonde hair and a black streak that resembled lightning. To his own surprise, he responded to the question right away. Eli was also a little taken aback. Not to disparage his blonde classmate, but Eli frequently observed the boy struggling in the various lessons throughout the day, suggesting that he wasn't the smartest student in the class. But it only took a few seconds for the teenager to recall what he had been taught and answer any questions Kayama posed to him. Kayama essentially held the majority of the boys in her palm. She attracted the hormonal teenagers with her inherent beauty. She then used that attraction to subtly impart the knowledge to them. It was clever, Eli had to admit. Oddly enough, none of the girls appeared to be aware of this. But that was most likely because the hero had used a different, less unconventional approach to teach the girls. Her approach was very straightforward. Whether they answer a question correctly or incorrectly, teach, support, and give them praise. Although it was fairly simple, it appeared to do the job. Whenever a female student asked a question of her own or answered one correctly, after that, Midnight would give them a hearty cheers and a timely compliment regarding their looks, character, or sense of style. When praised, some girls blushed and timidly slid down their seats, including Urarkara and Jiro, who had plug-like earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes. Ashido, on the other hand, grinned broadly when Midnight complimented her antennas. In the end, Eli had to concede that Kayama was an excellent educator who sincerely appeared eager to instruct and support the development of the younger generation. It was quite amazing to witness. Every student thought the lesson was better than the last, and by the end of class, many of them were grinning as they headed to lunch. The last to rise from his chair, Eli moved slowly to where Kayama was at the front. She smiled at him as she turned her head in his direction. As she packed her belongings into a tiny bag, the heroine inquired, "Sue, how'd you find my class?" "Not bad," was his honest response. "You are a pretty good teacher. You made everything clear and easy to understand." "Ooh, flatterer," she said with a light-hearted smile. "Well, it's good to know I'm doing something right." Eli gave a nod, then glanced down to see one of Kayama's markers lying there. Quickly squatting, he picked it up and handed it to the older woman, who put it in her bag. "I think you did better than all right. Everyone was practically hanging off your every word." As she finished packing and slung the bag over her shoulder, she shrugged lightly and giggled. "Well, you tend to pick up a few tricks here and there after you've been teaching for a while." "Why are you asking? Is my Eli-kun getting jealous?" she said, approaching him and giving him a suggestive wink. Eli sneered, turned his back on her, and headed for the door. "Please stop. You're Adrian's girlfriend and an adult. Start acting like it." "Oh, come on, you know I'm only teasing," Kayama joked as she trailed after him. "Plus, it's not like you ever fall for it," she concluded in a gloomy manner. Kayama and Eli had been engaged in some kind of game during their time together. It was an easy one. To the dark-skinned teen's chagrin, Kayama had been attempting to persuade Eli to break his typical bored-looking facade. In actuality, the R-rated hero had always taken pleasure in making fun of children. They always responded to her jokes and pranks the best, in her opinion. Midnight was acting in this way because she thought that a person as young as Eli ought to show off their youth rather than conceal it. Teenagers should be running around, trying new things, and even getting into some trouble, in her opinion. She therefore made the decision to act independently after discovering that Eli was not acting or even making an effort to be youthful. Eli's can't-be-bothered attitude and this clashed, leading to numerous instances where Kayama would try to force Eli to do something but Eli refused to comply. This only made Kayama more determined to try, as she kept pushing Eli to start the process of discovering youth. The teenager had told his guardian that he was uncomfortable, but Aldrian brushed them off, saying Kayama was just watching out for the child. Eli benefited from developing an attachment to someone other than him. As the teacher and student left the classroom, Midnight inquired, "So, how are you enjoying school?" The boy with the dark skin shrugged back. "It's all right. It just feels like normal, really." As they walked slowly down the hall, Kayama asked, "Oh, have you had hero studies yet or just regular classes?" Other students were making their way to the cafeteria. "Not yet. I have it after lunch." "Oh, you excited?" inquired Kayama inquisitively. Eli considered it for a while. "Not really." "Oh, I thought you would be excited to do something outside the classroom." She gave the teenager a questioning glance as they walked past a number of students having conversations. Eli hesitated for a second before continuing, "I mean, sure, I do like the change of pace, but I don't know if this whole hero thing interests me much." Kayama hummed, more to herself than to him. She had heard the young Lokati say that before, and to be honest, it still left her in a daze. After a few years at UA, Kayama had witnessed a wide range of personalities both inside and outside the school's walls. She had taught arrogant brats who thought their peculiarities made them better than everyone else. She had witnessed general ed students gritting their teeth in exasperation and mocking the hero course participants for having such unusual talents. She had also seen children on the edge of tears when they realized that they would never be able to fulfill their dreams because they lacked the necessary skills. However, in her entire life, she had never witnessed anyone show no desire to be a hero. Rather, children Eli's age would usually talk about various heroes with their friends, arguing over who was the strongest or the most awesome. However, Kayama had observed during her time with the dark-skinned boy that he was completely unconcerned with anything that had to do with heroes. Elijah never attended any sponsored hero events, fan signings, or hero premieres. Excuse my boasting, but Kayama believed he might have known who she was even when she first met him because the majority of her fanbase was usually between the ages of 14 and 28. Surprisingly, though, he pretended not to be aware of the name or to give a damn. Since the boy with the black sclera eyes was a foreigner, she had somewhat anticipated this, so she wasn't particularly bothered by it. Therefore, it was understandable that he might not be familiar with Japanese heroes. What really astounded her, though, was that he was unaware of All Might. Eli's expression when the question was posed was still entirely neutral, as Kayama remembered. It was ridiculous. All Might was well known to all children. All the children aspired to be All Might. From the coasts of Asia to the American continent, his strength and fame were acknowledged globally. How then could Elijah, who was so young, have never heard of the symbol of peace? What sort of environment did he grow up in that he was unaware of the world's strongest hero? She smiled encouragingly and pushed the questioning thoughts from her mind, saying, "Well, at least give it a chance. Who knows, you might enjoy it." She changed her approach when she noticed the African teen shrug. Kayama stopped Eli's journey to the cafeteria by stepping in front of him and turning around. "Okay, how about this?" she asked. "Try to stick it out until the UA Sports Festival, which is being held in a few weeks. If you still feel uninterested about the whole thing after the festival, you can drop out of the hero course. If not, then you can keep going. Just give it a few more weeks and see how you feel. You may like being in the hero course," she suggested. Eli pondered her bargain for a few moments. He could manage a few more weeks. It wasn't bad. Additionally, since it was only the second day of classes, he doubted that anything would catch his attention. "Fine. I can do that," Kayama smiled, her joy soon filling her eyes. "Great, I know you won't regret it. And plus, even if you drop out, this will be a good experience for you." Eli merely nodded slightly before they both started walking again. The two let a relaxed silence descend upon them as they went through classroom after classroom. She acknowledged the scandalously dressed hero with her own wave as a few students, probably older, did the same. It appeared that everyone at the school thought Midnight was awesome. Eli was about to respond to this, but Kayama stopped at an intersection and headed off in a different direction from the cafeteria before he could do so. The 18-plus heroine smiled as she turned to face him. She pouted a little and said, "Okay, this is where we separate. Unfortunately, I have to go to the staff room and get a few things done before I leave for the day." Sorry to hear that," Eli said sharply. Kayama's sulk appeared more noticeable. She yelled, "Eli-kun, you supposed to say how you wanted to have lunch together." Eli shrugged in response. Before glancing at her, he said, "I don't really want to. Also, it would be weird seeing a student and a teacher eating together. Plus, don't we already spend too much time together? You are pretty much always at the house." Kayama's pout turned into its typical teasing smile. "Not enough for me." With a quiet snort, Eli pivoted on his heel and started to leave. He didn't make it very far, though, because the heroine encircled him with her arms and drew him back into her voluptuous chest. Her breasts pressed against the center of his back, and her hands were encased just above his stomach. He stood 184 centimeters taller than her, even when he was slouching, while she was only 175 centimeters tall. "Oh, come on, you know I'm just teasing," Kayama said, laughing as he ignored some students who were curiously watching the display. "I just want to make sure you feel comfortable here, and not feel too out of place." Eli was about to say something sarcastic, but he changed his mind when he noticed a glimmer of worry in her sky-blue eyes. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled deeply. "Thanks. But I'm doing okay," he replied honestly, trying to reassure the elderly woman. After staring at him for a while, trying to spot any lies, Kayama managed to get a tiny smile. Her voice was barely audible above a whisper as she said, Good. Just know that if you are ever struggling with anything, be sure to tell me, okay? The woman behind him let go, and Eli remained silent as she separated from him. Kayama took her phone out of the bag she was still carrying and looked at the time. She scowled at the phone and said, "Ah crap," before returning it to her bag. She turned to Eli and smiled at him. "Okay, I really gotta get going. Otherwise, I'm in big trouble," she said. "Guess we'll eat together next time. But before I go." With her hand facing up, she extended it towards him. After a moment of staring at it, Eli looked up at Kayama, who had an expectant expression on her face. "Hand it over." Eli cocked his head, choosing to act stupid. "Hand what over?" "You know what," she said, rolling her eyes and glaring at him. "Hand over that console you've got hiding in your pocket." Eli gave a frustrated click of his tongue. Since none of the other teachers had caught him playing it during the day, he believed he had sufficiently concealed it. Eli only used it when a class had begun to get boring, not on a regular basis. Actually, he only used it with topics he already knew about, such as English. In order to avoid being caught or left behind, he continued to listen and make sure he understood the subject the teacher was teaching. However, he would start playing on his console if the class got boring. But then Kayama entered the classroom. Eli refrained from reaching into his pocket to play on it covertly. He frequently saw Kayama look at him occasionally, so it turned out that this was the right choice. He was certain that Kayama was unaware of it because he didn't use his gamepad during class. This proved to be untrue, regrettably. Eli extracted a tiny game console the size of a hand from deep inside his pants pocket. Last year, it was among the newest models to hit the market. Additionally, Kayama had given him the console for their first Christmas together. The older woman slipped the gadget into her bag after Eli put it in her open hand. She looked at Eli with a mixture of disapproval and amusement. "Second day in, and you're already taking it easy, huh?" Eli shrugged, avoiding her gaze. "Not really," he said. "I only used it in English 'cause I already know everything there." The 18-plus hero hummed her disapproval and shook her head. "You might get away with me only because I like you. But if another teacher like Aizawa were to catch you, they might not be as forgiving." "Okay," Eli said in a tone that was half apology. Kayama was more disappointed at being caught, but he could tell. Kayama was forced to sigh. "You're here to learn and make friends, not play on your games," she said gently. "So to make sure you're going to focus and keep to that. I'll keep your gamepad until the end of the day." Eli's eyes went wide with shock. What, that has to be an abuse of some kind. Feeling that she would hear that a lot all year long, the female hero simply rolled her eyes. She started to say something else, but then felt her phone ping. "Yes, well, that's what happens when you don't do as you're told." She turned back to the teenager with the black sclera and pointed at him warningly. "Oh crap, I really gotta get going," she said. Kayama waved briefly before strutting down the hall, passing all the students in her path. "As I said, you better behave. I don't want to tell Adrian to keep all your game consoles away from you. Now head off to lunch, and I'll see you later, alright?" she said. Eli watched her walk away, continuing to watch her as she continued down the corridor. He couldn't help but smile a little when she disappeared into the throng of approaching pupils. When he was certain she was gone, he took his IDs, another game console Adrian had purchased for him prior to the start of classes, out of his back pocket. He laughed and twirled the console in his hand. "Tisk tisk, sorry, Kayama," he said. However, removing his console was unclean. "But it looks like you didn't put enough points into your detection stat." Did he feel bad? She may be correct about concentrating in class and forming friendships. But his passion was gaming. Where else could he engage in his pastime? Eli noticed that the majority of the students were making their way to the cafeteria. He could see a large group of people in the lunch hall from where he was standing, and the students inside were making a lot of noise. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and said, I really don't want to deal with that crowd." Then he turned and started walking away from the cafeteria. "I think I'll skip lunch today and spend some time gaming in a nice, quiet place." The dark-skinned student missed the eyes of a specific classmate who was observing him as he left for a remote area. As he stood in the lunchtime line, the person known as Sato thought to himself, wonder where he's going. Sato had hurried to the cafeteria, like many of his classmates, in the hopes of grabbing some food before the others did. He probably had a large body because he had always had a voracious appetite. Sato Rikido was a broad-framed young man of considerable size. His short, brown hair stood out from his head in a high spike. He had small, square eyes with small black pupils, and his eyebrows were bushy. But his most important features were his large round nose and his enormous, thick lips, which were a shade darker than the rest of his face. As he moved forward in the line, just a few steps away from the food counter, Sato thought, well, perhaps he's not hungry. Now that he could smell the rich flavors in the air, he started to salivate without realizing it. How he could pass up such a delicious meal is beyond me. Lunch Rush, the well-known culinary hero, served his food, so he didn't have to wait long. Who, in addition to being a great hero, was also a master chef, once preparing a full-course French meal for 10,000 typhoon victims. While Sato was looking for a spot to eat and sit, he had an epiphany. Hold on. That Lokita guy who attended my exam, isn't he? And reportedly came to my aid when I overdid my quirk? Sato paused in the middle of his stride to ask. As he eventually located a free seat close to the other Class 1A students, he summarized, the nurse did say that a foreigner and some other applicants helped pull me out of the rubble after I suffered a sugar crash. After setting his food tray on the table, he carefully sat down in one of the chairs. He closed his eyes and made a brief motion of prayer. Sato declared, "Itadakimasu," and then proceeded to eat, putting a thinly sliced piece of beef in his mouth. As the flavors of the meat burst in his mouth, he couldn't help but groan with pleasure. His moan could be construed as inappropriate, so he glanced around quickly to make sure no one heard. He went back to his food after making sure no one had overheard him. I should probably thank Lodaki for his assistance back there. While pausing his meal, the big-lipped boy pondered deeply, I don't know if I would have been alright if he and the others didn't help. I'll go find him after I finish this meal, he decided, scooping up a large portion of his food with his spoon and putting it in his mouth before letting out another dubious-sounding moan. Well, perhaps after I receive seconds. The teenagers were eager to finally receive some real hero training after a morning of boring lessons that they hoped they'd forgotten when they left middle school. More importantly, they had all noticed that All Might was returning to UA to teach this year, and that if they were lucky, he'd be teaching this subject. Class 1A went to their afternoon class, Basic Hero Training, after lunch. Many of the students were wriggling in their chairs and gripping their sides with bated breath. One student, however, was shiftless, sitting idly in his seat, while the others eagerly awaited the start of class. Eli, who had nothing against the pro-hero, but like Adrian, felt that the hero worship was a bit much. People practically treated him like a god, and in all honesty, it was unsettling. Many heroes, now that he thought about it, were no longer considered ordinary people, but were placed on pedestals and worshipped like Greek and Roman deities. Perhaps this was why he didn't like the whole notion of a hero society that Japan and many other nations had become. I am entering the room as if I were an ordinary person. Class 1A students' breath caught in their throats as All Might's massive figure strode into the room, his very presence overwhelming them with wonder. For this lesson, the top hero had changed up his outfit, wearing a skin-tight crimson bodysuit with white patterns on the chest and upper arms, boots and forearm sleeves with gold-coated spiky fins on the sides, and a blue cloak with a dark crimson lining wrapped around him and secured with 2 metal latches. Oh my god, it's him, it's All Might, really. This year is going to be the greatest one yet. Hey, that's his costume from the Silver Age, that's really awesome. Whoa. All Might, you're our hero instructor. With his fanboy gaze firmly focused on the man, Midoriya asked with enthusiasm. Young Midoriya, you're right. I've decided to shut down my agency and devote more time to training the heroes of tomorrow, the man with the blonde hair said, posing. As Eli studied the top hero, he thought, so that's All Might, huh? He definitely has the presence. With his hands firmly at his sides, All Might stood in the middle of the classroom, exuding a sense of strength and confidence that filled the room. Greetings, students, from UA, the most important class at High. Your lessons in this class will all focus on the principles of being a pro-hero, fighting like a hero, and what it means to uphold the rule of law. So let's avoid wasting our first lesson in this small space. The number 1 hero grabbed a card from his costume's inner pocket that stated, Battle. Let's dive right in. We're going to do combat training today. Real fighting. Finally, things are starting to get exciting. A certain blonde cracked his knuckles together and smiled excitedly. But Eli couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Naturally, it's PvP. All Might continued, but it's important to keep in mind that one of the most crucial elements of becoming a hero is looking good in battle. The top hero gestured to the wall, and several panels with numbers in descending order began to slide out. These outfits were prepared for you based on your preferences on your quirk registration form before you began school, the statement read. Meet me at Training Ground Beta after you've all put your outfits on, the students exclaimed, amazed at how quickly the school had finished their costumes. Yes, sir. Many of the students took their time examining their costumes and all the extra accessories they had requested when they entered the locker room, and many of them found that the outfits they designed had key elements that would help them increase their quirk potential or make them easier to use. After receiving his package from the support corps, Eli entered one of the free changing rooms provided for them and opened it to see the outfit Adrian had made for him. Rewind. What are these, then? Forms of hero costumes? Adrian inquired as he looked through a stack of sheets. Eli replied, yeah, they wanted us to design an outfit, while he was relaxing on the couch and watching a random television program. Oh, have you thought of anything yet? After grabbing several sheets of the top, the older man approached the teenager and inquired, did you require any assistance? Eli shrugged slackly and said, no thanks, it wasn't too hard to come up with something. Adrian took a moment to look at what his ward had made and said, laughing, well, as long as it's not just a hoodie and some track pants, then it's fine. Eli said nothing, keeping his face out of Adrian's line of sight. Adrian blinked at his actions. Really? Astonished, Adrian squawked and hurried through the pages to see where Eli had written down his desires. Design. Followed by the words, hoodie, and breathable pants. Actually, is there nothing else you could have thought of? Dude, I have no idea. I don't care as long as it's comfortable, Eli shot back in defense. Dude, you can't just show up wearing a hoodie and track pants. You'll stand out from the crowd, especially when everyone else is dressed like heroes. Yes, but those dumb-ass tights are not something I want to wear, immaturely, the young African complained. Dude, stop talking. You know what, I'm going to make your costume, Adrian retorted. With determination, he said. No. You will only exacerbate the situation and damage my reputation. How can I make this situation worse? He waved the sheets of paper in illustration as he asked incredulously. The way it is, I like it. No, I won't give it to you. Look, Adrian said, drawing a pen from a cabinet's drawers at the side of the living room. People will laugh when they see you, and I'm not having that. I swear that I won't force you to wear anything uncomfortable or make you look bad. I promise you this. The black sclera and iris surrounding the pupils made the azure color in his eyes intensify, almost swallowing you whole. Eli looked at the older man as if examining his face for any signs of fabrications or deceptions. The eyes of the African teenager would have unnerved many to the point of turning away. But Adrian didn't even bat an eyelid. Eli waited a moment before letting out a long, drawn-out breath. Fine. But please don't make me look stupid. Adrian smiled and assured them, don't worry, happy that he had gained the younger African's consent. He started to walk upstairs with the papers in his hand, smiling and saying, once it's done, you'll look extra heroic, as he did so while a lot of ideas were racing through his head. Final flashback. Eli sighed after looking at the ensemble and accessories, looking for anything strange or superfluous. It doesn't appear too bad, Before beginning to put on the costume, he muttered, might as well give it a shot. He wore black body armor made of a material he couldn't quite place, which included a tight black sleeveless shirt with purple amethyst-colored accents that outlined his muscles, a mouthguard made of gold metal that sat on his collar, and black pants with 2 purple straps on his thighs and 2 strapped around his shins. After finishing, he looked closely at himself in the mirror, turning at different angles to make sure it fit properly. He also wore black metal-plated shoes that looked like they were attached to his pants, and he finished the look with a black coat and hood that had similar purple amethyst patterns running along the edges. The coat and hood were actually 2 separate sleeves, with the top fashioned and tied with an amethyst belt, and the bottom was a black open skirt that ended above his shins and was covered by his arms and cut off to reveal his midriff and upper torso. Oh, not too bad. I suppose I should apologize to Eli thought to himself as he moved around to test the suit's fit, finding it to be very adaptable and comfortable to move around in with minimal restrictions. After finishing, he went outside with the other students, who were already decked out in distinctive costumes, while All Might waited for them with his trademark smile. I have proof that clothes make a man, as they say. Don't take this lightly. You are all heroes in waiting from now on. As the students gathered around the number 1 hero, they silently watched how their peers dressed for the event. The African teenager was one of those spectators, of course, but he wasn't impressed by what he'd seen so far because he wasn't very interested in heroics in general. However, he had to do a double take when he saw Yaoyorozu, whose hero outfit was a sleeveless, high-collared crimson leotard with silver lines around her arms and waist, exposing her skin from her neck to just below her navel. Eli had to raise an eyebrow at her attire, but he wasn't particularly bothered by the skin show. Rather, he was more interested in why she went to that extent with so much skin exposed, and if it had anything to do with her quirk. The young man, not wanting to appear impolite, turned away and looked around the crowd, noticing Iida Tenya, who had on what appeared to be a set of knightly armor with 3 thick metal pipes that you'd find on a supercar, and who, Eli had to admit, had perhaps the class's coolest suit. One student ran down the tunnel to catch up with the rest of the class, because unlike the other students, the green-haired boy had spent a lot of time in the locker room because his mother had made his outfit by hand. Eli was intrigued and turned around to see Midoriya running down the tunnel in what looked like a green rabbit costume. Strange costume, huh, but all right. All right, everyone is present. Now begins our combat training exercise. All Might tried to direct the students' attention to him so they could begin as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Iida held up his hand and said, "Sensei, given that this is a fight center according to the admission exam, will we be participating in urban battles once more?" he asked. "No, we're going to advance by 2 steps. All Might retorted, although statistics indicate that horrible villains are more likely to appear indoors, fighting villains usually takes place outdoors. There are truly clever villains hiding in the shadows of this society of heroes. You will all be divided into teams of heroes and villains for this exercise, and you will fight each other 2 on 2. It's just plain PvP, haha, without even the most basic instruction," the frog girl, Asui, inquired. "It's really difficult to grasp those fundamentals. But the important thing this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up," All Might said. "Are you in charge of choosing the winner?" Yaoyorozu cried out. "To what extent can we harm the opposing team?" Bakugo asked, and Eli raised an eyebrow in response to the question and the sly smile on his face. "Will comparative skill or chance be used to choose our teams?" All Might clenched his fists in frustration as sweat trickled down his cheeks, overwhelmed by the flurry of questions thrown at him. "Would you please let me finish?" complained the hero. All Might pulled a small book out of one of his inner pockets and opened it, revealing all the details of the exercise. All Might read the text carefully, line by line, explaining, "The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout, and the heroes are attempting to get rid of it. In the given time, the heroes have to either capture the bad guys or retrieve the nuclear weapons." When he was done, he held out a box that had been at his feet and said, "Teams will be determined by drawing lots. The villains must protect the nuclear weapon the entire time or catch the heroes." Eli kept his lips pursed, while some of his classmates were thrilled by the news. The likelihood of being paired with someone unpleasant, specifically Mr. Loud Blonde, was very low. There didn't seem to be any other bad apples. Eli wasn't worried about their skills or anything else, but rather about their personality and whether he could handle it. "I know you're all excited to see who you'll be paired up with, but as students of this prestigious institution, we must conduct things in an orderly manner." Iida hurried in front of All Might and held out his hand to the class before anyone could speak up. "As such, I must ask that you all form a single file line and wait your turn." Young Iida, great idea. All Might gave the bespectacled boy a thumbs up and applauded. Despite Iida's insistence, the next minute was chaotic as students huddled around to figure out who they were paired with before reluctantly forming a line and drawing numbers from the lottery box. After selecting the letter F from the slot machine, the blue-eyed African stood silently apart from the crowd of children, trying to figure out with whom he was matched. "I wonder who received an F more to himself than to anybody else," he muttered. "I chose F." Eli's jaw nearly dropped in shock as he swerved his head in the direction of the person who had called out. For heaven's sake! The tall, muscular boy in front of him was dressed in a yellow full bodysuit that covered his entire body except for his mouth, eyes, and hair. He had on white boots and gloves, and a utility belt around his waist. He looked like a huge, ripe banana with hair sticking out all over him. The banana smiled amiably and said, "So it looks like we're partners," adding, "I hope we get along well. By the way, my name is Sato." He extended his hand for a handshake as he introduced himself. Eli decided that a firm shake would be the best way to return the gesture. "Lokadi. Nice to meet you." From his grip, he could quickly tell that Sato's muscles weren't just for show, implying that the boy must have trained a lot to get his body to where it was. The newly named Sato looked similar in height to the African, perhaps a centimeter or 2 taller. Sato grinned again, as if pleased by the seamless introductions, and appeared to be about to say something else when their teacher's loud voice sounded, grabbing everyone's attention. All Might smiled as he reached into 2 boxes labeled, "Villain," and "Hero." "All right, everyone, the first teams to compete will be these teams," he shouted as he displayed the letters D and A. "I'm glad I'm not the first one." Relieved, Eli looked around the crowd to see who had the selected letters and would be the first to perform the exercise, and his eyes widened a little when he saw Iida and Bakugo facing off against Midoriya and Uraraka. Oh, this match is going to be interesting. Although he didn't think of himself as a nosy person, Eli couldn't help but feel a little curious about the history between Midoriya and the angry blonde, even though he hadn't spoken to either of them. Team A will be the heroes, and Team B will be the villains, All Might said. Everyone else, head to the monitor room. Yes, sir. The students sang in unison. Eli and the other students entered a large room with a number of monitors to watch the match. Each screen showed a different view of the battleground, which was a massive industrial building with a number of small hallways. Sadly, there was no audio feed to accompany the cameras. With Team A and Team D, let's begin the indoor person-to-person combat training. Standing at the head of the group of students, All Might said into a miniature microphone, "You all ought to be listening. Maybe this battle will teach you something." The green-haired boy was the only one in the class whose quirk remained a complete mystery, and Eli could remember the special feeling from before. Eli did his best not to scoff, but he had no interest in the combat of this lesson, unlike his classmates, and he believed that harrowing was about saving people, not throwing the first punch or hitting harder. Nevertheless, he was genuinely curious to see what the others, especially Midoriya with his body-destroying quirk, were capable of. Bakugo ambushed Midoriya and Uraraka shortly after they slipped through a ground floor window and cautiously proceeded down a corridor. The volatile blonde leaping out from another hallway and sending his two opponents to the ground with an explosive blast. To surprise the two, he launched a surprise attack. A real man wouldn't use something like that, Kirishima objected, punching into his empty hand. Eli just gave an eye roll. How innocent. A surprise attack is just another viable strategy, All Might reprimanded, adding that villains will take any advantage they can in a fight where your life is on the line, so you should put fairness out of your mind. With his quirk ready to go, Bakugo ran up to Midoriya and said, "I won't ruin you so much that the game has to be cancelled, but I'll make sure it's close." The blonde attempted a right hook, but Midoriya anticipated it and, much to his surprise, grabbed his arm. Wah! Before Bakugo could finish, his entire world was flipped upside down, and Midoriya used all of his strength to slam him to the ground. Uraraka saw an opening and ran to the stairwell to find the bomb, and Bakugo slowly got up, his face displaying a look of disbelief, while he watched Midoriya assume a fighting stance with a determined expression. "You always start a fight with a big right hook." As Bakugo recovered from the attack, he raised an eyebrow and said, "I've spent my time watching the pros, learning how they fight and how their quirks work, including you." With his bright green eyes and quivering lips, Midoriya gazed at Bakugo while clenching his fist. "All those notes were in the book you decided to burn and throw out the window. You can call me Deku if you want, but the child you used to make fun of for not being able to defend himself is no longer with us. Do you understand?" The adolescent clenched his fists and declared with pride, "Deku is the name of a hero from now on." Bakugo Katsuki, on the other hand, was not impressed or captivated by Midoriya's proud declaration, and in fact, Deku's attempt to be this new brave hero and make big talk only made the teenager angry. Eli observed the interaction between Bakugo and Midoriya, and although he was unable to hear their conversation, it seemed as though the green-haired teen was trying to confront Bakugo and show that he was not scared. He shook his head and muttered, "Damn, there must be some serious animosity between them." Although it didn't seem to be directed at Midoriya, the dark-skinned student saw Bakugo suddenly begin speaking. Kirishima made the decision to inquire, "Who is the guy Bakugo is speaking to? I can't hear anything. Would you mind letting us hear what they're saying using the sound system there?" "The person he's talking to is his partner," All Might retorted. "Before the match began, I gave them both a communication bud and a building map." The top hero pulled a tiny roll of capture tape out of his inner pocket and showed it to the class. "I also gave them this. You have captured your opponent if you have wrapped this tape around them, and they will be indisposed for the remainder of the match." Ashido cut in, "Wait a minute. So the heroes are under a 15-minute time limit and don't know which floor the bomb is on? That puts them at a significant disadvantage, doesn't it? During battles with the enemy, many heroes are given various disadvantages or are made to work against the clock. But those heroes have to be able to keep going in the face of adversity, in order to save the day at the end of the day," All Might declared, causing the students to smile as they admired the wisdom that the top hero had imparted to them. The class was energized when the peace symbol lifted his fist in the air and said, "Come together now." Everyone in the class cheered UA High's motto as soon as they recognized the message. "Exceed plus ultra." Everyone in the room, except Eli, said these words out loud. Some students saw that their African classmate had not raised his hand or chanted the motto, instead remaining silent in the back, but most students just shrugged, judging something that a foreigner wouldn't comprehend. "Stop, young Bakugo. Are you attempting to murder him?" All Might's sudden shouting startled the students, and the next thing Eli saw was the boisterous blonde yanking a pin off his grenade-shaped gauntlet and sending a stream of flames down the corridor towards Midoriya, shattering glass and tearing away the cement wall of the building. The resulting explosion so loud it could be heard even in the monitor room, and the ground rumbling as if it had been hit by an earthquake, adding to the devastation. Kirishima was the first to express what everyone else was thinking when the shaking stopped. That idiot! Is he not aware that this is merely a drill? All Might had become visibly anxious, and his usual smile had given way to a pained grimace. "Young man. Midoriya, young," screaming into his microphone, he said. Eli couldn't help but think, what a psycho, as he continued to stare at the monitor and saw Bakugo grinning malevolently, pleased with his accomplishment. Students waited for the smoke to clear so they could see if Midoriya was alright, and many of them took a deep breath when it did, revealing the green-haired boy sprawled on his back on the ground, panting heavily, his suit in ruins, but he seemed to be unharmed. Sato clenched his fist and narrowed his eyes as he stood close to Eli and observed his classmate's dejected state. Hasn't that guy Bakugo taken things too far? All Might agreed with him. "Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'm stopping the fight and giving your team the loss," he said in an unexpectedly serious tone as he reprimanded the transceiver. "The whole point of securing your stronghold is undermined when you launch such a massive attack inside it. That's a terrible plan, and you'll lose a lot of points for it, both heroes and villains." Luckily, Bakugo's reprimand was enough to calm him down, at least by his own standards. He then lunged towards Midoriya with a savage snarl, but before he could hit him, he destroyed his target with an explosive blast from his hand, giving him a clear shot at Midoriya's back. The green-haired boy was knocked to the ground by the punch that followed. Whoa! The audience did not anticipate Bakugo's astute maneuver. "Huh. As one of the students put it, he looks like a headstrong idiot who rushes in blindly, but he's actually more capable than I thought. He had red hair on one side and white hair on the other, and half of his body was covered in ice for some reason." He said something that both Kirishima and Ishido found fascinating. "What are you talking about?" He changed his trajectory in midair by propelling himself upward with his explosion, which acted as a smokescreen and a boost at the same time. Amazing. A feint attack like that would necessitate a thorough understanding of physics, calculation, and the amount of power required, Yaoyorozu added, echoing his statement. He has obviously thought about this. The boy's initial impression was that Bakugo was just a man who blasted everything in his sight, without any sense of restraint, but it seemed that he was not just bark after all and was capable of thought and strategy. In addition, the blonde was apparently quite skilled. Eli reluctantly had to concur with the two men's assessment. Not bad for a crazy person. A blonde student with a black streak in his hair moaned, "Damn, even if he's a jerk, he's really strong. But why hasn't Midoriya used his quirk yet?" Eli had a similar thought. Midoriya struggled to control his powers, which he knew from Aizawa's test, but how awful could they be to keep him from defending himself in a situation like this? Midoriya must have a secret strategy, right? Every single person in the monitor room was taken aback by what transpired next. Midoriya screamed something at Bakugo and then lunged forward, fist clenched. Eli experienced the same tingling sensation he had before he saw his green-haired classmate's right arm turn crimson and glow ominously. Bakugo, never one to back down, surged forwards in response, ready to face the attack head-on. A tense atmosphere descended upon the room, and everyone in attendance held their breath as they watched the action unfold. Uraraka, to her credit, managed to keep her composure long enough to use her quirk on the pillar she was holding to significantly lessen its weight, then pull the entire thing up like a baseball bat and whack it at Iida, sending the errant rubble in the area hurtling in his direction by attaching herself to the bomb and float above him, effectively ending the match. As Midoriya's lifeless body sagged to the ground, All Might gasped in a whisper, Hero Team, wins." For a few moments, nobody even spoke in celebration of Team A's victory. The view on the monitors was sufficient to give a clear picture of what transpired. Bakugo was completely stunned, Iida calmed a vomiting Uraraka, and Midoriya had worked himself into unconsciousness. However, one thing was evident. This was a bittersweet victory. Well, they won the war even though they lost the battle. The silence was broken by the stoic Tokiyami's observation. "This was just training, though," Asui clarified. "I suppose that attending UA and all, we'll need to adjust to this type of situation." Zero added his thoughts while chuckling uneasily. All Might cleared his throat, caught everyone's attention, and said, Please wait a few moments while I check on young Midoriya and accompany the others here. When he left, the rest of the class started watching the monitor intently, curious to see what would happen to the most injured fighter, and it turned out that Midoriya needed to be taken on an automated stretcher to the hospital. Ashido sighed and appeared grim. Poor Midori really did a number on himself, he said. Yes, but his quirk is really amazing. Kirishima shook his fist in excitement and yelled, he'll be a monster if he can control his power. I'm eager to show off what I have now. While you are right in saying that Midoriya has a lot of potential due to his quirk, you have to consider the possibility that he may never learn to properly control his immense power, Yaoyorozu explained, crossing her arms and assuming a stern expression. Yes, Midoriya has a lot of destructive power, but just look at what it did to his body, she said, severely undermining Kirishima's confidence. His arm was completely broken by a single blow, and that's being kind. Moreover, he was rendered unconscious by that single blow. He would put himself and those around him in danger if we attempted to apply his current skill set to a real-life hostage situation or a battle against a villain, she said, taking a deep breath. Aside from that, imagine the damage Midoriya might do to his body in the near future as he tries to control his quirk. A mistake during training could render him permanently disabled. Why, you have a point, but damn, I don't want to just assume the worst, Kirishima said, clearly disappointed by his classmate's statement. It is extremely depressing. Yaoyorozu's face softened a little. I don't either. Here, I'm just being practical. No matter how unpleasant a situation may be, heroes must constantly be aware of both its positive and negative consequences. Eli summarized Midoriya's quirk as a super strength of some sort, or at least something of that kind, even though the girl's assessment was cold and calculated. The boy had a lot of power, raw, unrefined, self-harming, but still spectacular power. One of his punches was enough to tear through an entire building with more power to spare. After it gained a couple victories, it reminded Eli of another quirk. Before considering it further, All Might came back, followed by the three still aware competitors. Bakugo's eyes were hidden behind his blonde hair, and his demeanor was unusually apathetic. Iida, the group's most talkative member, seemed to be in a depressed mood. And Uraraka's face, still pale from her illness, was displaying a sorrowful expression. A broad smile split the corners of All Might's mouth as he led the three to the front of the room and turned them to face the other students. Young Iida was the MVP of this match. The teenager with the bespectacles' mouth fell open in shock. What? Neither Ochako nor Midoriya, the winners, are it? Asui stroked her chin and inquired. All Might's smile widened. What exactly is that? Does anyone have any idea? Yaoyorozu held up her hand and said, All Might Sensei, yes. This is due to the fact that Iida adjusted to the training concept the most. It seems from watching the game that Bakugo acted alone out of a clear personal grievance. It's stupid to launch a large-scale attack indoors, Sensei, as you stated. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was rash given the harm he suffered and the harm he caused to his surroundings. Uraraka, on the other hand, let her defenses down in the middle of the battle, and her final attack was rash. She wouldn't have been able to conduct something so hazardous if she had regarded the papier-mâché bomb as a genuine weapon. Iida had anticipated his opponent's coming and expected the fight would be over the weapon, which caused him to be slow to react to the last attack. The hero squad was only able to win because they took advantage of the fact that this was a training exercise. They were practically breaking the rules. She receives a lot of criticism. In sympathy, Eli couldn't help but wince. Despite her good intentions, this girl was blunt to the point and had the intelligence to support her statements. To be honest, it was a little unnerving. What would she say about everyone else's battle, based on her remarks about this one? All Might's facial expression suggested that he was as surprised by the response as the other students were. He gave Yaoyorozu a thumbs up and congratulated her, saying, well, young Iida may have been a little stiff, but an excellent answer, well done. But Yaoyorozu was far from done. With her hands on her hips, she turned to face the other students as though she were getting ready to speak. To establish excellent fundamentals, we should always start with the basics. We must also strive to give our all to our training. Otherwise, we will never achieve our goal of being top heroes. All Might walked over to the hero and villain boxes and started talking to his students. Meanwhile, the class gaped at the girl with the dark hair, and some even gave her a quiet round of applause. Okay, everyone, let's switch locations and begin the second round. Take on this training after considering what we've just discussed. 2 balls were pulled out of the boxes by the number 1 hero. He sparked a flurry of excitement by declaring, Second match. The heroes are Team B, and the villains are Team I. before guiding the next fighters to their starting positions. The outcome of the second match became quickly apparent, unlike the first one, which took only a few moments. Todoroki successfully trapped both of his opponents, making them incapable of fighting, and swiftly froze the entire building with ice. The contest ended when Ojiro, the one with the tail, gave up and allowed Todoroki to touch the weapon after realizing that it would be pointless to fight back. "Well, that was quick," Eli summarized, a little taken aback. Eli recalled the charity's Delight manager saying that her brother had passed through on recommendations. "Who knew I'd be in the same class as Fuyumi's younger brother, and he appears to be quite capable too. It seems that their father was a powerful figure who was on par with All Might or something." To be honest, Eli didn't know and didn't give a damn. Eli was startled out of his reverie by All Might's call. "With the analysis of this match out of the way, let's pick the next teams for the third match." After moving behind the two boxes, the number one hero extracted 2 more balls. "The next match will have Team E as heroes and Team F as the villains." Eli nearly groaned, but had to force himself not to. There was a tiny part of him that hoped he would be later on or get to the point where they were out of time and no longer needed to do it. He had a very indifferent attitude toward it all. But his opponents and teammates seemed to think otherwise. Kirishima shouted enthusiastically, "Hell yeah! Let's do this!" Followed by Siro, who was always grinning. "Can't wait to show my stuff." Eli's opponent, Sato, appeared to be very eager as well. He was practically seen trembling with anticipation. "Bring it on. There's no way I'm gonna lose my first fight at UA." Unlike Eli, however, Eli did not moan. "Why can't I just sit and unwind, man?" All Might gathered the 4 students who were about to take part and led them to the building where the fight would take place. Kirishima, who was always grinning, showed the most excitement as he walked directly behind the number one hero. In order to get his body ready for the upcoming trail, Siro was walking beside him and doing little exercises. A few paces behind them, Sato was getting ready himself, cocking his fists and hurling a few jabs into the air to try to get his blood flowing. But Eli was just strolling silently behind the group, his hands in his pockets, admiring the scenery and merely allowing his thoughts to wander. The teacher and students soon found themselves standing next to a door outside the battle building. All Might turned to them and gave a map, a transceiver, and a capture tape to each student. As he led them through the door, he urged, "Young Sato, young Lokadi, for this exercise, remember to adopt a villainous mindset. Go all out, but don't overdo it as young Bakugo did. If it happens, I will not hesitate to intervene." Sato said, "Yes, sir," and Eli nodded briefly. The smile came back to All Might's face. "Excellent. Best of luck to you both." The villain duo crept through the hallways and up the many flights of stairs, carefully examining their maps along the way. They quickly arrived at their destination, a tiny, comparatively unobtrusive area with a few barrels and pillars scattered throughout. On the north and south walls were a pair of windows that overlooked the street below or the rear of another building. Only the enormous, gray papier-mâché bomb they were meant to guard stood out in the area. Just as the 2 teenagers entered the room, All Might's loud voice slammed into their ears. His voice was so loud that Eli felt tempted to remove his earbuds. "Gentlemen, please strategize and make your preparations. For you have 5 minutes before the battle begins. May the best team win," he said. The villain's corner was extremely quiet for the next few moments, with neither teammate seeming to have anything to say to the other. Before the fight started, Sato silently started stretching to release any tension in his body. Eli just stood next to the fictitious bomb, unsure of what he should be doing and feeling a little uncomfortable. He sighed deeply, something he had noticed he was doing more and more of these days. "On my second day, I'm already engaged in combat with my classmates in PvP." As he leaned on the bomb and waited for the time to pass, he thought sarcastically, "Just my luck. I'm hoping this won't require me to move around a lot. I don't want to get hit or sweaty like that guy from Midoriya did. Perhaps I should accept a loss like I did in the last game and let this one go." Eli brightened. "That way, this whole thing can get done without me having to do much. The match would end swiftly, without any problems, and without me growing weary if I simply took a punch and pretended to be knocked out. Ultimately, I believe my degree of deceit is fairly high." Sato shouted, "Hey, Lokadi," from directly beside the African. Eli leapt backward, separating them by about 3 or 4 meters, while the big-lipped boy watched. The response made Sato think of his neighbor's cat, who would leap up and run away as quickly as he could, just like Lokadi did. Sato called again, a little softer this time, to reassure the man. "Whoa, sorry to scare you. I've been trying to get your attention for quite some time now." After realizing what had happened, Eli made an effort to calm himself. He coughed into his hand. Sorry, he said. You just caught me thinking. At his words, Sato's face lit up with a smile. With a small laugh and a pat on the back of his head, he admitted, nice, have you got a plan? Honestly, I'm not the best at the whole strategy thing. Eli decided it would be best to keep his thoughts to himself and made a hasty effort to advance the discussion. I guess I had some basics of sorts set out. Sato let out a sigh of relief. He laughed and ran his hand through his hair to illustrate his point. Oh, thank God, I was sweating for a second, he said. Sato smiled and said, oh, but before that, I guess we should tell each other what our quirks are, right? He closed his fist and patted his chest. My quirk is called Sugar Rush. It allows me to increase my strength every time I eat sugar. Eli's head cocked slightly. Not a bad quirk, was Eli's candid compliment. Sato scratched his head shyly and said, haha, yeah, I guess. Which Eli was starting to believe was a habit. Though the only problem is that the more sugar I make into strength, the more my cognitive functions drop, leading to me becoming sleepier. Eli simply hummed back, reflecting on the peculiarity his activity partner had mentioned. To most, it would have sounded like a typical strength-enhancing quirk, which was observed quite often. Quirks of varying strength were among the most prevalent in the world. The majority of enhancers only provided a single strength boost, but Sugar Rush appeared to have the capacity to provide multiple boosts based on sugar intake. Eli knew what a quirk like that could do. The boy would have a fairly powerful quirk in his hands if he could find a way to boost his strength and tolerance without any negative effects. Sato asked curiously, so what about you? What is your quirk? I remember seeing a small portion of it during Aizawa's test, but I think you only used it once. Oh no, what did Adrian tell him to repeat? Basically make stuff from my shadow. The big-lipped boy displayed obvious astonishment and failed to register the ambiguous response. Whoa, that's pretty cool, so, you can create, like, weapons and stuff? Eli gave a shrug. He was still unfamiliar with the idea of disclosing personal information about one's peculiarity. Yay. Something like that. Information about a quirk was regarded as valuable and reasonably private in many African nations. It would only be known to close friends and family, and even then, it would only be leaked for a hefty price. You'd better hope that your peculiarity wasn't viewed as desirable if it were made public. In any other case, you might receive some requests to enter a quirk marriage. The worst situation? For example, there are a lot of things people will do to obtain a powerful quirk. In an attempt to advance the discussion, Eli said, so, know what quirks the two we are versing have? Only a little bit, Sato said, thoughtfully scratching his cheek. I overheard Kirishima saying that his quirk makes him harden or something like that. Like a rock, I think. Is that the spiky redhead? Yeah, that's him. But, on the other hand, Zero has a tape quirk. He pretty much shoots tape from his elbows. So, a long-range support character and a tank. Eli absorbed the information and summarized inwardly, that's a troublesome combo. Despite their apparent simplicity, he was aware that underestimating an opponent was never a good idea. If he wanted to win, that is. To be honest, losing was much simpler after versing these two in particular. Either the tape user would wrap Eli, rendering him immobile, or he would take a hit from the tank and fall. He would not only avoid getting wet or exhausted, but he would also finish this entire process in a short amount of time. But before he could consider this further, his gaze gradually shifted to his reticent partner, who seemed to be trying to come up with a strategy. However, based on the way he was ruffling his head, it appeared that he was failing. Eli remembered Adrian's words. Try it honestly, who knows, it might be interesting to you. Like a fish swimming in a bowl, the older African's words appeared to float in his mind. After giving it some more thought, the blue-eyed but black sclera student put his hand to his face and dragged it down in what appeared to be frustration. Okay, I might as well give it a shot. Eli turned back to the hero in the yellow suit and thought, hopefully, nothing annoying comes after. Plus, this Sato guy doesn't seem like a bad guy, so we might as well give him a victory. Hey, I think I got something. Sato became alert. He exclaimed excitedly, wait, really? Niece, I knew you looked reliable, which made Eli wince a little. So, what's the plan? The teenager with dark skin couldn't take his eyes off Sato's face. The somewhat taller student's face resembled that of a child who is excited about visiting a candy store. For most others, the look was familiar, but it was strange to have it directed at him. The majority of the faces directed at him were typically ones of suspicion, jealousy, rage, or terror. It felt unreal to experience something different because he had grown so accustomed to those feelings. Perhaps this is comparable to how I feels about working at the shop. He turned his head away from the taller man's eyes and closed them. Then, once more, he paused, inhaled deeply, and then turned back, this time sporting a faint, almost cunning grin. How villainous. Are you willing to be? As All Might's voice echoed throughout the battle arena. All right, time started, get going. Following the announcement, Kirishima and Shirohanta, his partner, started to enter the building and ran through the maze-like hallways in pursuit of the weapon. Kirishima exclaimed, "Man, I am so hyped," as he ran, the wind barely affecting his voice. "I've been longing for combat ever since the start of UA." Shiro smiled, his veins pulsing with the same enthusiasm. They ran through each corridor, taking in every detail in the hopes of discovering any sign of their adversaries. Yeah, it's been pretty dull just doing normal classes. But, this finally kicks things to another gear, they said. So we're versing Sato and that African guy, right? Do you know what their quirks are? The red-haired teenager questioned. I think Sato's is a strength booster, and Lokadi can create stuff from his shadow? But he didn't use it much during Aizawa's test, so I'm not sure. He realized that, aside from the ball throw, the dark-skinned student never used his quirk on the majority of the quirk assessment tests. It appeared to him that Lokadi's quirk combined the abilities of Tokiyami and Yaoyorozu. But based on his observations, the African student seemed to be limited to using his shadow to make weapons, in contrast to the recommendation student and the boy with the crow's head. He was unable to create anything similar to Yaoyorozu. In any other case, he would have shown the same enormous versatility that she had. Furthermore, none of his weapons seemed to be living, unlike Tokiyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, which seemed to have a personality all its own. According to the quirk assessment results and what was displayed throughout, Lokadi appeared to have a lesser quirk than the other two, which Kirishima felt awful about mentioning. However, the man passed the entrance exam, finishing 7th or 8th overall, which was remarkable in and of itself. Thus, he may be skilled at fighting with his weapons. However, why did he appear so uninterested when Kirishima inquired about sparring if that were the case? Kirishima's battle partner called out to him before he could finish this thought process. To get the redhead's attention, Shiro said, "Well, it doesn't matter. As long as we push forward, there's no way we can lose." Before long, Kirishima's face broke into an enthusiastic smile. He enthusiastically yelled, "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about," as they sprinted toward the stairs that led to the next floor. "No matter what they throw at us, we'll never back down. 'Cause that's what heroes do." The redhead's rally was cut short by some sort of explosion that rumbled and shook the building, sending tiny pieces of rubble the size of coins down on their heads. The two hero teammates waited for the rumbling to stop and covered themselves to prevent any debris from hitting them. Stunned by the event, Kirishima asked, "What was that?" Shiro cleared the dust from his mouth and nose with a cough. "Sato and Lokadi must be doing something above us." The student with the red hair tightened his jaw. "Those guys. Did they forget that All Might said not to destroy the building? That's totally unmanly." Shiro clenched his fists and said, "Well, whatever they're doing, we have to stop them." His teammate enthusiastically exclaimed, "Yeah, let's do it," as the hero team ran up the stairs. It didn't take long for the two to reach the second floor of the building, but they chose to keep going up after noticing no signs of nearby damage. The two UA students reached the third floor in record time thanks to their speed. But when they got to the level, they had to stop because there was a lot of debris in front of them that was obstructing their way. Confusion gripped Kirishima as she cried, "What the hell? Where'd this come from?" Shiro explained, "It must be what caused that noise from earlier," as he examined the innumerable rocks that were obstructed in front of them. The debris that stood in their path came in a variety of shapes and sizes. It was obviously constructed as a barrier in a hurry and destroyed without any methodical approach. The entrance space was thus entirely occupied by the rocks, which were wedged on top of one another. With a hint of surprise, the tape user muttered, "Man, they really went all in for this." Since none of the walls had been destroyed, the red-headed teen questioned bewilderedly, where'd they even find these rocks? Rather, the rocks seemed to have just materialized there. His teammate remained silent as he continued to scan the stairs, trying to find every detail that would help him respond to the question. He shook his head, seeing the rocks jammed into the wall with no escape route. At last, Shiro felt his head slowly move upward and his eyes found what he was searching for. "Well, there's your answer. As his partner's hand gestured upward above them, Kirishima followed it. The lack of the upper staircase leading to the fourth floor caused his eyes to widen. There was a huge space between the two platforms because the stairs that were supposed to lead to the next level had been totally destroyed. According to appearances, the first flight of stairs ascended normally before being abruptly stopped at a bend and then appearing to fall to the ground. "Ah, man, that's so unmanly," the redhead brooded. "At least we know where they are now," Zero remarked, attempting to look for the bright side. "All we need to do is find a way up there." "Can't you shoot some tape and pull us up?" The tape user gave a gentle shake of his head. "I could, but I need something solid to wrap my tape around to hold our weight. Otherwise, there is no point. We need to get past this barricade to get closer." Kirishima's teeth grew into fangs as he smiled. "I think I can help with that," he exclaimed as he moved ahead of the rocky obstruction and clenched his fists. He shouted, "It's time to show my stuff," and then he slammed his fists together, triggering his quirk. Kirishima Ejiro, hardening. With this quirk, he can sharpen and harden any part of his body, turning his flesh into a jagged, rock-like texture. As his fists struck the strong barricade one after another, the hero team member roared in defiance. But even though it looked sturdy, the rocky wall started to crumble after just a few blows, causing numerous pieces of debris to fall down the stairs or scatter across the floor. Zero gave a grateful whistle. "Whoa, not bad." Kirishima returned his partner's smile. "Hell yeah, something like that won't stop me." The tape quirk user grinned and shook his head in response to his friend's assurance. "Sure, dude, whatever you say," he said. "Come on, let's head to the top floor. I doubt they'd go through the trouble of destroying the stairs if they were on this level." After giving a nod of approval, the hardening quirk user and his teammate headed upstairs. The stairway appeared to end abruptly at the halfway point, and there was a considerable distance between them and the fourth floor. From his elbow, Zero took the initiative to shoot a long strip that resembled cellophane tape. The strip went up to the next floor and securely wrapped around a pillar that was positioned at the start of the hallway. This was his peculiarity, which he called tape, which enabled him to shoot and pull long tape strips from organs in his elbows that resembled dispensers. He could swing long distances with them, and they seemed to be a little more durable than ordinary tape because they could easily support his weight. The tape user cut the tape from his elbow and let it hang loosely in front of him after determining the length was sufficient. He signaled his teammate to follow him and ascended the makeshift rope after he had found a suitable position. Soon after, Kirishima followed, and the two of them quickly ascended to the fourth floor, albeit a little exhausted from the ascent. After arriving, the hero team looked in every room in the hallway in the hopes of locating their goal. As they passed another empty room, Kirishima gasped breathlessly, feeling the effects of running around and climbing the tape. "Frecking hell, where are they?" she exclaimed. The other matches had way more action compared to this. Zero, who thought of himself as a fairly patient man, had to concur with his partner. "Yeah, we've checked almost every room. I hope those two aren't just trying to run down the clock." "Yeah, that would be so uncool." But the hero team's whining was short-lived. Lokati was standing in front of the paper match bomb when they turned the corner to another room. Similar to the bow he used for the quirk assessment, the small black dagger he was holding emitted an endless stream of black smoke. However, in contrast to the former, this blade had a red coloring along the edge's rim. The weapon seemed to radiate a menacing aura throughout the room due to the redness's apparent contrast to its darkness. Kirishima smiled. "Found ya," he exclaimed as he walked in with Zero following him. "Do you know how long it took to find you guys? We were..." Bong. Before the student with the red hair could finish speaking, a fist struck his side, sending him flying across the room and landing hard on his back. Zero cried out in alarm, "K Kirishima," before he had to roll and duck to avoid being thrown through the wall by a crazed swing. With haste, Zero stood up and realized that Sato, in his bright yellow suit, was the one who had ambushed them. Given how striking the outfit was, he was shocked that the man could ambush them. As he attempted to get back up, his teammate replied, "I'm all right," taking deep breaths, but when he arrived, he glared at the villain in the yellow outfit. "Not cool, Sato. No matter what All Might says, ambushing is not manly." Sato grinned. "You heard what he said. It's a viable strategy. We weren't just gonna twiddle our thumbs and wait for ya." Kirishima's frown deepened, then softened into a defiant smile. As he slammed his fists into each other, his body hardened and started to make an annoying noise. "Well, since you've got no more tricks, it looks like we're finally doing this old school, just how I like it," he said. Before taking a sugar cube that had been cut in half out of his pocket, Sato smiled back. With haste, he placed it in his mouth and took several bites. When he swallowed it, his muscles grew noticeably larger. The redhead retorted, Yura, I've wanted to see just how strong you are. So let's do this, as the sugar man leapt in Kirishima's direction. Then, in an attempt to force their opponent to give up, the two students started to attack quickly, slamming blow after blow into each other's bodies. The hardened body met the strengthened fist, and the gut met the hardened fist. It was similar to watching those vintage wrestling programs where two well-known competitors squared off in the center of the ring. Zero looked at Lokadi after observing his teammate interact with their large classmate. The African had hardly left the spot where they had discovered him, merely looking around to observe the fierce conflict that raged between Kirishima and Sato. Taking advantage of his opponent's inattention, Zero aimed 2 rounds of tape at the villain with the dark skin. Eli swung his blade to cut the two stipes a few inches before they reached him, demonstrating his quick reflexes as though anticipating the attack. Eli's black sclera eyes met Zero's, and he couldn't help but laugh uneasily. Despite his best efforts, he felt uneasy after taking a closer look at them. The dark abyss encircling those azure-colored pupils seemed to be ready to swallow him whole. The sensation was abnormal. Something about his African classmate seemed strange, as though he didn't belong there, from the moment he first saw him. He didn't mean this in a racist manner, of course. After all, in the age of quirks, when people could actually resemble animals and other fictional characters, how misguided had you to be for race to be a factor? No, he was referring to the feeling that his instincts or gut told him that he should avoid Lokadi at all costs because there was something more about him, possibly something unsettling. Zero initially believed that he was just being foolish and that it was a silly emotion that he could ignore. However, during Aizawa's test, the dark-skinned teen made that bow and arrow out of his shadow. The sense of danger returned, stronger this time, and Zero was yelled at to stay away from the man at all costs. He was experiencing the same sensation at the moment. He hadn't approached the man and attempted to speak with him because of this. However, it wasn't as though Lokadi was trying anything either. Rather, the African rarely interacted with others in class and preferred to sit by himself. Zero made the same attempt to engage with the dark teen as the African did with everyone else, but instead he just decided to ignore him. But he couldn't do that now. Zero stepped back and fired 2 more strands of tape, deciding to stay out of the way. With all of his attention now on Zero, Lokadi trimmed the lengths once more and squinted. After trembling at what he saw, Zero fired another set of tape at his opponent, which was cut down for the 3rd time. Eli's eyes grew even more strained. Is that it? Eli asked himself incredulously as he saw Zero's face begin to perspire. In the hopes that Eli would be caught in the assault, the Japanese student kept shooting rolls and rolls of tape. But that was not the case. Really? Do something, man. Hurry up. Do whatever it takes to get past me. Change your angle. Eli prayed that the young student would read his thoughts and encouraged him. Unfortunately, fear had already taken hold. Eli scowled. He must be very experienced, isn't he? He got into UA, after all. Eli attempted to reason, cutting down any tape that came close to him but leaving any that veered too far. He should be somewhat familiar with how to fight with his quirk, Eli said. The boy was obviously clueless about what he was doing. At the very least, alter your approach. His focus shifted to his teammate, who was still engaged in combat with the student who was a hardening hero. In a nutshell, their conflict was an attrition battle. There was absolutely no technique, no skill, and no strategy. In the hopes that the person in front of them will fall before them, 2 men are simply punching each other. Inexperience was as subtle as a truck, and it was like watching a street fight. It was pitiful. Eli snorted with a faint sense of contempt. So these children were supposed to be the next generation of social guardians? These children were entrusted with eliminating adversaries who posed a threat to the stability of buildings or more. If they could get kids to go out and play pretend and think they had a real chance of beating such people, then this country must truly be blessed with peace. Like water starting to boil, anger started to bubble up in his stomach. None of these individuals were heroes. These individuals were not warriors, soldiers, or combatants who had witnessed the destructive power of humanity. These kids had never witnessed or experienced a real battle before, one in which a single moment of weakness could instantly result in death. Never had they been in a situation where they had to decide between taking a life or losing one. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted when a voice whispered to him, "They're just civilians." He wasn't certain if he or someone else had provided the unconsciously given response. However, the voice was gentle and comforting. Like a lullaby, the voice went on to reason, They're just mere civilians who have nothing to their name and even fewer experiences to even be called suitable to be in this school. They haven't seen the horrors you've seen. Eli's mind was silent as he attempted to criticize the voice's assertion. But there was none to be found, he noticed. It was accurate. None of the pupils in his class or the ones he was currently with could be regarded as anything other than civilians. Bakugo and even Todoroki were only considered children and civilians. However, in terms of skill, they were at least superior to the others. For all intents and purposes, they were simply citizens. Ha! Closing his eyes, the dark-skinned teenager inhaled slowly and exhaled in the same way. Slow down, Eli. It's pointless to heat you up. He clenched his free hand tightly before letting it relax and hang loosely, telling himself, you're just tired, that's why. His eyes slowly opened again, the blue pupils gleaming even brighter than his classmates had ever seen. All right, just finish this exercise and then you can go home and cool off. And it must have been quite a sight to see how enthralled Zero was, to the extent of stopping his attacks completely. Lokadi took action after observing the situation. He started by hurling his shadow-made dagger at his adversary, an unexpected move that took Zero by surprise. The tape user could hardly duck beneath the blade because it was moving so quickly that it was only seen as a black streak. Holy crap, an alarmed Zero muttered as he glanced up at the blade pierced through the wall behind him. That thing's real. Even though Zero knew the knife was a solid object, closer examination still gave the impression that it was made entirely of black gas. The fact that it just didn't belong in this world was unnerving, like being next to a ghost. Unfortunately, the sound of footsteps reverberated in his ears before he could investigate it further. When Zero turned back to face his opponent, he was taken aback by Eli's rapid approach. Zero fired 2 more pieces of tape at his opponent as he felt the panic rising once more. The head was targeted by one, and the body by the other. Eli just titled his head to the side and let the first round go by after noticing the attacks. Then, without losing a single step, he pivoted on his heel and spun around the second string of tape. Lokadi was already on him, clenching his left hand and hurling it at the tape user's face before Zero could even gasp in awe. To protect himself from the blow, Zero automatically raised both hands in front of him, but the impact never materialized. What? Not a punch. Why does it lack a punch? Zero thought to himself as he shielded his face from view and maintained his vigilance. Regretfully, Zero was still relatively inexperienced with fighting in general. He was correct to try to protect himself, but his defense was incredibly careless because he unconsciously made his opponent's view appear knotted. Where is he? Zero didn't have to wait long, though, because his query was addressed. Under his hands, the tape user caught a glimpse of a dark-skinned hand that was balled up into a tight fist, darting underneath his guard. Before Zero could respond, the fist slammed into his stomach like a sledgehammer into a weak wall. He was unable to stop the saliva from spitting onto the floor as it forced its way out of his mouth. He was exhausted and having trouble breathing after the blow made him release all the air from his lungs. But the worst part was undoubtedly the searing pain that blazed through his body. Zero's pain was among the worst he had ever encountered. Zero had previously been punched in middle school, but this was essentially insignificant. His entire being seemed to have been shaken to his very core by the sound of his ribs rattling against them. He would never want to go through it again in his later years. After a brief moment, Eli withdrew his fist from Zero's stomach, allowing the hero combatant to seize his stomach and fall to his knees in a fetal position. Eli felt guilty as he watched Zero look as if he was about to vomit his lunch, looking down at his opponent. Whoops, I may have struck him too hard. Elijah barely had time to consider this before he heard a loud grunt, alerting him to the fight between Sato and his opponent. The red-haired student gave Sato a sharp uppercut to the chin, forcing him to take a knee, and he watched as Sato staggered a few steps back. Standing a few meters away, Kirishima inhaled deeply and slowly. After making the successful hit, he held his fist high in the air as though he was enjoying the blow. Kirishima lowered his arm and whimpered, "Ha, ha. Give it up, Sato. It was a good fight. Ha. But I've won this one." Light bruises were all over the boy, especially on his face and chest. He had a lot of sweat streaming down his body and his spiky red hair was slightly soiled with dirt. Apart from that, Kirishima appeared to be in some sort of condition, as if he had simply fallen and rolled down a hill. This was probably due to his peculiarity, which gave him defensive abilities that enabled him to take a few strong blows that would have defeated most opponents. Ha. I don't want to hurt you. Ha. More than this. The person Kirishima was talking to was also having trouble breathing and was attempting to get as much energy back as she could. In terms of appearance, Sato was far more injured than Kirishima, in contrast to his opponent. Splotches of blood were starting to show up all over his body, and his hero suit was covered in dirt. Additionally, there were cuts throughout the costume, most likely from Kirishima's punches, which were so hardened that they resembled sharp-edged rocks. There were no injuries to his face. A dark blue bruise that was probably going to turn into a black eye was visible just beneath one of his eyes, and the front of his lip was cut with some blood showing. Sato did not appear to be in good health overall. Before spitting a mixture of blood and saliva to the side, the yellow-clad fake villain took a deep breath. Sato wheezed, experiencing a slight ache in his side. "Hey. Thanks, but I haven't lost yet," he said. He grinned and said, "After all, it's not over till we say it's over." Kirishima's eyes gleamed with approval, and he smiled as a tear rose in his eye. He clenched his hands tightly and returned to a basic boxing stance, saying, "Hell yeah. Now that's manliness." Instead, Kirishima ran towards Sato and raised his fist to land a right hook on his opponent who was kneeling. "That's what I'm talking about, Sato. Let's keep going till the final count," Kirishima roared. But before he could deliver his punch, for example, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of something shiny and black coming directly at him. Instinctively, Kirishima triggered his quirk, hardening his body to fend off the impending assault. The redhead staggered back a few steps as something struck him squarely between his nose and his left cheek just as his hardening was finished. Kirishima flinched as he felt a faint throb from the impact. He was beginning to become acquainted with Lokati's quirk when he looked down and saw a pitch-black dagger leaking a constant stream of black smoke. "Oh, what the hell?" he exclaimed. He confirmed that the African student was the one who threw the weapon when he looked sideways and saw his hand extended in front of him. However, Kirishima's gaze quickly left Lokati and moved down to the boy's side, where he found his teammate and friend lying on the ground, gripping his stomach. "S0. Now, Sato," he said, interrupted by Lokati's deep voice, which was louder than Kirishima had ever heard him since they first met. While still on his knees, Sato swiftly consumed another half-cube of sugar and experienced another energy surge in his muscles. Then, disregarding his discomfort, he hurled himself in the direction of his opponent, reducing the distance in a matter of strides. Before Kirishima could respond, Sato ducked under his arm and secured a firm grip by grabbing the redhead's costume with one hand and the back with the other. "T the hell?" Kirishima exclaimed, shocked by his opponent's unexpected assault. But Sato let out a roar of effort before he could counter it, and Kirishima was sure All Might and his fellow students could hear it from the commentary room. The Sugar Rush quirk user threw Kirishima backwards with all of his strength, sending him hurtling toward the wall. Kirishima hardened instantly, more in panic than he wanted to acknowledge, as soon as he felt his feet lift off the ground. A hurricane-like sound filled his ears as he felt the wind blow past him. He attempted to turn his head back to see where he was going, but the air current prevented him from doing so, and he could hardly move his head sideways. Even so, he was able to identify the rapidly approaching cement wall. "Crap, crap, crap. This is going to be painful," Kirishima cried out inwardly, flinching at the agony he would probably experience. Next, figuring out the best way to reduce the resulting soreness. In order to prepare for the impending collision, he closed his eyes and swiftly tucked his arms and legs in to form a hardened ball. But as the hero student collided with the wall, he discovered the cement fortification was weaker than he had initially believed. He actually encountered very little resistance as he went through, and he discovered that, in spite of the obstacle, his momentum had not decreased in the least. Wondering what had happened, Kirishima opened his eyes gradually. Initially, his pupils contracted as they adapted to the unexpected influx of sunlight. Then he smelled the clean air, unpolluted by the dust. Additionally, he could feel the sunlight on his skin since the cement building's roof was no longer obstructing it. Finally, he noticed pieces of nearly stone-sized glass flying outward between a broken window and himself. "Eh?" Kirishima exclaimed as he gradually realized he was in an alleyway outside the construction building and that he had no sense of where he was walking. He looked down and saw that there was nothing between him and the ground, which was about 15 meters below, just like in those old-fashioned Western cartoons he had watched as a child. "What the? Wait, wait, wait." Kirishima was so alarmed that he attempted to stop his descent by reaching out and grabbing anything. The red-headed hero student was in a panic, but there was nothing to help. Kirishima took one last look back inside the building where the action was happening as he started to fall. Then, as though in slow motion, he witnessed Sato fall to his knees, his face pointing down, probably to catch his breath. As the teenager began to fall, The sugar quirk user raised his head and met Kirishima's gaze. He smiled pityingly, the gash on his lip growing wider as it was pulled violently, more blood starting to pool around the wound. Sorry, Kirishima, but I hope you're good with heights. The redhead eventually vanished from view before he could hear whether Kirishima had responded. Nevertheless, he did hear a terrified scream. A few seconds later, there was a loud thud that reverberated into the building and through the alleyway. Sato grimaced again in pity, imagining the effect his opponent must have gone through. Hopefully, he's okay. Eli, who was still standing beside the fallen Zero, replied, he should be. If he hardens before impact, he'll be alright. He likely won't get as injured as Midoriya in the first match. Maybe. Although he was a little concerned about the final uncertainty, Sato nodded slowly in response to his teammate's explanation. Hopefully, Kirishima was okay. The boy appeared to be a decent guy, and unlike that Bakugo guy, he would personally detest being held accountable for hurting a classmate. However, Kirishima was likely unharmed because All Might had not yet announced anything or cancelled the game from the commentary room. So, what do we do now? Eli gestured his head in the direction of the still-downed Zero. We should tie him up and wait for the other one. Sato started to agree, but was interrupted when Zero shot a roll of tape that was attached to the wall across from him. Zero hastily moved to the opposite side of the room, away from the villains. He quickly dragged his body along the ground, using his quirk to roll the tape back into his arm. He was positioned on the opposite side of the room from Sato and Lokadi when he eventually stopped. He had the fictitious bomb positioned between him and the bad guys, which was a plus. Sato blinked. Whoa, I thought he was down and out. Oh, my bad, Eli sighed in apology. From how he acted, I thought he'd be down for longer. The African wasn't wholly incorrect. Zero may have been able to put some distance between himself and the two villains, but it was obvious that the blow he took from Lokadi was still hurting him. He was hunched over a little, holding his stomach and inhaling deeply as he watched both villains with suspicion. The tape user looked at the window that was broken, small pieces of glass strewn all over the floor. Holy shit! Was Kirishima truly thrown out the window? A drop of perspiration trickled down Zero's forehead as he turned back to face his two rivals. I might have been able to repel them if there had only been one of them. However, since they're both present, my only choice is to wait for Kirishima to return. His gaze gradually moved in the direction of the bomb. Or, choosing to act before the fictitious villains could, Zero launched two tape straps at Sato and Lokadi, making them defensive. Sato deflected the attack with his still bugling, muscular arms. Meanwhile, Lokadi merely swiveled sideways, allowing the strap to pass unnoticed. But Zero had anticipated this, since this was only a diversion. After launching his attacks, he abruptly stopped them at his elbows and launched a third round of tape at the fictitious bomb in an attempt to draw himself closer to it. Unfortunately, however, Lokadi's black dagger embedded itself in his tape and then penetrated the wall behind it as the tape drew closer to the goal. With the knife again, Zero objected to yet another round of tape being deemed ineffective, but before he could complain any more, he rolled sideways to evade Sato's attempt to grab him. He stood up quickly and fired out two long strips of tape with both elbows, wrapping them tightly around Sato's body until the villain in yellow could hardly move his arms. With fresh vigor, Zero exclaimed, "Ha! Gotcha!" and took pride in holding his bigger classmate in check. This time, the tape user kept the strips firmly in place and leaned back to ensure there was no slack while the hulking villain in yellow struggled to get free. There was a tiny part of Zero that wondered why he needed to use capture tape rather than his own in order to win. After all, his version was more adaptable and had the advantage of being affixed to him, but it could still do everything that the capture tape could. To be honest, this match would have been much easier if he had asked All Might if he could have used the capture tape instead of his own. However, Sato's animalistic roar, akin to a silverback gorilla protecting its territory, startled him out of his reverie. Indicating the amount of effort being exerted, the big-lipped student's muscles bulged massively, his face tensed with strain, and the veins in his neck protruded outward. It didn't take long for the first pieces of tape to break, then the rest, even though Zero kept a tight grip on the straps to prevent them from being taut. With the tape around him ripped to pieces, Sato's arms escaped their prison and he continued to roar. "What?" Zero cried out in shock as he staggered back due to the unbalanced weight. He saw Sato lock onto him as he straightened up, his arms and chest muscles swollen with unadulterated energy. The large UA student was just a moment away from charging at Zero with the goal of capturing him. Panicked, the tape quirk user attempted to react by aiming another pair of tapes at his opponent's rush. He felt something kick out the back of his left knee, though, before he could fire at Sato, causing him to buckle under the weight and spray the attack to the side. When Shiro looked back, he saw that Lokadi, with his leg up in the air, was the reason for what had happened, indicating that his form broke as a result of the African kicking the back of his knee. The impact itself didn't hurt all that much, but it did cause him a lot of discomfort, especially when his leg failed. Shiro swiftly straightened himself and turned his body, intending to shoot his tape at his dark-skinned classmate. He had no idea how the African had gotten so close to him, but as soon as he did, he realized his mistake. If there are multiple enemies in a battle, you should usually concentrate on the most dangerous one. But in most cases, if you are facing opponents with comparable strength, the one closest to you would be the more dangerous. But let's say you are facing coordinated enemies. Given that they frequently exploit their numbers, this could make things a little more difficult. Getting the person closest to the target to serve as a distraction is one way adversaries accomplish that. That's exactly what had occurred. Shiro felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck when Sato's big, heavy hand slammed into his side before he could even turn his head back around. Even though he had anticipated it at the last minute, it felt almost abrupt. It felt strange, as though a car had suddenly blindsided him. The pain, however, was not as sudden and sharp as Lokadi's punch. Instead, he only experienced a painful, numb spread throughout his body as Sato's fist struck him squarely in the side, pinning his right elbow between them. Uncertain of how he got it, Shiro also experienced a continuous, high-pitched ringing in his right ear. Later, he suspected that he had unintentionally discombobulated himself when his arm became pinned and his hand had slammed into it. Shiro felt Sato's momentum transfer onto him, lifting him off his feet and propelling him sideways. He had already closed his eyes due to the pain, so he had no idea how far he had flown. Shiro was indifferent to the fact that it might have been a meter or even more. Nevertheless, the landing was painful. The tape user rolled into a fetal position after colliding violently with the ground. He moaned, clutching his arm and the right side of his body where Sato had caused the damage, as a fresh wave of pain added to the already intense feeling. Eli approached and started looking through the fallen student's pockets, so Shiro was unable to rest in this position for very long. The teenager with black skin found what he was looking for in a matter of seconds. He produced a tiny stack of rolled-up capture tape, the same type that All Might had previously shown the class. Using the capture tape that the hero team member was supposed to use on Shiro, Eli began to wrap him up with it, and in a matter of seconds, the African student had wrapped his classmate in a parcel-like manner. Eli clapped his hands as though to remove the dirt and mumbled, "Done. That's one down." Sato blinked slowly as he observed his partner's actions. Why did Yoyu use the tape on him? I don't think it C counts if we use ITs. Eli turned back to face him and shrugged, but he held Shiro's suit back so that he was seated but slouched forward. Whatever, it will restrict his movement. The large student blinked again and then grinned. That makes sense. You're pretty SM, he said, but was cut off by a large yawn. His jaw opened wide, took a mouthful of air, and then closed. He chewed on the emptiness for a moment longer, trying to get rid of the wave of sleepiness that came over him before he could finish speaking. Smart. Eli laughed, feeling sorry for his partner for this activity. Man, that quirk of yours comes with a nasty debuff, he said. Don't worry, we're almost finished. Sato squinted his eyes, which were getting progressively drowsier. He tried to reassure his classmate, saying, "No. I'm fine. I'm not tired yet," but his yawn swiftly berated him. I only took a single cube of sugar, so I've got plenty of energy left." At his teammate's assertions, Eli shook his head once more. Sato's statement wasn't exactly incorrect. Sato had actually only consumed the equivalent of one sugar cube from the sugar he consumed during this match. This resulted from Eli's directive, which stated that although eating a lot of sugar would give him a lot of strength, Sato would be at risk if Kirishima outlived him. Unfortunately, Sato suffered numerous injuries as a result of this tactic, including a split lip and black eye. He couldn't help but feel a little bad about the injuries the student wearing yellow sustained. If Sato had increased his strength as much as he could have at the beginning, he might not have been as badly injured. Eli considered this for a while, debating whether or not to offer an apology, but he noticed something behind Sato as he turned to face his classmate. A loud yell erupted before he could alert the tall teenager, and Sato howled in agony as a clenched hand struck him beneath his ribs. Following the attack, the assailant delivered two well-placed blows to the boy's midriff, causing him to buck and nearly fall to his knees. Behind him stood his assailant. The now identified Kirishima screamed in frustration, "That's for throwing me out of the window," but he was completely out of breath. The redhead had obviously seen better days, and although the earlier altercation with Sato had not completely healed him, being flung from a 4-story building had not helped. In contrast to his previous appearance, Kirishima now had deeper colored bruises and a large gash at the corner of his eye. Additionally, his hair had lost its spikes and was now heavily ruffled, with a mixture of dust and dirt firmly bonded into its threads. Additionally, his attire had not been spared, as his ragged sash had become entirely soiled and had lost its red hue. There were other signs besides his appearance that he was struggling. They were notably weaker and less accurate, even though they dealt Sato multiple surprise blows. This resulted from his extreme fatigue and the tasks he needed to complete in order to return to the upper floor. Kirishima barely had time to register and adjust to the situation before he was pushed out of the window. When he realized he had nothing to cling to, he took the only action he could. Invoking his quirk, he rotated his body, hardening as much as he could to previously unheard of levels. To put it mildly, the impact was excruciating, giving the redhead the sensation of crashing into a brick wall at full speed. When he realized that the match was still going on, he rushed back up through the building as quickly as he could, but it took him more than a minute to even start getting back up. As previously mentioned, he did not emerge unscratched. Kirishima had to run through the battle arena's well-known maze and ascend back to the top because he had fallen so far. Therefore, he had to use even more energy than he had. He also felt his left shoulder wasn't moving the way it should have, no matter how hard he tried, feeling as though additional strain would cause it to pop out of its place. Thankfully, though, the adrenaline rush and the rage at the unsportsmanlike behavior took the edge off the pain in his bones and gave him a fresh, hero-like fire. That was so unmanly, Kirishima cried out, his teeth clenched together as he gasped for air. People who are trying to be heroes, would never do something like that. He anticipated Sato's reaction, as he was still fatigued from Kirishima's earlier strikes. But before the student in the yellow could respond, Kirishima heard a low moan coming from his right. His eyes widened as he turned to see Lokadi standing over a Zero who was still on the ground, still bound, with his arm and side cradled. Zero. He only received a groan in return. Kirishima squinted at the student from Africa. Now giving him his whole focus, he yelled, "Lokadi, you're gonna pay for doing that to him. That's taking things too far." Eli decided not to respond, simply taking his left hand off Zero's back while holding onto Zero's suit with his right. His palm was facing down as he shifted his free hand to the side. Kirishima grimaced at the lack of recognition. It brought to mind the same type of conduct the African had exhibited on the first day of classes. To be honest, it was starting to get on his nerves. The spiky redhead started to say something more, but was cut off when black smoke and blue light appeared in Lokadi's hand. Before it began to take shape, it glowed a bright blue, like Eli's pupils, and the typical gas-like smoke that accompanied all of Eli's weapons. A dagger-like structure was formed by the light bending in on itself, and in a matter of seconds, a knife was built. It was the same blade Lokadi had been using earlier. In shock at what had transpired, Kirishima's mouth dropped a little. With his eyes fixed on the pitch blade dagger, which was constantly emitting the same color of smoke, he asked, "What? I thought you could only create stuff from your shadow?" Once more, Lokadi remained silent and only raised the weapon he had summoned. Kirishima could feel the annoyance mounting. With his teeth clenched, the teenager thought, "Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what weapon he can make as long as I can harden. I'll simply block everything." The hero student summarized this while sensing his quirk come to life through his arms. Kirishima yelled, "Bring it on, Lokadi," and lunged with ferocious determination at the dark-skinned pupil. Eli observed how the redhead's arms sharpened to the sharpness of jagged rock as he watched the approaching student. So that's how his quirk works, he thought, gripping his knife more tightly. Tanky characters were always a pain to deal with because their high defense levels made any attack pointless or ineffective. The only way to harm them was to overwhelm or get around their defenses with a lot of damage. Eli wasn't prepared to handle such resistance. That was a lie, actually. He had a solution, but it would undoubtedly cause more issues than it would solve, and he didn't want Adrian to blame him for it. So he chose a different approach. He had long learned that advantages were important in combat, that if you were on equal footing, one advantage could make the difference between winning and losing, that you had to constantly look for advantages whenever you could, or else your opponent might find one and use it against you. Eli had one, and he was definitely going to use it. Kirishima pulled his arm as the spiky redhead got closer, preparing to strike Lokadi hard. specifically aiming for his cheek, with Kirishima concentrating on hitting as hard as he could, driven by the frustration that had been building up. He saw the dark-skinned boy glance quickly down at Zero, who was still unconscious, before locking eyes with him. For a brief moment, Kirishima thought that Lokadi would move away from his position and release the tape user, but the African stayed put, holding the blade tighter as Kirishima approached. Kirishima smiled, feeling the intensity of a challenge flare up in his heart as he finally let his fist fly. However, Kirishima had no idea how the next few moments would unfold. Instead, they would shake him to his very core. As the hero student felt himself plant his foot, twist his hips, and thrust his fist forward, he saw that Lokadi chose to keep his black smoked knife to the side rather than block or parry the blow, leaving Kirishima momentarily perplexed as to why the boy was willing to bear the brunt of the attack, but his perplexity was exposed when his fist struck someone in the flesh. In particular, Shiro Honta's nose. The knuckles of Kirishima landed hard in the center of his partner's face, cracking and breaking his nose on impact. Shiro's head whipped backwards, his neck straining from the force of the blow, but Eli held him upright and in front of him with a firm grip, making the tape user a makeshift shield. This blow would have done the job completely if the boy hadn't already been knocked out, but instead, his unconscious body merely sagged in the African's grasp, visible to the appalled Kirishima at the moment. The red-haired teenager staggered back, clearly shocked by what had happened, his gaze never leaving Shiro's face, where blood was now streaming down from his broken nose. What? I didn't mean, Kirishima said, slowly meeting Eli's gaze as her incredulity blended with a raging rage. What the hell was that, Lokadi? What the African had just done was the most unfair, unjust, and unheroic thing he had ever seen anyone do, he screamed, his voice laced with more rage than he had ever experienced. Who cared if he was supposed to act like a villain? In Kirishima's opinion, what Lokadi had done was completely abhorrent. In fact, what he had just done was worse than what that Bakugo guy had done. Kirishima felt his teeth grit on each other so much that he was certain they would crack, but Eli didn't answer, instead remaining behind Shiro with a firm grip on the unconscious teenager, his black sclera gaze merely watching him indifferently as if he were staring at something else. You have nothing to say about yourself, do you? Aren't you trying to be a hero? He roared loudly, confident that All Might and the other students in the commentary room could hear him clearly. He received no response as before, but this time it was for a different reason. The huge figure of Sato appeared behind him, and the sugar-eating boy roared loudly while punching Kirishima in the side of the stomach. Oh my! The hardening quirk teenager spat out a large amount of saliva, obviously surprised at the sudden blow. Sato, did you fail to notice what Lokadi did? Give up fighting. Kirishima attempted to reason, but the student in the yellow outfit just growled in response. I have a knife and I'm a banana in the W window. Sato screamed sleepily as he started to throw punch after punch in a slow combo. Sato's quirk gave them a surprising amount of force behind each jab, hook, and uppercut, despite their lack of coordination. Kirishima tried to block or strike back, but his attention kept wandering to Lokadi, whose hold on Shiro never relaxed, which allowed Sato to hit Kirishima all over his body in places that his quirk normally protected. The battle now resembled their first encounter, but this time, Kirishima was forced to be on the defensive, desperately trying to find a way out of the situation, while Sato was largely doing all the damage, despite taking a few hits here and there. Before he could do so, All Might's voice could be heard as a loud siren sounded throughout the arena. Time is up. The team with the villain wins. Similar to the first match, everyone halted their activities, and the arena fell silent as though it had been deliberately designed to drown out all the noise. Eli let out a deep breath, feeling his muscles return to their normal slouching position, and then he released his hold on the still unconscious Shiro, gently guiding the boy down until he was lying on his back. The African slowly stood back up, feeling the kinks in his body become more noticeable now that the battle was over. Eli rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck side to side, muttering, "Ah. It's been a while since I've moved about so much." At last, he dropped his knife, which was still in his hand, and let it drop to the floor. In contrast to what most people expected, the blade did not clang and bounce off the ground. Rather, it shattered into a puff of black smoke as soon as the knife's tip touched the concrete, and the dark gases briefly floated in the air before gradually disappearing into the floor, as if it had never been there in the first place. It was a rare thing that only seemed to be lacking at home, and Eli always preferred the silence to the jumbled mess of noise that plagued everywhere in society. Eli stood where he was, as if he was absorbing the moment and letting the sense of tranquility fill the room. Regretfully, the tranquility was suddenly disturbed. Eli was about to open his eyes when he felt someone grab the scruff of his collar roughly and pull it forwards and slightly upwards, and Kirishima's burning infuriation instantly met the black sclera of the African's eyes. "Lokadi, what the hell?" With his hands firmly gripping his classmate's collar, the redhead yelled inquisitively, "Did you really just use Zero as a shield?" He screamed this as he pulled Lokadi closer, his eyes never leaving Lokadi's. Kirishima was forced to look up slightly as the dark-skinned teenager was a fair bit taller than he was. But regardless, he was for damn sure going to give the African a piece of his mind. No one who has ever wanted to a hero has ever done that. Even a villain wouldn't go to such lengths. Eli merely arched an eyebrow. Was this guy serious, really? Eli's first reaction when Kirishima grabbed his collar was to slap his hands away, or break the hold. He personally hated being touched, especially in an unsavory way like this. Kayama, he allowed because, first, he had to be friends with her because she was seeing Adrian, and second, she was only teasing him, which was fortunately not too often. This guy, however, was just a simple child who thought the world was a happy and honorable place, and he was yelling and manhandling Eli, ignoring his need for much-needed personal space, and, to be honest, he was starting to grow irritated. Thankfully, however, the symbol of peace's voice raised from the doorway before the situation could worsen. Young Kirishima put an immediate end to this. When the number 1 hero entered the room with stretchers, the robots that had previously taken Midoriya to the nurse's office followed him. As soon as they saw the injured, they hurried to Zero and began preparing him for transfer. Some even went to Sato, who was sitting plainly on the ground, looking almost faint, and staring blankly at a wall in front of him. The spiky redhead turned his head toward their teacher, still holding Eli's collar tightly, and he saw All Might approaching him. Kirishima's grip only got tighter as he gritted his teeth, his anger escalating. "Why should I? You witnessed what he did to Zero, sir. He overreached himself. No one in their right mind, not even a villain, would ever do that," he said passionately before glaring at Lokadi. All Might gently put his hand on the boy's hand and said, "Young Kirishima. I understand your frustration," the top hero said, observing as the red-haired teenager slowly turned his head in his direction. "You have a chivalrous heart, one that even outshines some heroes." All Might said, "But if you ever want to be a top hero, you must understand that heroes will always be at a disadvantage. Heroes only win if they can save all hostages, ensure that there isn't too much damage to the surrounding area, and by subduing the villain," he said, his smile replacing his serious expression. "On the other hand, villains triumph when they damage or escape. The worst part is that villains are aware of this." All Might then pointed to the dark-skinned teen, whose eyes were narrowed at still being held cruelly, and said, "And young Lokadi perfectly demonstrated that situation. Unfortunately, many don't have the honorable heart you possess, and they will take every chance they can get to a victory. I therefore hope that you will be able to grow from this experience and refrain from using it against young Lokadi." The black fabric slipped out of his hands after a few seconds of Kirishima's steady grip on Eli's collar, which he maintained while remaining silent in apparent complimentation. His shoulders slumped, and he felt his head copy them as his eyes made contact with the floor, and he felt weak and pitiful, just like he had in middle school all those years ago. He apologized, his voice barely audible above a whisper. His hair, which had been spiky at the start of the match, now covered his eyes with strands, but All Might seemed to hear it perfectly. "I'm sorry, All Might." "Don't worry yourself," the symbol of peace said with a comforting smile while resting his big hand on the teenager's shoulder. "You will learn these skills as you go along. After all, isn't that why you're here?" When All Might noticed the red-haired boy nodding against his hand, his smile widened. Unbeknownst to the two, something was going on with Eli that most people would consider abnormal, especially with regard to his shadow, while the top hero was trying to cheer up the hardening quirk user. If anyone was watching the dark-skinned boy's shadow, it would have been considered odd or unnerving at what was happening to it. While it was still mirroring the African, it seemed to tremble and shiver in ways Eli wasn't. There was a twitch of the head in one moment, a spasm of the arm in another. There was even a moment when the shadow seemed to fatten and enlarge before rapidly contracting. It was almost demonic, as if a ghost or some other supernatural being was attempting to take control of the teenager through his shadow. It was followed by faint traces of black smoke, which began to emerge gradually as the grip from Kirishima tightened. All in all, it was a scene from a horror movie, one that would have been made worse if it weren't for Eli's internal command. "Calm down." Eli's shadow almost instantly returned to normal as soon as he thought those words, perfectly mirroring his movement as if nothing had happened. This happened just in time for All Might to turn and smile at him. "All right. Let's go back and check your work. Young Siro and Sato will both go to the nurse's office and receive their review later, he said, stepping back and letting go of the red-haired teenager. Come on, kids. Leading the way out the exit, All Might declared. After a few seconds, Eli made the decision to follow the top hero out of the room, but as he was ready to leave, he paused at the exit and turned around to see Kirishima still standing there, his head still lowered, red hair still covering his eyes, and he still appeared shaken from the match, judging by the clenched fists at his sides. However, as he watched the red-haired hero student try to calm himself, Eli decided against it, feeling that he might make things worse. Thinking that his classmate would probably want to be alone at the moment, Eli turned away and continued through the door. A small part of Eli felt that he should say something, maybe apologize for what had happened or give a word of reassurance. Since he might have taken things too far, especially against children who were still in their innocent bubble. When they entered the monitoring room, All Might and the other members of Class 1A stood in front of Eli and Kirishima, who were positioned next to each other. All right, class. Which of the 4 competitors was the game's best player? With a loud voice, All Might asked. The other students were quiet, unlike in the previous games, and no one seemed to be coming forward to respond, or maybe no one really wanted to, but instead they all looked at each other nervously, though a few of them gave Lokadi a timorous look. It wasn't until Ida came forward and held up his hand that the silence broke. Sensei, I think it wasn't just one. Both Lokadi-san and Sato-san were present. All Might's smile grew even more radiant. Why is this young Ida, I wonder? Sato-san was used as the leading force in defending the objective, he said confidently, because both of them played an integral part in them winning. He threw Kirishima out of the window after first diverting and holding him up. Then, when Kirishima managed to return up the stairs, Sato-san dealt with him again, using his quirk sparingly to deal with Siro. In contrast, Lokadi-san contributed by serving as the operations support. He dealt with Siro quickly at first, and then he helped deal with Kirishima. It would have been harder for Sato to defeat the heroes without Lokadi. He was also very serious about his role. All Might nodded in agreement as the class whispered their agreement. Excellent review. What about critiques? Yayorozu takes the stage this time and raises her hand, saying, the hero team lacked critical thinking abilities and never took the time to make even the most basic of plans. Being a hero requires you to adjust to any situation because going in blind only made things more difficult for both of them. Kirishima's fists clenched in frustration. But both Sato-san and Lokadi-san also made mistakes because neither made sure Siro was apprehended or restrained in any way. Siro-san would have won the exercise for the heroes if he had approached the bomb during his escape from them. All Might's smile remained as wide as ever. Well done, you two. The symbol of peace turned to Eli and said, always make sure that your opponents are captured and that you have completely subdued them. Young Siro could have easily taken the victory under their noses while the villains played the part. I understand. Double tap them. Well done. That's out of the way now. It's time for the next game. When the number 1 hero started to pull another pair of lottery balls to determine the next competitors, Kirishima and Eli walked back into the crowd. All Might boomed loudly. Kirishima received a few pats on the back and pitying glances, and Mina gave him a gentle shoulder bump in reassurance, for which Kirishima seemed thankful. However, as he walked to the back of the room, Eli saw a few signs of hesitancy and fatigue. Some students whispered to one another about how he had gone too far, even though it was an exercise. Other classmates would quickly look away when Eli's dark sclera met theirs, as if they were afraid of being seen. The African couldn't help but sigh in exhaustion at the sight that was so familiar. I apologize, Adrian, Kayama. It appears that I have already failed the quest you set for me. They all gathered in front of All Might by the battle center's exit when the final whistle blew, and the student teams had to compete for what felt like hours in matches that lasted only 15 minutes each before All Might evaluated them, and Momo joined in. Everything is finished now. You took the challenge head on, and that's fantastic, the symbol of peace told them. Only a few of us were seriously hurt. So you should be happy. Overall, it was a great first training day. Suyu turned to her classmates and said, it's nice to hear some encouraging comments after our homeroom classroom. Aizawa-sensei was really a buzzkill. The rest of the class nodded their heads in agreement and gave their full support. Happy that his positive outlook had a big impact on the students, the peace symbol raised both hands. I'm glad to hear it from everyone, he said. Please excuse me now as I. Before leaving, All Might held out his hand to the class and said, I should check in on young Midoriya, Siro, and Sato. See how a professional leaves, as though he had a place to go. Some students covered their faces to shield themselves from the gusts that were blowing back into them as All Might made a sharp turn and sped off down the long exit. "All right, folks, that is a hero," with an enormous smile on his face, Kaminari said. Ojiro grumbled, I'll never be able to run that fast." "That is really awesome," Mineta said. Even though Bakugo had a legitimate ego, it was bound to be crushed in a school like UA. That ego had already been wounded when Midoriya robbed him of the victory, so it is All Might's sworn duty as his instructor to give him wise advice. All Might looked behind him as he ran away from them, looking past the students before spotting Bakugo, his hair hidden by his spikes, and he was bursting with pride based on his quick observation. As he turned to face the group, the symbol of peace's gaze landed on the lone African standing a considerable distance away from everyone. All Might had experienced this feeling before, when the top hero had witnessed the young teen fight in the entrance exam, and he wasn't sure why. It might have been the uneasiness the boy seemed to release, as if you weren't quite sure what he was thinking or what he was going to do, or it might have been the boy's skill in the arena, displaying fighting experience that shouldn't be appropriate for a child of his age. All Might was a scrawny, idiotic kid, just another middle schooler in the background of their class photo. All Might was nothing at birth, but the experience helped shape him into the All Might he is now, and even though he is a little bit sicker, weaker, and more pitiful than before, he still stands tall because he is All Might. As All Might feels the anguish in his gut, he thinks of Midoriya Izuku, who shared his eyes when he was told he was quirkus. The searing pain in his side was far worse than the bruises from his classmates, and the ache always returns when he looks at Midoriya Izuku. Thus, despite the fact that his injuries have somewhat blunted him, All Might recognizes experience when he sees it, and young Lokadi is a great example of that experience in ways that most people overlook. For example, when Lokadi would appear to dodge attacks at the last second, most would argue that he was on the defensive and barely managed to avoid being hit, but All Might knew better, and he was able to gauge how well controlled someone was in a fight thanks to his years of experience as a hero facing various villains. And young Lokadi had everything under control. The boy dodged like that, not because he was forced to, but because he wanted to, effectively accomplishing no wasted movement. All Might knew that it took a great deal of control, and only through experience could one achieve such results. That raised the question of how a boy of that age could exhibit such experience, but sadly, that question would have to wait because he was no longer able to maintain this form and steam began to escape from his body. All Might coughed as he stepped into a staff-only elevator, pushed the close door button, and as the doors closed behind him, he gasped as they came together, then let go and vanished from his form in a cloud of smoke, revealing a weak, shabby symbol of peace, struggling for breath. "Damn it," complained All Might. "I can barely get through a lesson before I change back into who I really am." It was a big challenge for the peace symbol to be forced to spend the majority of the day hidden from the rest of the campus, but it was his only choice and something he would have to get used to. I hope none of the students found that odd. By the end of the day, everyone was getting ready to go home, and the pro-hero who looked like a cowboy, Snipe, taught the final class of the day, Japanese, which passed quietly because it was no match for the intensity of All Might's basic hero training. Similar to yesterday, the majority of the class appeared to be happy to converse with one another and talk about the lessons and activities of the day. Eli decided it would be best to leave as soon as possible, leaving after a strangely silent Bakugo and a chilly Todoroki. As he walked to the door, he heard the class's noise change from boisterous gossiping to quiet whispering. Is it unbelievable that he did that? Yeah, he seriously hurt Zero doing that? Perhaps he's a weirdo in addition to being a foreigner? He is more like a villain, he's a freak. He is a monster. He's a murder. When he was finally outside the classroom, a few meters from the door, Elijah muttered, "Shut up," shaking his head vigorously and speaking in a harsh, low voice. Fortunately, no one seemed to hear him, and he paused for a moment, taking a slow, deep breath, feeling all the tension he had locked in his muscles, before letting the air flow out of him and allowing his body to return to a slouched state. "Slow down, Elijah." The dark-skinned boy tried to distract himself from the negative thoughts by telling himself, "Just wait a few more weeks," as Kayama advised, and he remained that way for a few moments, taking slow, deep breaths, before slowly making his way home after he calmed down. "Just do it for her," he said. "What other people think is irrelevant, you'll be leaving soon." It was not long before he reached the front entrance of the UA campus, where Eli saw Midoriya talking to an extremely agitated Bakugo, who was crying out of frustration. "And I know I couldn't compete with that icy hot bastard either. Damn it, damn it." The green-haired teen squeaks as Bakugo abruptly points at Midoriya. "Deku, just realize this. I will never lose again. Not to you, not to that bastard from Icy Hot Knot." not to anyone. Bakugo. Eli moves to the side without looking, just missing being thrown off his feet when All Might rushed by him and headed straight for the distraught teenager. I found you at last. Placing both hands on the young man's shoulders, the symbol of peace knew that it was his responsibility to help him cope with Bakugo's overflowing pride and the consequences of his loss. Just so you know, pride is a very essential aspect of a hero's personality, and while you clearly have the skills to develop into a fantastic pro hero, there are still many things you need to master, the instructor stated. The top hero cocked his head, saying, "All Might, let me go." Bakugo was not happy or reassured by the thought that the greatest hero in the world had come to provide him with emotional support, but he obviously didn't need his or anyone else's assistance. "Don't say anything. You'll see that I'll manage to surpass you in fame, and I'll do it myself." The professional hero acquiesced awkwardly, stepping aside to let the young teen continue on his own, his cheeks starting to perspire. It seemed the boy had already overcome his setback, and All Might guessed that being a teacher was far more difficult than being a professional hero. Then, to the boy's surprise, Bakugo turned around and glared at Midoriya, saying, "Deku, enjoy your victory. It won't occur once more. All I'm doing is warming up. Do you understand? I will be the greatest hero ever, no matter what." He spat. "You lucky bastard, I'll make sure you never beat me again." Bakugo turned and walked away. As he walked slowly past, he couldn't help but feel curious as he watched Bakugo stomp away with a fresh fire in his eyes. Eli was off to the side, casually observing the exchange, and when he first saw what was happening, he thought it best to ignore it and pretend he wasn't there by continuing on his way. What on earth was going on with these people? Eli couldn't help but wonder as he watched the interaction between friends and rivals. He honestly had no idea. The whole situation completely confused him. He knew that Bakugo and Midoriya had a history that seemed to go back a long way, but he had seen numerous instances of what he once believed to be a relationship based on a superiority complex directed at someone weaker, and he realized that it might actually be the opposite. The whole dynamic between the teenagers was intriguing to watch, and it was likely one of the few things that kept Eli somewhat amused in the hero class. Elijah's dark sclera eyes slowly moved back to Midoriya, who was now accompanied by the menacing figure of All Might. He was about to slow down his pace again to find out what they were talking about, but he shook his head, dismissing the idea as soon as he noticed that the two were speaking in a way that seemed far too familiar for two people who had only recently met. He wasn't interested, and it wasn't good to eavesdrop. After all, he wouldn't want anyone else to do the same to him, so why did now? Unbeknownst to him, a dark-colored pair of slender and keen eyes watched him with curiosity as he proceeded to leave the gates of the renowned hero school, blending in with the throngs of other students making their way home.
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.